Players fighting monsters in another dimension stop to rest. Meanwhile, something huge is quickly approaching them, throwing stones around. This is an emoji, a giant sea serpent that was unable to transform into a dragon due to a curse. The Windblade fighters are told to prepare for battle. This is the oldest monster from Legends. It is finally here and it roars. We need to calm down and get ready to fight back. Only the best of the best are members of the Windblade. He is also part of this raid. We need to add some fire and go ahead. He was a late awakener about a year ago and is a tier 1 player. His name is Frank Neumann and he is 27 years old. Just 3 years ago he was an ordinary student, but then suddenly problems began as his father was hospitalized due to an incurable disease, mana deficiency. This disease appeared 19 years ago when the gates to another dimension opened. Then the human world turned upside down. People awakened and received magical powers. However, the gates to another dimension were both a blessing and a curse for humanity. Monsters from another dimension have caused unimaginable damage to humanity, and incurable diseases similar to mana deficiency have appeared, and the awakened players dealt with the monsters, for which they began to receive huge profits, because the loot from the monsters could be sold at a high price. Thanks to this, people who were somehow connected with the gaming industry were able to accumulate a fortune. But for Frank, the gate is just a curse. The ingredient for the inhibitor that can alleviate the symptoms of the father's illness is a rare stone that drops from a monster. And of course, such a stone cannot be cheap. Frank's mother began working 2 jobs. The older sister gave all the money she had saved for the wedding, but even that was not enough. After work, I had to rush straight to a part-time job. It was hard, and of course, there wasn't enough money. If only Frank were awakened, he wouldn't have to deal with all this anymore. He could destroy rocks with his bare hands and jump over high-rise buildings. It would be very nice to become a player. Now he is dying of fatigue, but then everything would go well. They say they make an incredible amount of money, but no one knows how to achieve the awakening of the Force. It's something like a lottery, in which Frank hardly has a chance. He really wants to wake up, to become a player, but not some ordinary one, but a strong one. If people became gamers simply because they wanted to, everyone would probably be one by now. I need to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, the towel Frank is holding in his hand flies up. A blue panel appears in front of him. He woke up. They say there are people who died of heart attacks because of a sudden lottery win. Now Frank seems to understand them. He hopes there will be something cool in the status window. There are 5 undistributed points. Usually there are 10. It's a miracle, of course, that Frank became a player. But the statuses are crap. There are no active or passive skills. Strength 5, Dexterity 3, Magic 1. This is too much. Just some kind of mockery. Even if it's a cursed hero, the overall status should still be over 40. Other players have an average of 50, but for some reason he only has 18. And even if he increases his overall level, he will only be given 5 points for status distribution. He needs to level up to level 6 or 7 to be on par with regular level 1 players. Frank doesn't even have active and passive skills, which are usually given 1 or 2. If you have good skills, you will be treated like a king at the party, and getting into the ranks of the best will be easy. Usually after awakening, players get one of the following classes: Tank, Damager, Healer. 99% of players definitely get at least one of them. The Damager is the one who deals the main blow to the enemy, the Tank distracts the enemy to himself, and the Healer heals. Boost is one of the skills that allows newbies to level up faster. But there are other players. Hannah Kim, who has awakened twice, is one of them. There are no more than 10 of them in the whole world. In the Republic of Korea there is only one Hannah. There are also players who, for one reason or another, fail to level up. So although they have power, they are not much different from ordinary people. But even such people have at least some abilities. In all 19 years, Frank had never heard of players who had awakened and found themselves without skills. Personal skill, selling and buying something incomprehensible, looks like garbage. Here are rare quality goods: an elven sword, a dwarven hammer, and others. The price is in points. It's unlikely to be a regular currency. Frank currently has 2 billion points. They probably work as in-game currency. There are also products of legendary quality here. The highest quality known to men is heroic. But here we are talking about legendary. To get the right to buy things of rare quality, you need more than 10 billion accumulated points. So those that he is initially do not count. There are also high-quality things here. Perhaps there are medicines that could help cure Dad. There is an elixir here. Usually what is called an elixir is a panacea. If only Frank could afford it. It seems he now understands that he needs to get into trading. Tanks seem to be the richest of the players. If he doesn't buy skills and abilities, he won't be able to become a great player. He needs to think carefully about everything. Frank buys a power status upgrade. which raises his power by 1 level. It looks like a red stone that you apparently have to swallow. As a result, Frank's muscles increase significantly. Only 10,000 power points, but it feels like I've been training in the gym for a couple of years. You need to become a little stronger with these points, and skill mastery can be sold. Someone offers to place a product on his sales board. The commission on purchase will be 20%, impudence, but nothing can be done. Now Frank has a whole bunch of items that increase his power status. He comes to register as a player because his powers have awakened. They tell him that he is a little old, and ask if he is sure that he has awakened. Maybe he was mistaken. The employee had never met anyone who awakens at that age, by the way. The official maximum age for awakening is 58 years. Here Frank sees himself in the mirror. He has really grown old. They take him for a grandfather and think that he has dementia, since he is very and unpleasantly surprised and does not say anything. There is nothing free in the world. The number of his years and points has increased greatly. He has less than a year and a half left to live. He needs to somehow earn a living, literally. All this junk can be sold. A gaming console. Hardly anyone remembers anything like that now. This thing seems to work well. I wonder if it is possible to place a product on the sales board by loading it into the panel. It worked. The product was placed. In real life, this console would fetch around 50 or 60,000 won. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. There are 43 games, so 99 million is a normal price. The ad should be placed, even if the price is too high. The goods are up for sale. You can sell something else, because his life is at stake. A buyer from another world looks through the list of goods. There is nothing new there. She already has all this. The same old story, only in profile we need to dispel boredom and start organizing cockfights. This will be a goldmine. Here comes a notification that newly scanned items are up for sale. The demoness must buy this. Sold and all the wrinkles tightened up. This means that his lifespan depends on the balance, and he can restore lost points. The only thing that is unclear is who bought his junk for that kind of money. Another buyer, apparently also from another world, bought a watch and does not quite understand what it is. He sees that the numbers change over time, a strange object, but anything can be useful in everyday life. This is probably a smartphone. It receives a notification that the time has come to charge the tariff plan. It is unclear what the network registration error means. It turns out that it can become a mirror. And there are also things like this here. It's simply amazing. It's very exciting. Now you can take selfies. The demoness didn't have time to buy everything. If she finds out who intercepted her toys, he'll be in trouble. She did buy it, but it's not clear what it was for. It's surprising that there is no magical trace on the console. She starts playing. Soon the game is over. This monster killed her at the very end. Now she will show him. It's a shame that you can't put other people's goods up for sale. The guy comes across a broken fan. It can be sold, probably because it is nobody's, and he picked it up. Or maybe the system decided so. You can't sell more than 10 pieces at a time. This is, of course, a setup. Frank has 11 days left to live. If so, then you can try to do exercises with renewed vigor. Here he discovers that a complaint has been received from a customer who purchased his product. It turns out that there is even something like that here. Now the main problem is definitely not this. He will just lower the price a little. All items are sold. Frank is surprised. He thought no one would buy it. 14 out of 20 items were reported as defective. 70% of the items were defective. Frank's business was suspended for 3 days. The problem must be resolved within a week. Otherwise, the items will be invalidated, and the seller will be blocked. The buyer of the smartphone writes that the item is outstanding but defective. It only lasted for 6 hours of active use. The waterproof watch, charged by the sun, of average quality. If Frank exchanges it for a product of normal quality, the complaint will be cancelled. This watch is working. The batteries are just dead. Complaint about cigarettes, lighter, soju, beer, asking for a new product to be sent and thinking Frank is ignoring them. They seem to think everyone has the title of speed reading master. They could at least give them a little time. The system said that from today his activity is suspended for 3 days. He needs to deal with the complaints within a week. Otherwise he will be banned for 3 months. You will need to boot up your old phone again, but this time with the charger. It seems that the customers are the same as him. Players with unique abilities. But those who bought electronic items are most likely not from Earth. Perhaps they are aliens with poorly developed technology. Now the kind uncle will arrange for them to ship the goods. The largest used equipment market in the country has very low prices. They need to buy more of this and that. It turns out he doesn't have enough funds. You can sell the skill book. Frank still can't register as a player because he's old. Now he can lift heavy weights. They tell him that he really is a strong man and ask where he worked before this. Frank says a little bit of everything. After 3 days it is unlocked. However, he received another complaint. Complained about all his products. Frank was banned again. and now the problem needs to be resolved within 4 days. They complain to him about the console. He didn't think about batteries here either. The demoness tells him to download normal goods right now and not to anger her. If there are no new products, she will find it. She complains about glasses, chewing gum, and a lighter. For some reason, these customers can't wait at all, and they're so rude. Another 3-day ban. If Frank doesn't figure it out in 4 days, you'll be dead. Now he lifts even heavier weights. The person who buys all his trash just to slap a ban on him will definitely buy batteries too. They are also suitable for consoles. I just wonder how long they will last. They seem old. He was unblocked, all his ads were posted, and complaints were resolved for all products. Now he has enough points. That's the power of money. Frank is wondering what to sell next, a gaming console or an old phone. First, you need to register as a player. To obtain a certificate, you must complete 3 weeks of training at a training center. You can return to training as much as you like until you manage to pass the exam. If you fail, you will simply be without a certificate, which means you will not be considered a player. So awakening is just the beginning of becoming a player. Frank passed another test. One of the students says he thinks he's a big deal because of his rare skill. It's been like this from the very beginning. 3 weeks later, Frank is invited to celebrate the end of his studies by having a drink. He says he has some things to do at home and needs to hurry. They say he has good abilities, but it doesn't matter. They can sit without him. Frank understands that they will not even meet again, so going with them simply does not make sense. Finally, he has a player's ID. Now you can sell the skill book. Maybe you can even pay all your father's bills with hunting. Frank rents the equipment for 714,801. If he is late in returning it, he will have to pay extra. All his savings were only enough for the cheapest armor and sword. If the equipment is weak, then you won't even be able to enter the dungeon. And even for staying there, you have to pay 200,000 per hour. Even in low-level dungeons, there is a high demand for tanks and healers, who are promised rent for the dungeon and security. The danger of dying in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit is small, level from 1 to 5. But it is still worth playing it safe. Strength 70, Endurance 70, Intelligence 30, Agility 70, Magic 30, 12 skills. With these skills, Frank can go to any team, but he will not. His goal for today is to catch the boss alone. He will pretend that he has already obtained all the skills from the skill mastery books. An employee at the entrance to the dungeon notices that Frank is a daredevil and is going alone. Even people with high status rarely go hunting alone. Usually players hunt in pairs. You can't risk your life just like that. If you go alone, you can die or become disabled. So it is very important to find a partner you can rely on. He will let him go alone. Sometimes you have to let people knock their arrogance down on their own. Frank enters the dungeon. In front of the players sits a monstrous horned rabbit with fangs and glowing eyes. Both he and the players are preparing to attack, and they have only recently woken up and have only undergone 3 weeks of training. Before that, their life was completely normal. Some were working, and some were studying. It's clear that the chances of successfully completing the dungeon as a team on the first try are very slim. Not to mention what Frank is planning to do. For some reason, he thought that he would succeed right away. You can't be too self-confident. This rabbit takes a long time to deal with, and he is still a monster, albeit a low-level one. But he can kill. 8 minutes per rabbit was longer than he expected. He needed to deal with the monsters faster. 3 to 8 minutes should be enough. With such allies, it is unlikely that you will be able to achieve anything. But for a lone player, the statuses that he has now are enough. Frank turns on stealth mode. The players worked hard. The rabbit will definitely appear soon. It needs to be caught alive at any cost. They will definitely succeed. The players are confident that they have enough strength. Nobody doubted it. The problem is that it doesn't come out. And this is already the 15th day. The goal of the 4th mission is to get the boss rabbit's head. The monster isn't that difficult, but they still haven't managed to complete the task. It seems like it's just hiding in this damn dungeon. Jane will deal with him in a second, if only she would show up. They turn on the dark curtain to be invisible to the horned rabbits. Lisa hears some sounds. Someone is coming. Probably the commander of the 3rd team and the youngest from the 2nd. They see Frank and they realize that he is just a player who is not worth paying attention to. But it seems he got here alone, or maybe he lost his partner. It's unlikely. There's not a scratch on him. Plus, he used the hide skill. Then it's not clear why he's here alone. He's wearing rented gear, apparently a newbie. But a newbie wouldn't go here alone. Maybe he went for a bet, such as youthful ardor. Even with a bunch of useful skills, you need to be above level 30 to take down a monster of this type in one hit. However, this is exactly what is happening. Frank is also in a hopeless situation. He must adapt for the sake of his father, mother, and sister. The monster is dead, but nothing dropped. This is a fiasco. Frank uses stealth mode and lightning strike. Jane decides that he is not a newbie. If the player's level is lower than the monsters, the latter will drop items and the player will gain experience. But experience and items cannot be obtained from monsters that are 20 levels lower. The magic contained in corpses turns into valuable items. But the higher the level, the worse the loot will be. And of course, when the difference of 20 levels is reached, there will be no loot at all. Now it's clear that this is his first hunt. I wonder what class he is. Jane is not sure. I need to keep an eye on him some more. There's nothing to do at home anyway. Frank gets another loot drop. This is already the 5th one, but for some reason it is very difficult to increase the level. But even if Frank hunts alone, given how many he killed, that should have been enough to raise him to at least the 2nd level. For some reason, experience points don't increase at all. Then he will clear the dungeon within the next hour. 5 hours later, his levels still hadn't increased. Frank heard that the level usually increases within a day or two. Lisa notices that it turned out awkward. He just has catastrophic bad luck. Over the past 10 days, he'd earned 150 million points selling electronics, and only 100 points here, selling the body of one of the monsters. But this is just the beginning. You need to think positively. Another monster approaches from behind. Frank stabs it with his sword without even getting up. The hunt continues. Frank soon discovers that he has gained the title of a horned rabbit hunter, having single-handedly killed 300 of these rabbits. They are of high rank. He saw this on the internet. When you get special achievements, your status increases. Everyone can get this achievement. The only problem is that usually everyone levels up long before killing 300 rabbits. This way you can grow to a rare rank. Not bad. A most interesting fellow. He killed the horned rabbit with one blow, and if it happened once or twice, Jane would have called it luck. But he immediately cut off the heads of those monsters with one swing of his sword. We need to talk to him. The girls approach Frank. He notices that they are wearing high-end gear. Lisa says they are from the security service. He thought that all the employees remained at the entrance, but they, it turns out, were wandering around here. He didn't notice them, and by the way, they didn't have employee badges. Lisa says they just got back from a mission to protect the gate. Frank probably didn't notice them because of the stealth skill they used to avoid the attention of the horned rabbits, but he couldn't even hear them breathing. It didn't look like stealth. Lisa says that she accidentally noticed him hunting, and his outstanding abilities caught their attention. She asks what level he is. Frank notes to himself that he is the 1st, but his status is total 270. There's nothing good about them noticing him. They just wanted to pass by Frank, but Jane was interested in something, so she still asked. She is from the Soo Guild. There is a big company in Korea that everyone knows about, So Group. So Guild is sponsored by this company. If Frank reveals his status, Jane will gladly help him join their guild. You have to be careful with these ladies, because there is a penalty that will prevent you from leveling up in the future. The 1st level player won, having only good statuses, but he beats monsters, but still has no experience, although they could help him solve the problem. But still, it is not worth getting involved with them. Frank asks for forgiveness, but he doesn't care. He is about to leave, but Jane catches up with him. Maybe he doesn't know about Sue's guild. Frank knows about her. However, apparently he does not want to join it. For now, he wants to try to cope alone, and doesn't feel the need for companions. Jane asks if his contract binds him to other guilds. Frank answers negatively. He just wants to work alone for now. He seems to have convinced them. He asks to let him through. If he later decides to join a guild, let him contact them. Even if he only has skills and nothing more, it will not be a hindrance for them. Frank says he'll think about it. Jane offers to walk to the exit together. This way he can avoid trouble. Frank refuses. Rude. He will definitely regret it later. He needs to get out of here quickly. Jane is tired of sitting around doing nothing. You have to be careful. There are a lot of players here, and they are stronger than ordinary people. Frank gets into a taxi. The driver asks where he is going. First he needs to get going. He hasn't decided yet. Frank asks to be taken to the Blood Fox's dungeon. The taxi driver congratulates him on completing the mission in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit. He has driven many players, so he knows the road well. Frank hopes to be able to clear out the other dungeons. He arrives at the location. The atmosphere is the same. Tanks and healers are being called all around. He enters the dungeon. The guards are sleeping. Frank activates the hide skill. One fox is worth approximately 180 points. Frank kills 2. The foxes are getting bigger. It seems it's time to start a real hunt. Frank single-handedly killed 300 high-level blood foxes. Now he has the title of Blood Fox Hunter, as expected. This time he gained more strength. Apparently it all depends on the rank. Then we need to conduct an experiment. He single-handedly killed another 700 foxes and earned the title of Blood Fox Slayer. The title has been leveled up, The power status has also increased. Growth to an epic rank is possible, which means that everything does not end at a rare rank. We should come again tomorrow. Frank discovers that he has received a skill book. This is a body enhancement, a passive skill book. It makes muscles, bones, and skin stronger. He wouldn't buy it if he knew he could get it for free. This is worth taking with you. Frank comes out of the dungeon. The employee must check the stones and other items received. There are so many stones, and also a rare quality skill book. There has never been a book like this here before, but there is nothing strange about this. For all the stones, Frank receives 840,001. He will be contacted once the skill book is sold. At this rate, he can earn about $1 million a day. After all, the players are the best. I should probably look for a room in the nearest hotel, otherwise it takes too long to get from home. Frank will definitely improve his rank today. He single-handedly killed 5,000 blood foxes and received the heroic title of Blood Fox Exterminator. He is the first one to reach the heroic rank. It is also a title, which means that besides him, there are still people who have reached the rare rank. But he is the first one to reach the heroic rank. To be honest, he achieved this by accident, but it's still good. His stats have increased by 100. Now he has 375 statuses and 5 titles. It's so cool to be the first at something. This rank can still be increased. Frank will be able to become the first to reach the legendary rank. That's enough for today. He can't feel his legs. 10 days later, Frank becomes the first to reach the legendary level, receiving the title of Blood Fox Executioner. He thought he would die, but it is still possible. All stats are increased by 40. It's truly incredible, but it's a pity that further rank promotion is impossible. He could get more benefit from it. However, there are still many hunting spots where you can make good money. Frank returns to the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit. He could probably handle them with his bare hands. He's already finished, so we can slowly wrap things up. After some time, Frank receives a message that all the goods registered at the auction have been sold. The amount is large, so Frank can only pick it up in person. He needs to go there anyway, and this is the day when money will flow to him like a river. He comes to receive the money. The amount including tax is 997,568,001. That kind of money is definitely worth it rather than selling skills for points. We should hunt even harder. In the low-rank dungeons, he earned 10 million with just stones in less than 10 days. In the end, he can earn 100 million in 1 month. The points accumulate quite well. At this rate, he can buy the elixir faster than he planned. If you look at it that way, Frank hasn't bought any new clothes since his father got sick. He couldn't afford it, and neither could his mother or sister. Frank will fix that today. His mother finishes working at the factory. Frank meets her. He asks when she became so thin. His mother did not expect him and asks why he is here. He came to meet her. Frank has grown so much that she doesn't even notice. She asks if he's had dinner. He wants to have dinner with her. She can't go home now. She needs to go to work in the cafeteria. Mother suggests that Frank go first and order some jjajangmyeon for himself, and that she will prepare him a delicious breakfast tomorrow morning. She herself hasn't had dinner yet. They need to go eat together since they both haven't eaten. Mother says she can eat at work, in the cafeteria, so let Frank go home first. They can go together. He will help her, Mother says. He is tired too. Frank actually has something he wants to tell her. That's why he came. He woke up. The mother asks what he is talking about. Frank shows her his player ID. Now his mother can quit her job at the factory and in the canteen. She says it's dangerous work. Frank puts safety first, so she can quit anywhere. This is not possible. Players do not earn money so easily. She heard that first. On the contrary, you need to spend a lot of money. Frank hit the jackpot. He has $1 billion. He shows his mother a receipt. While he was hunting, he found a rare quality skill book and sold it. With this money, they don't have to worry about their father's hospital bills, and they can pay off their debts. So from today on, they can live peacefully. Frank's mother apologizes, but she has nothing to apologize for. Because if it weren't for his parents, Frank wouldn't have been born and wouldn't have grown up so healthy. So let mom rest and take good care of dad. Frank comes into the dining room with his mother. He helps wash the dishes. Thanks to him, the workers finish early today. Frank says he should thank them. Then his mother comes home with him. His sister wonders why he came so suddenly. Frank says he has good news, so she can relax. He woke up and started earning well. 1 billion, it's unbelievable. But it's true, so there's no need to worry too much and overwork yourself. He'll take care of everything. Frank's sister starts crying. She admits that it was very difficult for her. Frank stays overnight with his mother and sister. In the morning, his mother asks if he will really be comfortable staying here. Frank says, of course it's convenient because there are dungeons all over the country. Mother asks what time he will come. Frank says he will be home when she returns from work. She asks if it's okay for him to be dressed like that. Frank says he can rent gear from a nearby store. It's time for him to go. In the evening, his mother waits for him at the hospital. He does not answer his calls. She is worried that something has happened. Frank apologizes for being late. There are traffic jams on the roads, so he ran. His mother was scared because he came suddenly. They come to the father's room. He will definitely recover. 10 days later, Frank is promoted to the title of Executioner of the Horned Rabbits, having single-handedly killed 10,000. He still has 6 hours to hunt some more. This is the very place he had heard so much about. There really isn't a single player here. It's a vampire bat dungeon. Recommended level is 10 to 15. They say that bats usually live in flocks, so it will be difficult for beginners. It is believed that hunting is impossible without the help of high-level players, which is probably why there is no one here. Frank activates the hide skill. It looks scary, with a whole swarm of red lights looking at it from the darkness. It's time to start the hunt. Frank turns on the shield and turns off stealth. He pricks his finger with a needle. The bats smell blood and attack. It seems like a black wave is approaching. They swarm the shield. Then Frank turns on the fireball. It's not easy to use two skills at the same time, although it seems like a good trick, especially in places like this filled with small monsters. This is more than enough. The ball explodes in the middle of a flock of bats. It was too loud. Frank throws the fireball again. He is now a vampire bat killer, having killed 300 high-level vampire bats. If he tries hard, he can reach the legendary rank in the remaining time. A sword appears. Frank doesn't understand what's happening. It looks like the residual magic has coalesced. This is a vampire sword that restores magicka and stamina by absorbing the enemy's blood. There is only one item, but two properties. Compared to the others, this is an important thing. Maybe something similar will appear. If you catch a huge number of normal rank monsters at once, a rare grade item will appear. Then maybe Frank will catch a lot of rare rank monsters at once. Frank somehow thought it was easy. Residual magic does not collect. It only happened once during a vampire bat hunt. However, he gets a rare quality vampire bat robe. It is thick, elastic, and does not tear. Rare quality will do too. It's time to go somewhere else and earn a rank there. Frank wants to buy an apartment. His mother is worried that if he spends such a huge amount of money at once on buying an apartment, he will have to work a lot here and there. There is no need to worry. He will do it until it becomes burdensome. They come to the real estate office. Frank called them recently. The mother finds out that the area of the apartment is 105 square meters. She thinks that this is too much. Frank says it's okay. Everyone should have a room. A week later, they move into a new apartment. The sister is surprised at how big it is. This is the first time my sister has seen one like this, and she really likes it. Frank says he'll buy an even bigger apartment later. This is enough. My sister suggests treating the neighbors to rice cake tomorrow. That's what they'll do. After moving in, they need to greet their neighbors. Next time, they will definitely do it, together with Dad. Frank comes to the dungeon of blood-red rats. Recommended levels from 8 to 10. These rats are faster than he thought, but he's doing well. He has a vampire sword after all. He comes out with a whole bag of stones. Then someone calls out to him. They met again. Now she will introduce herself officially, the leader of the first team of the Sioux Guild, Jane Rice. She asks if Frank has some time. A week ago, the guild leader asked who this guy was. Jane didn't know either. To get this amount of stones, you need to kill at least 10,000 monsters alone. Maybe he has some special skill. If this skill allows them to bypass the 20-level rule, they should definitely poach him. The chief will send a negotiator with Jane, but first let her try since she knows him. The leader hopes that the information has not reached the other guild members. That's right, no one else knows, and Jane will follow Lisa. Frank is confused as to how she found him. It was the security officer who was in the dungeon. He asks how she knew his name and how she knew he would be here. She may have conducted a secret investigation and even bribed the dungeon staff. Here another employee appears, a negotiation specialist. He suggests talking in a suitable place. Frank says he doesn't want to and starts to leave. The employee asks if he can visit him at home then. He was waiting for Frank here to show him courtesy. His name is John Smith. He is the head of the first recruitment team at the Sioux Guild. Frank asks why they were looking for him. John says, of course, to make him an offer to join. He must think Frank wants to join Sioux's guild. There's hardly anything to be angry about. John uses the same methods as the other guilds, and that was even very mild. His words are at odds with his actions. The Sioux Guild is one of the 3 oldest and largest guilds in Korea, and so on. Here's the chatter. Frank asks what his annual salary will be and what the deposit will be. The exact amount will be determined after he joins the guild and reveals his skills, status, and level. As a result, he first needs to reveal all his cards. However, John guarantees him a deposit of no less than 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion. This is weird. No matter how highly his abilities are valued, it's a very large sum. Maybe they want to make him a representative of the guild. Even if it was some newbie with potentially top-notch abilities, there was no guild that would take the risk of investing 1 billion won. With the exception of Hannah Kim, who is the only buffer in the country. It is possible with her because she is an example of a successful buffer for the whole world. Frank doesn't have any proof yet, nor does he have the outstanding skills of a buffer. Of course he has the skills to sell and buy, but he can't talk about it. Even when he received a certificate from the association, there was only a rank. Frank asks if it's because of the rocks. John doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about. He seems to have no idea about Frank's abilities, but Jane has an idea. It can't be that Sue's guild just had their eyes on his stones. They think he has some special skills or some information. John says Frank has nothing to lose. He's not sure about that. For a player, showing his status window to strangers is a loss. And besides, Mr. John Smith did not promise him anything specific. If this is true, let him pay Frank 10 billion won in advance as a deposit. Then he will calmly reveal his cards and join the guild. John says they need to make sure first. Frank has nothing more to say to a man who is pushing a one-sided offer on him, as he thought it was better not to get involved in this. You also need to keep an eye on the number of stones. Otherwise it stands out too much, information about it has already leaked. Then Frank gets a call from an unknown number. This is John Smith. Frank hangs up. At home he receives a message. It's John again. He writes that he seems to have said too much and wants to apologize. If Frank has time next weekend, he would like to have lunch with him and discuss joining the guild. Frank blocks him. After some time he meets John on the street. Frank just passes by. Soon he comes to a new place of the game. There he fights with blue lizards. He has already accumulated a decent amount of points. With this, Frank will quickly buy the elixir. The next day he comes to the dungeon of the red-furred wolf. The recommended level is from 15 to 20. Compared to the lizards he hunted yesterday, these monsters definitely seem stronger. Frank will deal with them in one go anyway. Now he is a blue lizard executioner, and he has more than 500 points. If this continues, he will be able to deal with monsters of the 6th and 7th levels at one time. Today Frank will start with the title of Hunter of Red-Furred Wolves. A giant 3-headed monster ate the player. This monster is clearly much higher level than the red-furred wolves. Another player is about to attack this monster, but he bites off his hand. It's not too late, we can attack again. But this time the monster bites off his head. It seems to be a very popular dungeon, usually not that crowded at the entrance. For some reason Frank is worried. After the natural disaster, the number of interdimensional gates increased endlessly for 10 years. But after the appearance of the heroic rank gates 9 years ago, their number neither increased nor decreased. And the number of players increased every year. Frank hunts red-furred wolves. He uses a fireball and a vampire sword. Now he has a new weapon that resembles a shield. He attacks with it. Now it's the turn of the magic projectile. Let them attack. The wolves rush to attack. Frank finished faster than he expected. He was given the title of Red Wolf Hunter, and the ability of this sword is really good. Looks like he's done here. Now we can go. He meets other players who are fighting wolves. It's occupied here. And here too there are already players. So I'll have to go to another dungeon. Then he hears some sounds. 2 players had half of their bodies bitten off by the monster. This is no longer a wolf, but that same giant monster with 3 heads. He bites off the head of another player. The head flies off and lands right next to Frank. He starts to feel sick. A giant panther with 3 heads and huge fangs is now right in front of him. This is bad business. Frank activates the hide skill. However, the monster still sees him. Frank flies into the air. Now he is right in front of the monster's mouth. Frank attacks him with a stone shield, but this weapon has almost no effect on the monster. Then Frank turns on the fireball. He uses a triple strike, and this also does almost no harm to the monster. This panther is incredibly strong. Licks his paw as if nothing had happened. It is unclear where this monster even came from. This is a dungeon of levels 15 to 20. Frank is throwing fireballs again. The monster attacks. It reaches out its paw and pushes Frank hard. He flies away and now lies on the ground. Fortunately, he's alive. The vampire bat mantle is stronger than rented gear. The panther is advancing, but he won't get far, even though this monster's life has diminished. But now Frank has a speed-up pill. After 20 minutes, the absorption is complete. Frank combines skills. He uses fireball again. Now the monster has half of one of its heads cut off. Amazing. Even if it takes 100 days, Frank will catch him. He fires another fireball and another. This time, part of the monster's paw was torn off. If this continues, Frank will definitely be able to catch him. But then the monster's torn-off parts begin to grow back. It turns out that the fireball is powerless. The monster attacks again. There must be a better weapon. A fire spear with powerful penetration power. A bit pricey, but it'll do. First, I'd like to survive, and then we'll see. Frank prepares to attack. This weapon should work. He throws a spear at one of the monster's heads. Got it, now this head is gone. But the monster is still ready to attack. Frank throws the spear again. This time the monster dodges. Frank will still have to see who gets who. He throws the spear again and again, and manages to knock off another head. Just a little more, and he will catch it. Here Frank notices that something is wrong. Mana is running low. Fortunately, there is no problem with endurance. If Frank can hold out until his mana regenerates, victory will be his. Meanwhile, other players stumble upon the site of the three-headed monster's attack. Here one of them was attacked, leaving traces. This is definitely not a simple monster. Perhaps it is not worth following these tracks. They were unable to contact the security personnel guarding the entrance on the other side of the gate. This means that they suffered from the owner of these tracks. There are hardly any other ideas. In any case, they can't stay away. They have to search everything, then let him go alone. I don't want to die like a dog doing my duty. Another player asks what to do with the players who are inside now. He has no idea. He's not here to fight such a monster. They are so angry that they are ready to fight. Other players calm them down. Now is not the time to squabble among ourselves. Frank's mana is slowly recovering. The monster still doesn't get tired. Maybe he's like the Hydra from Myth, a many-headed monster with one mortal head. We must try to win before his head recovers. If Frank misses, he's dead. In any case, a protracted battle is not an option. The longer it is, the more chances the monster has. We must try to finish it all with one spear. It's crazy, but he has to do it. Frank attacks the monster with a fire spear. He dodges again. He tries to crush Frank with his paw, but misses. Frank attacks again. Fire spear leaves a scratch. Now Frank cuts off one of the monster's fingers and jumps on his back. He plunges a fiery spear into the monster's neck. The last head is cut off. Here the monster swings its paw. Frank throws forward a stone shield which shatters. Two heads are already being restored, and this monster is a tough nut to crack. Now is the time to deliver the final blow. Frank plunges his spear into the monster's head again and cuts off its paw. He then blows up his torso. The monster collapses to the ground without a head, neck, or paws. Frank killed the three-headed Graydon, a rare rank named monster, and was given the title of the one who single-handedly slayed the three-headed Graydon. It turns out that this creature also had a name. He was awarded another title, Level 1 Destroyer, and he single-handedly killed a high-ranking named monster, the difference with which was over 100 levels. Of course, it is good that he received two titles, although it is disproportionate to the efforts expended. Frank receives a magic item. This is the Book of Immortality, a unique rare quality item. Frank will not die until his head is completely destroyed, and if he does not die, it is possible to slowly recover all wounds. The skill can be developed. It turns out that if you protect your head well, you will become invulnerable. There is a guess what slow means, but this is a uniquely rare skill with the possibility of development. Frank has never seen anything like it either for sale or in real life. Tanks will definitely fight over something like this. This item is rare, but it is equivalent to legendary or even heroic rank. Most importantly, it is unique, one in the whole world. Frank studies the Book of Immortality. Now he has mastered this skill. His scratched arm is healing. It seems to drain your stamina. Luckily, Frank has plenty of it. The first level destroyer title increases each stat by 5. It's crazy, and this is a normal rank. But at a higher one, there will be a double increase. The title of the one who felled the three-headed Graydon increases stamina by 3. And this three-headed Graydon was a nice guy. Now it's time to go back. A team of assassins from the Players Association arrives. They were informed about a high-ranking monster that appeared in the red-furred wolf dungeon. We need to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. 2 players are already known to have died. One of the players asks if this is true. Team leader Alice Lair answers in the affirmative. There may be other monsters that are considered high-ranking, but here there are only red-furred wolves. Someone reports that they have spotted players. Alice asks in which direction and how many there are. This is one person. Frank hears footsteps behind him. He turns around and sees a group of people. These are high-level players. Some are too pretentious. Alice asks Frank if he is okay. He says everything is fine. Alice notices that he looks shabby. She asks if he ever met that monster. A high-level monster that simply couldn't be here appeared in the Red Wolf dungeon. Frank notes to himself that he has already killed him. I wonder if the association knows about Graydon's existence. Frank says he met him. Alice asks where he is now, maybe somewhere nearby. She didn't want to scare him. Alice is too pushy towards the one who miraculously survived an encounter with this monster. She offers Frank a healing potion that quickly heals wounds. This is an expensive item. It can be applied directly to the injured arm. Frank has a story to tell about the monster he met. It was a huge three-headed panther with black fur. Alice had never seen such a monster. It was the size of a house. Frank says that monster went that way. The players leave immediately. Wow, they're so quick. It's good that Frank killed this monster. If he hadn't been able to, he would have destroyed everything here before reinforcements arrived. And the reward was decent. Those people will have to try a little harder. Looks like they're done here. Perhaps the monster came back through the portal. It's quite possible, but then everything will become a little more serious. That monster has already tasted blood. It is unknown when it will appear and attack again. First, you need to report this to the association. Alice asks if they think the guy got out of here safely. He probably lost all his comrades and miraculously survived. Alice says she needs to go. Let them wait here. They ask her where she will go. She is worried about a player who was recently left completely alone, so she wants to find him. One of the players says he will be fine. Alice notes that he is alone. It could be dangerous. That's right, then they'll wait here. Alice walks through the dungeon. She comes to the portal. This guy has already left. Alice is still worried and hopes that he should be safe. The recovery effect is better than Frank thought. By itself, it restores slowly, but together with the healing skill, the effect is good. Frank is lying on the sofa. He was as tired as a dog. His mother returns from work. She notices that he is early today and asks what's wrong with Frank's face. He spent a lot of points. He says it's nothing special. He's just a little tired today. Maybe they have something to chew on. Frank's mother asks what he was doing if he even missed lunch. She will cook something quickly. Frank has a headache. If he starts losing points so quickly, it won't end well. Frank's sister calls. Mother thinks something happened. She says Frank is home. Apparently, something really did happen. The mother asks how many people died. The missing persons must have been identified through identification, checking who entered and who was able to exit. The information should have been updated. So that's why Frank came so early today. He says he didn't even see the monster. As his mother thought, it was a very dangerous job, and he shouldn't risk it for them. Frank says he enjoys doing it and has a good time. In the dungeon, he kills monsters and becomes stronger. The Red Wolf dungeon is temporarily closed. 2 security officers died after failing to resist the monster. Traces were also found showing that the monster had left the dimensional gate, but there was no evidence that it had returned. Perhaps Kevin Stone, the monster tracking specialist, wants to say that this monster is still wandering around here, but they have searched everything thoroughly. Kevin doesn't know what happened here either, so he'll try to follow the trail first. Alice offers to go with him. He is glad that such a reliable person as her accompanies him. Alice says it's her job. Here the monster attacked low-level players who were hunting. Then he headed in that direction. Now this is quite strange. The monster attacked the player, but he did not die, but resisted, and after a fierce fight ran away. They continued to exchange blows and a battle ensued. But the player fighting here was alone. Kevin still feels the remnants of fire magic, and this player's agility seems to be well developed. Perhaps he belongs to the class of magic swordsmen. They find traces of the monster. Here he received an extremely serious injury and lost a lot of blood. It's amazing how it happened that the security personnel were powerless, but the monster was seriously injured by some nameless player. Kevin thought it was a player from the magic swordsman class, but it could just be a mage player with a high dexterity level. He used a very strong magic skill. This is where it all happened. Kevin thinks that it is a magician after all. Here they got into a close fight, and then he killed the monster with some kind of magical skill. No, it was definitely a magical swordsman. Most likely, the monster's residual magic turned into a magic item or mana stone, so they won't be able to find the body. This is just incredible. Any player of the magic swordsman class, with the exception of a few individuals, can be called a universal soldier. Because of this, they cannot stick to any one specialization. And this player fought a monster whose level was significantly higher than the dungeon level, alone. Judging from the tracks, the player who fought here was around level 24. Something doesn't add up here. He's not even a security officer. The 2 who were monitoring the spatial gate were killed instantly. The security personnel working on the border from the land side did not try to catch the monster until the assassination team arrived. This player was clearly not an ordinary player. This could be a person who has not yet renewed their player ID, which needs to be renewed every 2 years. It's still weird. Before renewing your ID, you can at best rise just above level 50, and none of the players who hunted in the dungeon that day received support from the guild. It's really weird. Even if it's true and a high-level player actually managed to defeat this monster, there's simply no reason for him to hunt in a low-level dungeon like this. Alice asks if Kevin can track down the player who fought the creature. He's a monster tracking specialist, but it's worth a try. Immediately after the battle ends, the player's tracks are lost. It might not be that easy to track him down, and the dungeon's landscape isn't conducive to that. But Kevin was able to find traces of this player's battle with the monster. A monster of such size simply cannot help but leave traces. No matter what a monster of that size does, it will leave massive tracks that are easy to track, while a light player leaves virtually no tracks unless he is in combat. There is also no indication that the player used any skill after the battle. If he had used anything, Kevin would have been able to track him by the remaining magical energy. Apparently, Alice asked him for the impossible. Kevin apologizes for not being able to say more. Now it's time to go back. We need to take a closer look at the list of players who entered the dungeon that day. There was definitely a strong player there who killed a level 100 monster and did not renew his ID because 2 years had not passed. If there is such a player, then he must definitely be a member of the Players Association. They cannot give the talented player to other guilds again. The Players Association is controlled by the state. On the other hand, guilds are private organizations. In the first years after the disaster, the influence of the association was great. Its staff included an incredible number of players with equally outstanding skills. However, as time went on, the association's influence weakened considerably. On the other hand, the guild's influence grew stronger. There have been politicians who have taken high positions in the Players Association without proper understanding and knowledge about the players, monsters, and their habitats. Under the guise of patriotism, they began to force players to work for pennies. Guilds, managed by large enterprises, could provide the best conditions for the development of players. They began to promise them decent pay and a high deposit. In order to attract players, the association began reforms in its internal structure. Politicians began to be removed one after another, and ordinary players began to be hired as employees to fill the vacant positions. After these reforms, players in the association began to receive the same pay as players in private guilds, promising support and decent pay. They began to compete for players. After some time, the association managed to clear its good name. Today it has achieved prosperity, but in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to the guilds. This is definitely a newcomer with great potential to match the high-level players. Alice would never let him go. Frank must finish hunting the red-furred wolves. He had already visited all the dungeons located near the house. Well, the dungeons of the red-furred wolves are not only here. I wonder how he can improve the Book of Immortality skill. There is no information about this on the internet either. Maybe he just needs to use it all the time. But this is a passive skill, and Frank won't be able to harm himself. He needs to figure out how to hide the amount of stones he got in the dungeon. He can't trust the association's employees. Now you need to try to avoid their gaze. I wonder what the reason is for checking personal belongings. Maybe to prevent dangerous items like monster eggs or plant seeds from being taken out. They probably only say that's what it's for. But the real reason is to prevent players from evading taxes. Apparently, the Players Association and the large guilds form a kind of cartel, an alliance of large entrepreneurs created to ensure market dominance and extract the highest profits. There must be a way to hide from them. I think Frank has seen this method somewhere around here. Found, this is a subspace, an active skill of rare quality. The player has the opportunity to open a subspace, access to which will only be available to him. It is impossible to place a living creature. The price is 700 million points. It's very expensive, but Frank definitely needs this skill. It acquires a subspace and immediately studies it. Frank stretches out his hand and a portal appears under his palm, an entrance to subspace. It's more spacious here than he thought. It's about the same size as the Koshiwan, a small and simple dwelling with minimal amenities that Frank lived in before. Maybe he should go hunting. Frank comes to the portal. He hopes that he will enter without problems. He is wearing a new robe that covers half of his face. In an outfit like this player's, he would look like an aristocrat. There must be a lot of weirdos among the players, like this player with glasses. An officer checks Frank's ID. He says that he must be Frank Newman. He's hunting red-furred wolves again. Now he has been given the title of killer. He has killed 1,000 wolves single-handedly. This is a rare achievement. Everything went smoothly. At the entrance, an officer checked his fingerprints. Frank was allowed through without any problems. After the hunt, he almost forgot about the dropped loot. He places the main part in subspace, and a few pieces need to be taken with him. There is a newcomer who has caught the attention of the head of the Sioux Guild, Michael Jones. It was very difficult to get information because they are hiding everything so well. The leader of the second team of the Sioux Guild, Stephen Neal, believes that they have an obligation to intercept him first. Deputy Guildmaster Sue, Chester Weiss, wants to know more about this player. He had already been to the dungeon of levels 15 to 20, although it had not even been 2 months since his awakening, and he was there alone. But that's not the most important thing. Looks like Frank Newman has gotten around the 20-level rule. Steven can't say for sure, but the probability is quite high. Chester asks if he's sure Frank hasn't been poached yet. It seems they reached an impasse in negotiations because he asked for too high a fee. Chester asks how much he wants. They say 100 billion won. He's crazy, he's a child, and he's asking for 100 billion. This is the amount for hiring a high-level player who can do everything. If this is true, then it is not even about the amount itself. The real problem lies in the positions of the two sides. Frank Newman is willing to open his status window only after a deposit, but John Smith wants to verify his status first. John is still as stupid and indecisive as ever. People don't change that easily. Because of people like him, Steven has already lost outstanding players like Hannah Neal. He won't make that mistake again. John is just a recruiter, not a dungeon clearing leader or a guild leader. First, you need to pay a deposit and look at the status window. If there are any problems, they will find him in mistakes and confiscate the money. Steven must go to Frank Newman personally. Once he signs, they will immediately pay 100 billion won. If everything goes well with the contract, then when problems arise, they will be able to return all the money in full. If Chester solves this matter, he will be able to become the head of the guild. An employee checks the items received by Frank. There are only 2 loot items in his bag. Everything has been checked. Now he can avoid the attention of the Sioux Guild. A few days later, Frank finally earns the legendary title of Red Wolf Executioner after killing 10,000. He's done for today. He needs to put things in order. He already has it. And this is the Wind of Rebirth, a passive skill book that speeds up the healing of wounds. Frank finally got it. This is a popular book that is used not only by players, but also by ordinary people. This time Frank didn't get anything unusual. Here comes a notification that it was not possible to read the book of the passive skill Wind of Rebirth. Frank had never heard of such a thing. The unique rare rank passive skill Book of Immortality has absorbed the normal rank skill book Wind of Rebirth. Passive skill Book of Immortality has evolved. Nothing has changed, but it clearly states that this is a developing skill. It turns out that the Book of Immortality absorbs skills that promote recovery, but it is unknown how much the skill has grown. To test this, Frank takes out his vampire sword. He runs the blade across his finger. The scratch is healing at the same rate as last time. I wonder how many of them you need to absorb for the skill to improve. This is an expensive book worth 30 million won. A very bad investment. Frank returns to the human world. An unknown number calls him. Frank picks up the phone. They greet him and call him by name. Frank asks who it is. This is Steven Neal, head of the 2nd Recruitment Department of the Sioux Guild. Frank had told them not to contact him unless they were prepared to accept his demands. Apparently he's talking about 100 billion won. They accept his demand. Steven offers to meet in person and sign the contract immediately. Frank asks if this is true. Steven answers in the affirmative. There is no room for lies in a deal with such a large amount of money. Frank says he's hunting right now, so it'll be hard for him to come. Maybe they can send the contract first. Steven agrees to send it right now. Then Frank will contact him after he checks the contract. Almost immediately he receives a message from Steven, who sent him the contract by mail and text message, and wants Frank to be sure to contact him when he reviews the contract. No peace from this guild. Frank goes to see a lawyer, who looks over the contract and says that the offer is very good and very profitable. However, there are a few clauses that say that in case of unforeseen circumstances, some items will be confiscated. Frank doesn't like these points. For example, this part. If a guild member damages the guild's image, the contract may be terminated. In fact, the decision on this part is entirely up to the guild's top management, which is a bit unreasonable. Also, the contract can be terminated if the abilities and character of the guild member do not correspond to its level. The lawyer doesn't know how much the deposit is, but the penalty is quite high. If the contract is broken due to Frank's fault, he will be forced to pay a penalty equal to 10 times the deposit. According to the lawyer, if he adjusts the amount of the penalty to the amount of the deposit and asks to exclude those absurd points, then you can sign. Frank gets a call from John Smith. Now they definitely need to talk. Frank tells the lawyer that he will answer the call and come back. John Smith clarifies that he is calling about a contract. He asks if Frank will agree to the sum of 50 billion. Apparently his demands were too high for them. He asked for a deposit of 100 billion won, not half of that amount. John knows this well, but Frank needs to think more realistically. Even though the Sioux Guild is a top guild, it will still be problematic for them to pay such a sum. The amount that John had difficulty getting permission for from management was a maximum of 50 billion. Frank says he'll think about it. Before that, he would like to look at the contract. John promises to send it right now. Frank returns to the lawyer's office. He asks if he can look at this copy of the contract again. Frank seems to be a truly exceptional player. The lawyer reviews the contract. He asks if it was made by the same guild as the previous one. Frank wonders how he knew. In general, the content of the contracts is the same, but some parts differ. There are fewer strange points here, but overall they are similar, and the fine for violation here is only 5 times the amount, which is somewhat more reasonable. Frank asks the lawyer if he knows why one guild would send different contracts. There must be some internal conflict going on in the guild that wants to hire him, and a very serious one at that, since they sent him the contracts separately. But for Frank it is advantageous. If he acts wisely, he will be able to choose the contract with the most favorable terms. Frank asks if the lawyer can make a new contract based on the first version, but after eliminating all the unfavorable terms, the lawyer answers in the affirmative. Guildmaster Michael Jones and Vice Guildmaster Chester Weiss seem to be in competition with each other. Frank decides to play a little. He calls Stephen Neal. He asks if he has made a decision. Frank thought about it, and it seemed that the deposit was still too small. He asks if Stephen can pay him 200 billion won. He can't give Frank an answer right now, but he thinks it's possible. Maybe then 300 billion at once. In fact, Frank was also contacted by John Smith, the head of the first team. Frank heard that Stephen didn't get along very well with him. He says he will definitely provide Frank with conditions much better than John offered. They really seem to hate each other. Now Frank calls John Smith. He asks if he has read the contract. Frank says he was going to call him to sign the contract, so John suggests they meet right now. It seems there is no need for this anymore. John says he recently sent him a new contract. Let him look at it first, and then they can continue the conversation. John asks to wait a little. He looks over the contract. Next time, he should solve his internal problems and send one contract. Besides, after thinking carefully, Frank decided that 100 billion won was too little. Frank wants 200, although this is also very little. 300 is better. It looks like he's making fun of Stephen now. If he doesn't want to, then there's no need. It is very easy to edit voice files these days. Submission complete. I should probably change my phone. Chester Weiss asks where Frank Neumann has gone. It is not even found in the hunting grounds they manage. Stephen says they were looking for him. He can't even handle that. He must be found at all costs. Since that voice file Frank sent a month ago, the chief and deputy have been fighting constantly, and the guild was indeed divided into 2 camps. Before this, Stephen miraculously obtained the entry record book and found Frank Neumann. No matter how big the Sioux Guild is, they can't look through these records whenever they want, because it's hard to share information with each other in the guild now. It also makes it hard to find. But that's not a problem now. The problem is that Frank Neumann has disappeared into thin air. Chester asks if he could join another guild. Stephen doesn't think so, and he dares to tell him this. Chester tells him to get out. He doesn't want to see him. Because of the damn fabricated file and contract, most people sided with Michael Jones. We need to find Frank quickly. The points he gets from hunting also come in handy, as he earns around 600,000 won per day alone. If you collect bit by bit, you can collect a lot. But there is one problem. The sales window is too small. Every time a product is sold, it needs to be added and registered again. It would be nice if it were possible to add and register everything in huge quantities, like in games. He can't even remove other electronics from the sales window. I wonder if anything will change if Frank raises his personal skill level. He had heard that other merchants could register hundreds or even thousands of items, especially the merchant Rikomos who sold medicine. But Frank needed to accumulate 10 billion points to level up, and he currently had just over half the required points. We need to hunt more. Frank knocks down a green humanoid monster that came up behind him. He uses a magic projectile and blows off the head of another monster, but there are even more of them. A truly difficult opponent. That's why people hardly hunt here. Monsters are attacking. Frank uses a fireball, and after the explosion, eyes are visible in the smoke. Fireball has almost no effect on these monsters. Frank takes out the vampire sword. The monsters are attacking again. He cuts them in half. All it takes is one hit. Looks like someone bought up the batteries. Complaint received. Frank has a bad feeling about this. He will check the complaint first. The buyer complains about the batteries. He writes to sell this product for half price in the future. If in the next 12 hours Frank refuses to sell him the goods at the proposed price, he will regret it. All complaints are the same. They came from a buyer, Crow, who is also a seller. He sells different goods, and he only bought batteries from Frank. He would have understood if he had bought fast-discharging and unpopular goods, such as a Tamagotchi, a Polaroid, or an electric razor. But he only bought batteries, which Frank loaded each time, and wrote a complaint. And now he says to sell for half price, and even sets a time frame. It's not clear why Frank would do this. The product registration for sale is complete, and almost immediately a notification arrives that the product has been sold. And again, a complaint comes from Crow. Looks like he wants Frank blocked. There's something I need to try. Crow has a whole bunch of batteries he bought from Frank. I wonder how long he can stand it. He is wrong to think that he can defeat Crow. For newbies, the skill of buying and selling was something of a blessing. Thanks to this skill, Crow quickly became stronger and eventually became the absolute ruler of the planet he lives on. But even if someone has a special skill, not everyone will be able to reach his position. No matter how many points I collected, they were never enough. They were spent easily and quickly, but saving them was difficult. As a rule, beginners spend the points collected during hunting on medicines and skills in order to become stronger. But sometimes you come across funny creatures. They earn points by selling special goods that are only available on their planet. No matter how inveterate a monopolist you are, you will have no choice but to bend your knees before the overwhelming capital. Crow buys up all the good products posted by newbies, then immediately files a complaint against them. And he continues this until the seller receives a decision to suspend operations for 3 months, after which everything becomes much easier. After 3 months, Crow will repeat it all over again. No matter how persistent Frank is, he will eventually give in, and he will have no choice but to sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. Of course, Crow himself will become a monopolist. If Frank decides to rebel, he will file a complaint again. The goods are out of stock. Everything is sold out. I need to stock up on more. Frank buys a whole cart. It seems like Crow is trying to scare him into stopping his activities. He's already sold a lot of things during this time, so Crow will have a hard time. Then we can start the second round. Since there are no other complaints, it seems other players have started buying as well. Crow will buy it even if Frank asks twice as much. But at this rate, Crow will eat him alive, since he will make a profit anyway. This time he will increase the price 3 times. Frank has accumulated over 10 billion points and reached a rare rank. Now he can buy heroic quality items. The list of items he can purchase has been expanded, and the sales window has been increased to 100 items. At first he didn't like it all, but now he's really grateful for this battle. It is dangerous to raise the price even more, and all because the number of complaints has almost equaled the initial number of sales. Perhaps it is worth gradually starting to adjust the quantity by changing the name of the product. I wonder if Crow can buy this. It now has a lot more batteries. He thinks that Frank will definitely give up now. He needs to take a little rest and recover. It will take a long time for the deficit to become a surplus. In the end, when the price quadrupled, it really got annoying. But if we continue like this, it will become difficult. Crow can withstand a price increase of 4 times. This guy is also already at the limit. Here, Crow discovers that Frank has put a high-capacity battery up for sale. It turns out that he has a similar technique. He registered more than 70 batteries. If Crow buys them all, it will come out to about 2 billion points. But after the purchase, Frank can download more. Perhaps it is not worth spending such a number of points if Crow were confident in success. He could have invested not 2 billion, but 100 times more. There's one problem. He doesn't know how far Frank will go. It's better to end here. Since there were no more complaints, it seems Crow gave in. It looks like the high-capacity battery was purchased by someone who had already purchased something from Frank. Crow has put more than 20 batteries up for sale, but it's unlikely anyone will buy them now. Because of this guy, Frank had to put the trump card up for sale earlier than he planned. Since regular goods are becoming more and more popular, it would be a good idea to stock up some more. The demoness discovers a home gaming machine and a compatible cartridge in the product list. It is not known how good it is, but you can try to buy it. I wonder how much the new skill level differs from the original. To increase the level to heroic, you need to collect 1 trillion points. For some reason, the difficulty level has jumped up a lot. Frank's path is long and difficult. He can only purchase the elixir after he raises the skill level to heroic. Maybe there is something else besides the fact that now you can add up to 100 positions. Reviews of his products are found. There are many reviews from a buyer named Bartok. The reviews about the electric razor and the large capacity battery are quite harsh. Although there are products that can be used continuously if a magic stone is used as an electric drive, the cost of such a thing even on Earth turned out to be exorbitant. Frank can't sell it. And the reaction to the slot machine is not so bad. Now you can just take a look at the new products. There is a red dragon egg with a built-in seal of submission for 300 billion. The dragon hatches immediately after purchase and obeys the first person it sees. Bartok left a review here too. He writes that this dragon is extremely difficult to raise. In addition, if you relax too much, it can attack the owner, so you need to pay special attention to it. If you put in enough effort, then the pet will serve you well when it grows up. Bartok is told that 300 billion points is too expensive. He says that there is no place for beggars here. It seems that for these players, pets are more of a luxury item than a practical use. It's scary to imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir is. Then Frank gets a call from his mother. She asks if he knows Stephen Neal from the Sioux Guild. Frank says he's not sure. He is the leader of the second recruitment team of the Sioux Guild. This man came to their house. He is now at the entrance. His mother asks if she should let him in. Frank will call him now. He asks him not to open the door for anything. The mother believes that Stephen came with good intentions. Frank says he'll explain everything to her later. The mother asks not to overexert herself because of them, and not to do anything to her own detriment. Frank assures that he will solve everything. He calls Stephen and asks why he came to his mother's house. Frank seemed very excited, but Stephen came with only good intentions. He is aware of Frank's father's condition. It must be hard for him to cope with everything alone, so Stephen just wanted to tell his mother the whole truth. He wants to sign a contract not with Frank's mother, but with Frank himself. This is, of course, true, but it is better to make such a serious decision after first consulting with your family. Frank says it's none of his business, and he is very stern. They offered him the desired amount. It is not clear why he is stubborn. It's surprising that Stephen is asking this after sending such a contract. Frank consulted a lawyer, and it wasn't just some minor inconsistencies. Stephen says it's just insurance against unforeseen situations. If Frank is really the talented player they want, then there won't be any problems. And if he is not who Stephen thinks he is, then his status window will be opened in vain. Stephen suggests thinking carefully. They are Sioux's guild after all. If there hadn't been an open status window clause in the contract, Frank would have signed it. But it seems like the Sioux Guild will never be able to accept this. If this is all Stephen wanted, Frank will disconnect, immediately after which he will change his phone number. So Stephen will no longer be able to reach him. And if he bothers his mother again, he won't get away with it. A self-confident little boy. They have determined Frank's location. It is the territory of the Osen Guild. Stephen says to contact the Wuhyun Guild and tell them they're starting. They won't kill Frank, but if they scare him enough, he'll come running to them. He needs to buy as much as the sales window currently allows him to. Frank leaves the store with 2 bags. This should be enough. Now it's time to hunt. Frank attacks the green humanoid monsters. He cuts off the heads of 2 at once with his vampire sword. He then uses fireball. Frank finished earlier than he thought. He single-handedly killed 10,000 toad-like creatures, and was given the legendary title of Toad-like Executioner. Today he will still have time to go to the Goblin Dungeon. He walks past a group of players. One of them tells us to follow Frank quietly. He comes to the Goblin Dungeon. This is the first time that a hunting site has been found in such a large forest. Then maybe he should go there secretly. Frank activates the hide skill, so he passes by the security. Here he will no longer be detected. Now we can begin. Frank hits 2 goblins at once with a magic projectile. He then uses fireball. However, the goblins attack again. It turns out they are smart. Frank uses fireball again. Now it's the turn of the magic projectile. The goblins throw darts at Frank that just bounce off him. That cloak is really strong. Frank again cuts off the heads of 2 goblins at once. It's time to finish. Frank stops a goblin from attacking him. He cuts off the head of the last of them. Now he's definitely finished. Then Frank hears footsteps. He thinks there's someone else left. But it's the player who asks what fool has caused the mess on their territory. These are the same players who followed him. Frank asks why they say it's their territory if he pays the same entrance fee as them. They hunt here every day, so of course it's their territory. And since he hunted here, he'll leave all the stones to them. And as an apology for the killed monsters, he will leave all his equipment. Frank had, of course, read about such cases on the internet, but he never thought that he would find himself in such a situation. He says they made a big mistake. It seems he doesn't understand the good way. Of course, modern weapons like guns and bombs are used in the dungeons, but electronics don't work here. Therefore, if there were any disagreements between players in such places, it was usually necessary to rely on the testimony of other players. Players dying in dungeons is a common occurrence, and such incidents are generally considered accidents that occurred due to the player's carelessness while fighting monsters. And of course, there are those who take advantage of this. These are criminals who steal items and equipment from other players. And in the worst case, they can even kill. And these players continue to get into trouble, even after seeing all this carnage. Frank doesn't seem to understand them, so they'll show him. The players rush to attack. Frank dodges the spear. Then they attack him with swords. Frank takes out the vampire sword. One of the players flies away with a broken sword. Frank attacks another one. Another pair of broken swords fly into the air. Another player attacks Frank, but he breaks his sword with a vampire sword. With it, he attacks another one. The blade of the sword approaches the very face of this player. Frank throws a punch, but not too hard. He grabs the player by the head and slams him hard into the ground. The attack continues. Frank turns on subspace. He takes out a shield from it. And these players are doing quite well. It would be easier if they were ordered to kill him. But now they will have to limit themselves to just one leg. Frank initially thinks that the player who appears is a member of the security department, but it immediately becomes clear that it is someone else. The attacking players call him the boss, so it was Frank who put down his subordinates. They started it first. Frank uses his shield to shield himself from the sword. It's strange how such a newbie, who didn't even have a profession, was able to repel his attack. He's not good enough for this dungeon. The player intended to do everything carefully, but it seems that one leg won't do the job. He attacks again. Frank covers himself with his shield again. He is different from the hooligans the player recently fought. This player is superior to Frank in everything, including fencing skills, and his bloodsucker sword has good characteristics. The other players are now sitting on the ground. It's not clear how it all came to this. First, Frank will get out of here. He takes out a fire spear and throws it straight at the long-haired player. Frank runs away. The player now has short hair. It wasn't a fatal blow. Frank was just holding back for nothing. The player attacks again. He strikes with his sword but misses. Frank holds a fire spear at the ready. The player prepares to attack again. Frank points the spear at the ground. It causes an explosion. The player swings his sword again. And again it hits the shield. He swings again. Frank dodges. It looks like this player is not here to kill him. Frank throws the fire spear again. This time everything around is filled with smoke. Before the smoke clears, Frank looks for something to buy. Survival instinct, passive skill book. In all life-threatening situations, all stats will be increased by 50% for 60 seconds, just under 20 billion. But he needs it. Frank receives the book. Skill learned. The player says that there is no point in escaping, you just need to surrender. Although it looks like he has already surrendered. In 60 seconds, Frank must completely disarm him. The player prepares to attack. Suddenly a woman appears between them. Frank is confused as to who it is. A woman breaks a player's sword with one look. Then she swings the axe. The player is now lying on the ground. Frank is confused about what just happened. The woman greets him. She apologizes for being a little rude the last time they met. It seems Frank has met her somewhere before. This is the girl who gave him the elixir of rare quality. He thanks her for her help. On the contrary, it is Alice who should apologize. She has been watching them from the very beginning. She regrets that she didn't intervene earlier. These guys are repeat offenders. Frank believes she didn't interfere in order to gather more evidence about their crimes. Alice just wanted to test how good Frank's abilities were. She introduces herself formally as Alice Lair, Chief Inspector of the Players Association. And she came here because of Frank. First, they should get outside and talk there. But first, they need to take care of these guys. Frank asks if they have committed such crimes before, since they are repeat offenders. There is no evidence, but in most places where players disappeared, they were the suspects. They have not yet determined whether these were disappearances or murders. They didn't seem to have any intention of killing him. Alice thinks so too. Then it's not clear what all this is about. Now they need to find out. Alice knows that the downed player is conscious and tells him to get up. She didn't want to resort to extreme methods. Alice hits him with an axe. If he had stood up in a nice way, then she wouldn't have hit him. Alice asks why he attacked Frank. He was only trying to protect the guild members who were being unfairly attacked. It is unacceptable for the association's management to attack innocent players like this, and even attack those who were unconscious. He will tell the press about this incident, and he will also report it to the police. I wonder how he knew Alice was the association's representative if he was lying there unconscious. Apparently he is a fool and does not understand his situation. This is a dungeon. If Alice kills him here, there will be no evidence left. He doesn't think that Frank, whom he attacked, will report it to the police if Alice kills him. If he doesn't want this dungeon to become a grave for him and his comrades, he'd better tell the truth. He can stay alive as long as he is useful as a witness. The player says that a representative of the association cannot kill a respectable player. It seems like this guy still hasn't come to his senses. Alice asks Frank to leave them alone for a moment. That's what he will do. We need to make sure that none of the unconscious people escape. If even one of them goes missing, problems will be inevitable. Frank leaves. The player asks for mercy and says that he was wrong. Frank wonders what the purpose of those who attacked him was. They couldn't find out about his skill. Maybe it was because of Sue's guild and the three-headed monster. Maybe this was all the work of Sue's guild. Alice might ask how he dealt with that monster. He must become stronger. Sue's guild will definitely not back down. Frank thought that if he became a player, he could solve all his problems. Alice heard that this guy received an order from the Sue Guild. He was assigned to put pressure on Frank Neumann. It seems they were trying to lure him away by pretending it was none of their business. Luckily, this time they were able to gather evidence and find out their personal information. So now they can strike at Sue's guild. First, we need to get out of here. The player is taken away by the police. Alice asks Frank if he has a minute. He asks why Alice was looking for him. She says it's because of the three-headed monster situation. Frank asks how she knew he was in the goblin dungeon. They looked at the records. They know who entered there and when. They have the right to request any information about the players if necessary. Frank understands the whole essence of the situation with the three-headed monster, since he defeated it. It was an unofficial investigation, so Alice planned to secretly enter the dungeon and assess his abilities. But then the same situation happened. She once again asks for forgiveness for not intervening immediately. So she wanted to evaluate his abilities. Alice was convinced of them when she saw the skills Frank used at the end of the battle. That's why he killed the three-headed monster. Frank asks if it's a crime that he killed that monster. Alice replies no. They were looking for him in order to reward him for his work. Good pay is due for the massacre of the three-headed monster. They also have one suggestion for him. Apparently, they want to accept Frank into their ranks, but he has no desire to join any organization. Alice knew Frank would answer like this. She asks to hear their conditions first. They offer him the same deposit as the Sioux Guild, which is 100 billion won. And if he becomes a member of the association, he will be able to receive many other benefits, from tax waivers to free equipment rentals. Frank thinks that of course he should show his status window, but this is not necessary. He only has to pass the test. All he needs to do is answer honestly the questions of the person she points to. This skill has nothing to do with combat, and is usually used by police officers or investigators. It is called a truth contract. If the person being interrogated is telling the truth, then nothing will change. However, if he lies, his body will begin to emit red light. Frank asks why they want to hire him if they are willing to go that far. Under these conditions, they can hire a high-level player. There are different types of high levels. Even these conditions are not good enough to lure worthy players to the association's side. Those who have both a high level and outstanding skills usually have something to do with it. It might be because of the 20-level rule. Alice can't deny it. Frank doesn't know how to get around this rule, so he asks if Alice still wants to hire him. She answers in the affirmative. He showed outstanding results in just 3 months. This is enough to invest 100 billion in him. If Sue's guild and the Players Association found out, then probably other big guilds did too. Frank accepts their offer. Another employee of the association enters. She activates the truth contract. Alice asks if Frank agrees. He answers in the affirmative. When the skill is activated, a confirmation message will appear in front of his eyes. He just needs to click yes. For some reason, Frank doesn't like this. Skill activated. The employee who activated it leaves. Now he can sit back and answer questions. Alice asks if he really woke up 3 months ago. Frank answers in the affirmative. Alice then asks him if he knows how to get around the 20-level rule. He replies in the negative. Alice knows he is at least level 140, so she asks why he is hunting in low-level dungeons. Maybe he has a personal skill. Alice says this question needs to be answered. Alice asks if the reason he only hunts low-level monsters is related to his personal skill. Frank answers in the affirmative. Next, Alice asks if he can use his skill on other players. He answers in the negative. Alice asks if he can bypass the 20-level rule using his skill. Frank answers in the affirmative. They are finished. Frank asks if he'll have to go through this again. There was no need for that. Alice understood everything, and he was being completely honest. To some extent, she expected it, but he really did have a personal skill. Frank believes that Alice might have a personal skill as well. She can't say which one, but Frank is right, she has one too. So he's not the only one. Personal skill is unique and unrepeatable for each player, and all the players who have it occupy high positions. So Alice Lair was just one of them. He knew, of course, that the association's leadership was all high-level players. For ordinary people, information about players is very limited. They don't know much even about high-level players, especially about players with personal skill. All information is protected by the national security law. Frank asks if it's okay that Alice is telling him this now, and she says it's because he has a personal skill too. Although in fact he is right. She also cannot divulge information about her having such a skill. However, there will be no problems with this, because they will be part of the same organization. Frank didn't say he would join the association. From the moment Alice told him about the personal skill, he has no choice. There is no need to make such a face, because he will become a member of a state organization, not an association. Alice shows him the contract. There are few clauses with obligations, and the salary in emergency situations is solid. Even benefits are paid during military operations, and rights to stones and other items are also guaranteed. If this is true, then they are giving him everything practically for free. But there is one small but. This is a lifelong contract, which means that it can be called slavery. Frank asks if the association's players sign up to such terms. Alice says, of course they sign up, otherwise the association would have gone bankrupt long ago. They only provide such conditions because Frank has personal skill. Even if he hunts low-level monsters, his level still increases, and the monsters drop stones, meaning he can level up without any restrictions. This is a chance to hire a player whose level will be the highest in the world. They would be fools to spare money on this. It's not clear who they even take him for, but this mistake plays into his hands, since there is some truth in it. Frank asks if the contract term can be shortened a little. Alice in turn asks if he knows how many people in the world have a personal skill. According to the government, about 80 people. Before Frank came along, Alice was the only one in all of Korea. It turns out that special skill is very rare. Alice understands that he's not happy with the length of the contract, but they cannot allow a player with a special skill to be recruited by another guild, or even country. So they improved the terms of the contract as much as possible, and changed the term to lifelong. If Frank wants anything else, let him just say so, because they are ready to give him a lot. He would like to change the contract term from lifetime to 1 year. Alice says he knows it's impossible. Then let them reduce the amount of the deposit by 40 times. 10 billion is enough for him. Even if so, the answer is the same. Then maybe they will sign a contract for up to 2 years. They'll increase the deposit, so let Frank agree to a lifetime contract. Frank only agrees to 2 years and a deposit of 20 billion. If during these 2 years they do not have any problems, the contract with the association will be his priority. If Alice refused this too, he would not sign the contract at all. Alice asks if Frank is planning to emigrate to another country. He just doesn't know much about association and doesn't like to obey anyone. Alice says he saw the terms and conditions. There are more benefits than responsibilities. It's hard for Frank to even imagine a multi-billion-dollar deposit right now. But he can't neglect his future and let this money shackle him. All he needs now is a nest that can hide and protect him, of course. If he likes it, he can stay there. But he can't sign a lifelong contract without knowing what it promises him. Frank will definitely re-sign with the association on the same terms, but it might still be worth thinking about a 2-year contract as a training period. Looks like I'll have to change this contract to an internship. But Alice can't make such a decision alone. She needs to report it to management first. A few minutes later, she reports that she has passed on Frank's proposal to her superiors. They have a counter condition. When he receives offers from guilds or foreign associations, he must make sure to tell the Korean Players Association about them. Also, if they offer him similar conditions, he will have to renew his contract with the association. Now Frank agrees. He signs the contract. Alice looks forward to a fruitful collaboration. Frank says only during this time, since he signed the contract, it means that first it is worth changing his items. Alice believes that all of his equipment is currently rented. Frank says his robe and sword are of rare quality. Then they will change everything except these 2 items. The next morning they come to the equipment rental shop. There is a lot of stuff there. Frank asks if the association representatives can rent anything they want. Not really. A player can only rent equipment that matches their rank. But Frank, of course, is an exception. Magic velour vest of rare quality, lighter and stronger than it looks, adds agility. It's not quite what he expected, so he needs to choose carefully. Alice can tell him all about the association while the equipment is being adjusted to his size. They should talk about where he was assigned. He was assigned to the investigation department as planned. Simply put, his job will be to resolve incidents in the dungeon or conflicts between players. It's mostly troubleshooting, but they also have to help the support team as they are understaffed. Frank asks if he can handle such duties. He won't have any trouble figuring out low-level dungeons, but in higher-level dungeons it will be quite difficult for him to sort out the situation. Don't worry, they will definitely take his current level into account. By the way, since Alice is his boss, he needs to immediately report to her if any difficulties arise at work. In that case, Frank would like to discuss one problem that arose before the contract was signed. Information about the amount of stones he earned and sold somehow fell into the hands of the Sioux Guild, and they also knew about all the dungeons Frank had visited. Alice will try to find out more about this incident, and then she will be able to put the squeeze on Sue's guild. After all, this is not the first time that things like this have happened. She is ready to deal with the guild right now, but her strength is not enough yet. The association will also provide Frank with a place to live. He says he leads a nomadic lifestyle, so he doesn't need it. This is a bit difficult as they need manpower due to emergency unscheduled work. In this case, Alice asks Frank to inform her of his movements every time. Then she can provide him with work depending on the location. They also provide him with a card for personal expenses, which he can use to pay for housing. Frank realizes that this is hardly the way to do it. Of course you can't. And if other members of the association find out about it, there will probably be a fuss about them having a special relationship with someone. So you have to keep it a secret. Officially, this will be recorded as compensation for frequent job changes. It's the least they can do to get Frank to sign with them again in 2 years. The magic jacket fits like a glove. Let him also take this ID card. It proves that Frank is a member of the Players Association. Now he has the authority of a member of the supervision team, and there should not be any troubles like in the past. Now he can go, and let him check the notifications from time to time, since sometimes everyone can be urgently called together. There are practically no emergency calls, but if they do occur, you need to respond immediately. Frank asks when he can get the deposit. They've already transferred it. The contract only comes into effect when the deposit is paid. It seems Frank is in dire need of funds. He says he was going to buy a couple of skill books. It's a good idea. The association has its own store with such books, so they can go together. She will show him. The main thing is to become stronger. He will invest all 20 billion in the skill book. There are not as many of them as he thought. Skill books are not updated very often. Besides, demand exceeds supply, so if a good book appears, it is immediately bought. And their assortment, unfortunately, is smaller than that of the official auction house. Down with taxes. It seems that buying so many books is not very efficient. Even if so, they will still find a use someday. This completes Alice's work. The car is insured, so let Frank enjoy it. No matter how much the president of the Players Association thinks, 2 years is a rather short period of time. He must be upset that they weren't able to sign him to a lifetime contract. Of course he's upset they had to do it. Alice believes the president was more concerned with money. Not at all. And in her case, they also honestly improved the conditions. She is wrong to think that since it is a lifelong contract, they will force her to work for low wages. But that's how it was originally. If she hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have given her better terms. And she should have changed the contract term from the start, just like Frank. There was no need to compare him to yourself. Alice's situation was new to them. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have known about the existence of a special skill. So they should have treated her better. But that's what they did, and they made a lot of concessions with the contract for Frank, just like she wanted. If she hadn't intervened, they would have only offered him a lifetime contract with a deposit of 100 billion won. Alice says if they hadn't done that, information about him would have leaked out, and overseas associations or guilds would have taken him away. The president decides that Alice is threatening him by passing information to other associations. She only said that there was a high probability of this, but the president has known her for a long time. If he knows her so well, he should understand what she is thinking. There's no need to pretend he doesn't understand. He should change her 2-year contract too. The president says it is impossible. If Alice hadn't objected, no matter what the cost, they would have signed a lifetime contract with Frank. What a bastard. He does this not for himself, but for the good of the country. Nothing bad would have happened if he had signed a lifetime contract with them. It would have been better if he had not signed it at all. If the president doesn't like it, let him cancel her contract. He does not agree. Alice leaves. The president asks where she is going. Alice says to work. Frank transfers 1 billion won to his mother, enough to pay his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years, and also enough to live on. To avoid suspicion, he only bought 1 skill book related to restoration. He needs to improve his immortality skill. He'll see how many books he needs to improve it. Frank finds an auction item, Restoring Nature, which is a passive skill book that speeds up the healing of wounds. He must buy it, as it is a book of rare rank, just like immortality. Even if he can't study it, it would be nice to have such a book in reserve. According to Alice's advice, passive skill books are always up to date, so everyone buys them, while active skills are most often ignored and not used. You need to buy everything that is of rare rank and higher. And he spent a decent amount of money. Maybe it's worth spending the extra points. Frank sold so much stuff. The game console and laptop were popular. The cosmetics and perfume were also sold out, and the watches sold out unexpectedly quickly. But still, nothing can surpass this thing. A high-capacity battery. Frank comes to a used electronics store. He asks what about his order. Batteries. The employee says they have already charged and configured everything. Frank will have one more request. They will of course be able to prepare the same volume of goods with a full charge. He can rely on them. They gave Frank a discount because he always pays with points, so if he needs anything, he just needs to say so. Frank decides to spend it all. There are about 3 billion left. A weak increase in various statuses costs 5 million and a small one 10. To improve all indicators to 200, you need about 5 billion points. Increasing the indicators affects all skills, so it is profitable to invest in pumping up the statuses. He will spend the remaining 5 billion points on books. The description of the Book of Immortality no longer says that wound healing is slow. Frank decides to check it out. He runs the blade of the sword across his finger. The cut heals immediately, leaving no trace. Then Frank gets a call from Alice. He asks what's the matter. They have evidence of the information they received earlier, so they reported the leadership of the Sioux Guild to the police, and today they will arrest everyone. Great. Otherwise it would be a pain to deal with them, Alice says. Although the Sioux Guild is in close relations with the prosecutors, they won't get away this time. On the contrary, they say that this time the investigation was stricter. Frank believes that this is due to the conflict of factions. That's right. The head of the Sioux Guild, Michael Jones, not only did not hinder the investigation, but also provided all the internal documentation, as if he wanted them to be caught faster. Frank asks what happened to Chester Weiss. The order for his arrest has not yet been received, but he won't be able to flutter for long. When the player attacked by Alice was arrested, all the murders and attacks that had been committed became known because the customers were close to Chester. Alice asks if Frank can turn on the TV now. He turns it on. Chester Weiss, the Vice Guild leader, has been expelled from Guild X and is currently being sought by the police and the association. Strange semi-censorship. The name was published, but the name of the guild was not. He won't be able to avoid arrest. Now everyone, even those who were kind to Chester, turned away from him. Frank thanks Alice for sorting it out. Alice apologizes for not doing it sooner. Later, he will treat Alice to a meal as a token of gratitude. If this is not empty chatter, then she will wait for his call. Frank needs to find the book. This is the last one. He spent all the deposit and studied all the available skill books. He ate so much that he simply had to develop at least something. Now the passive skill book of immortality of unique rare quality has been upgraded to unique heroic quality. He finally got it pumped up. Frank will not die unless both his head and heart are damaged at the same time. If he does not die instantly, all wounds will heal, and skill development is also possible. However, he poured so much into this book to achieve heroic rank that he probably won't even mention legendary. Now it's time to sleep. Tomorrow is his first day at work. The next day, Frank meets other members of the association. One of them asked many times to send them a newbie, and finally they actually did so. The players get acquainted. He is Stanley Kane. He suggests that Frank wait here. If he's assigned to a dungeon below level 100, let him go with Sandy Lee. She turns 25 this year, and like Frank, she is somewhere around level 100. Frank hopes they can work together. Sandy says, of course. Stanley points out that she should introduce herself properly, and for some reason she has switched to informal speech from the very beginning. Frank looks younger than Sandy, so it's okay if they interact like that. It's normal because he's younger than her. If he is upset, then she asks for forgiveness. It seems like she doesn't like Frank. Stanley says she has no manners. Everything is fine, but Frank is definitely not fit to be a younger brother. Sandy probably didn't know, but he was definitely older, since he was turning 28 this year. Stanley says Frank has a baby face, which he hears a lot. Sandy asks for forgiveness. As soon as a request comes in, she can immediately go to the place. Stanley wanted to assign someone else to Frank, but the others hadn't reached level 100 yet. If he is sent to a dungeon of level 100 or lower, since his total stats are above level 200, then even if he acts alone, there will be no problems. Stanley shows Frank his room. If he doesn't plan to put on gear, he might read a book or take a nap. Frank wakes up. He slept for a long time, about 4 hours. Even if that's the case, the pay is still good. Maybe he should just take night shifts and get enough sleep here. Sandy arrives and reports the call. Frank is ready to go out. He asks what happened. A signal has been received that a monster has appeared that exceeds the dungeon level. Frank asks if it's okay that it's just the two of them on the call. Sandy says there's no need to send more people. They can handle it on their own. A werewolf of levels 70 to 80 has appeared in the dungeon of the Horned Turtle of level 60. There are no victims yet and none are expected. This is probably because the difference is only 10 levels. Most often, calls come precisely for incidents in dungeons above level 50. It's probably because there are no security personnel there. Players who reach level 50 and get their first profession usually go to work as security officers in low-level locations themselves. And then, starting from level 50, there are no security officers in the dungeons. The problems start with players who are used to being under constant supervision. When various situations arise and there are no security personnel around, their survival skills deteriorate dramatically, and this becomes a huge problem. Sandy seems to find this amusing. Of course, because this challenge will give her a salary increase. In any case, the more challenges, the better the salary. They arrive at the scene. Frank believes that finding the werewolf will not be easy. Sandy tells him not to be surprised at what's about to happen. She grows the spotted skin of a predatory cat. Sandy now has the paws, claws, ears, and nose of a predator. Frank asks if she is a cat. Sandy is offended. She is not a cat, but a leopard from the feline family. If Frank hesitates, she will leave him behind, so let him keep up. Sandy is making very good progress. She uses 4 paws after all. They soon find a werewolf. Frank is surprised at how big he is, Sandy says, like a hunting dog. But his sense of smell is much better than a dog's. Sandy climbs a tree and the werewolf howls. Sandy pounces on him. Frank is impressed by her attack. Now the monster is killed. Frank notes that the gear is very flexible. Sandy says it couldn't be any other way, although it is expensive. Now we can go back. Suddenly, Sandy senses something. This werewolf is not alone here. It seems that before his death, he managed to call his flock. And indeed, a pack of werewolves appears and heads towards them. Werewolves look huge and very strong. They have red eyes. The other players run away from them. Frank asks if this happens often. Sandy says it doesn't happen often, but it does. However, when this happens, the name and level of that dungeon changes. First, we need to deal with these monsters and prepare a report. Sandy is about to go first. Frank turns on subspace. He takes out a vampire sword from it, one of the most reliable weapons. The werewolves roar, preparing to attack. Sandy cuts off the head of one of them with his giant paw. Frank attacks the werewolves with a bloodsucker sword. Suddenly, a piercing howl is heard, not like the roar emitted by a pack. It seems that this is the king of the werewolves. He is stronger than all of them, and with this howl, he calls other werewolves who serve him. Sandy says she'll take care of it. This is a monster of about level 100 or 101, so hopefully Sandy isn't being too reckless and there won't be any problems. The werewolves continue to attack. Frank deals with them using a bloodsucker sword. It seems like it will all be over soon. Indeed, the werewolves are being defeated one after another. Frank stands among the corpses, but it looks like his colleague is still not finished. All this time she has been fighting the werewolf king, and continues to fight. This is truly a battle of leaders, the strongest of the werewolves and the snow leopard. But it seems that Sandy has a hard time. The werewolf has hurt her, and more than once. It might be worth helping her, but the werewolves are still closing in on Frank too. One of them looks absolutely gigantic and makes a terrifying roar. Frank wonders what kind of magic this is. These monsters are huge, but not that big. Another werewolf is ready to attack him. While Frank is fighting this pack, the werewolf that Sandy took on is winning and is about to kill her. He grabs Sandy by the throat with his teeth and is ready to bite him. Frank launches a fire projectile at the advancing monsters. The werewolf king still has Sandy in his teeth. She no longer looks like a predatory cat, and blood is coming from her mouth. Frank attacks the werewolf king with a vampire sword. He lets go of Sandy and Frank picks her up. He asks if she is okay, but Sandy cannot answer. Frank uses the healing skill. It's not entirely clear if it works, but it does seem to help heal the wounds. The werewolf king wants to attack Frank from behind. However, he cuts off his claws with his sword. And this monster is smart. He first dealt with Sandy, and now he's taken on Frank. Perhaps he sent his servants ahead to stall for time. Now the werewolf king attacks Frank. He dodges the blows of the vampire's sword. The werewolf continues to attack. Then Frank kicks him. The werewolf flies away a considerable distance. He howls again. This summons other werewolves, who immediately appear and surround Frank. At first glance, things are bad. But in fact, this situation is, on the contrary, for the better. He will act step by step. Casts a magic projectile, ice projectile, fireball, and fire spear. Frank uses all of these weapons at once, hitting the werewolves with multiple beams of different colors. He won't even need potions. Frank now uses the vampire sword. The werewolf king dodges the beams. He has good reflexes, just like Frank thought. This werewolf is not like the others. Frank will see if he can dodge the rare rank skill. A wall of ice appears in front of the werewolf king. He realizes that it is too late to do anything. Now Frank is ready to hit the monster with all his weapons. He understands that the end has come for him. The ice wall explodes. The werewolf king has been defeated. Now Frank will look at what items he dropped. The heart of the werewolf king, a rare quality item, allows you to transform into the werewolf king for 60 minutes. During the transformation, strength, agility, and endurance will increase by 30%. After the time has elapsed, the indicators will decrease by 10%. The item must be eaten. This means that the appearance will change, and compared to the increase in indicators, the fee for use is much more serious. First, we need to go back. Frank sits next to Sandy, who is now lying in bed. Stanley asks if she's okay. All external injuries have healed, but to be sure, it is better to take her to the hospital. If it weren't for Frank, something bad would have happened. He is also on the team, so helping his comrades is the order of the day. Frank will come back when he's sorted everything out. After a while, Sandy thanks him for saving her. Of course he had to help. That goes without saying. Frank notices that the others are wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Stanley says that after they dealt with yesterday's incident, he went hunting and then came here. Frank got some rest and earned some money, a great option. Initially, Stanley thought that Frank lived in a luxurious house and had a lot of money. It was rare to see so many things of rare rank on one person. Frank says he was a laborer before he woke up. Stanley believes that his situation is dire. Frank's father fell ill and was hospitalized. His family worked hard to pay the hospital bills. Stanley says they were actually instructed to take good care of Frank, which is why he thought he was from a rich family. They seem to think he was born with a silver spoon. Apparently it was Alice Lair who did this, but Stanley didn't even know that Frank knew Alice. He says she hired him. It seems he really has outstanding abilities, since Alice personally hired him. I should sort out my things before going to bed. Frank is called out by Sandy. She says she's really sorry. There was a misunderstanding, and she behaved rudely towards him. Sandy developed prejudices because of a man she met one day while on a call. Frank asks what happened. Due to the reckless behavior of the high-ranking official's son at the scene, the team members were seriously injured. And he, being the culprit of the incident, did not even receive any punishment, but the team members got it in the neck, after which Sandy always tried to be the first to respond to calls. Frank says everything is fine. He doesn't pay attention to such things. Sandy seems to be quite kind. Frank is interested in something, but if she finds it difficult to answer, let her say so. Sandy says she will answer. She asks what he is interested in. It seems that Sandy is very naive. Frank is becoming more and more convinced of this. He says it will be a bit problematic since it concerns Sandy's skills. She knew he would ask this because she had been asked this many times before. Sandy's skill is therianthropy, the ability to transform into an animal. This is an active skill. When used, she turns into a snow leopard, and her strength, agility, and endurance indicators are significantly increased. She has a high attack and defense level, so she is a good tank and damage dealer. But she also has some disadvantages, such as low magic and willpower. Sandy's weak will makes her vulnerable to magical attacks. There's hardly any reason for her to tell Frank all this. A week passes, there are no more incidents, and the initiation ceremony goes off without a hitch. Although popularity has declined, batteries and electronic products are still selling without problems. Frank will soon be able to buy another heroic rank skill. It's boring. He needs to go hunting, and at the same time he'll save up some points. At the entrance to the dungeon, an employee asks Frank to show his player ID. It turns out he works in the association's supervision department. The employee wishes him a good hunt. In the dungeon, Frank encounters horned monsters with white fur. He uses Firestorm. It's good that Frank acquired this skill. Its synergy with the shield is amazing. In a mid-level dungeon, it's not as noticeable, but at low levels, it's likely considered cheating. Suddenly, someone breaks Frank's shield. The blade cuts through his shoulder. Good reaction. Frank asks the player who hit him who he is. It's strange that Frank doesn't recognize him, but that happens. So, he is interested in who he is, of course. It is worth knowing at whose hands you will die. He is Chester Weiss, and until recently he was the deputy head of the Sioux Guild. He's thinking about taking his anger out on Frank. Of all the people who did all this to him, he is the only one Chester can take revenge on. He's unlikely to get off easy if he does that, but Chester says there's no use shouting. He had set up a barrier in advance to block out sounds in line of sight, and Chester hardly looks like a high-level player. He is more of a newbie who hasn't even reached level 50 yet. Frank realizes that Chester forged the ID. He seems to be very bad, but Frank does not need to worry about it, because today Chester will leave this country. He will be able to live under a new name abroad. To tell you the truth, at first Chester thought about starting with Frank's family. He wanted him to feel the full pain of loss, but unfortunately they cannot be reached. It would have been easy to eliminate both Frank's guards and his family, but that would have made it harder for Chester to leave the country. That's why he targeted Frank when he entered the dungeon. If you hid the body well, it wouldn't be discovered for at least a few days. His wounds are healing too quickly. It seems he has gained quite a good skill. Chester knew Frank was trying to buy time for treatment by talking him down, but he is wrong to think that he can defeat Chester, even if he fully recovers. Frank decides he's finished. Chester attacks. He didn't think Frank would be able to block his punch, but he was thinking about cutting off his left hand so that he wouldn't have time to recover as before. Frank activates subspace. He takes out the heart of the werewolf king from it. Chester was unaware that Frank had received the transformation item. After eating a werewolf's heart, he turns into a monster. Frank seems to have improved his status a lot. He rushes away. From a distance, he prepares to launch a fireball at Chester. Frank starts it. Chester casually appears from behind him and touches him with the tip of his sword. Frank is wrong to think he can escape. Chester grabs him by the hair. Frank flies far to the side. He turns on the fireball again, but this weapon has no effect on Chester. Then Frank is going to attack him hand to hand, but his huge paws hit the sword. Frank still hopes that he should be able to cope. Chester swings his sword. Frank dodges the blow with lightning speed. He punches the ground and it explodes as if from an explosion. He's truly incredible. Chester asks if Frank knows his nickname. He is a lightning sword. Chester throws lightning bolts at Frank, causing wounds. He cuts off his hand. If Frank had listened to Chester then, everything would have ended differently, and then Chester would not have regretted giving him even more than some 100 billion. Frank is enveloped in a cloud of cutting lightning. They inflict wounds all over his body. Maybe Frank wants to tell Chester how to get around the 20-level rule, or it would be nice to know how he was able to become so strong in a short time. If Frank tells, Chester might let him live. He's wrong to think Frank will believe it, Chester says. It's understandable. He doesn't even trust himself. But it would have been possible to give Frank an easy death. Chester plunges his sword into his back. It seems that regeneration is not the best assistant during torture. This is more of a disadvantage because Frank will feel all this endless pain, and the executioner will not have to hold back, especially a newbie like Chester. It's too painful. Maybe I should just tell him about the existence of a special skill and beg for mercy. This psychopath doesn't want revenge. He gets pleasure from tormenting Frank. He asks to just kill him. He won't say anything. It looks like he'd rather die than be of any use to Chester. And since he needs time to get rid of the body, he will do everything cleanly, as Frank asked. Chester cuts off his head. Now it would be necessary to assemble the remaining parts. Suddenly, the werewolf king's paw pierces Chester through and through. He doesn't understand how this is possible. Chester falls to the ground. Frank gets his head back. Chester is still alive. Sound and visibility blocking is broken. Frank returns to his human form. His body moved even after his head was cut off. However, it is not entirely clear how he dealt with Chester. No one outside should know about this. Even the Players' Association would be dangerous to tell. If it becomes known that Frank killed Ranker Chester Weiss, the association will question his level and abilities. Frank turns on the fireball. There is no need to reveal your secrets. Chester's body disappears. Something appears in its place. It turns out that items don't just drop from monsters. This is a heroic rank lightning breath, an active skill. A protective electric barrier is formed around the user. All skills and actions will be enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzes the enemy's body. The skill has no cooldown. Frank learns a skill. Now he is surrounded by a barrier of lightning. It activates a magic projectile. Now his power is greatly increased. This is a real scam. The skill level has changed completely. Frank defeated a player more than 100 levels above him. He was awarded the title of the first rebel of the normal rank. He also defeated a player more than 200 levels above him. He was awarded the title of the first rebel of the rare rank. It turns out that titles are also given for players. Frank was awarded another title, the first rebel of the heroic rank. I wonder if he could have beaten Chester now before he cut him up. Frank must become even stronger. In addition, he needs to refrain from using ranged skills in combination with lightning breath, as it consumes too much magic. A few days later, in a review of a game console Frank had put up for sale, a user wrote that this seller seems to be raising prices too much lately, especially for high-capacity batteries. Such a battery will last for 2 or 3 days at best, and it costs 30 million points. The battery power is even less than the energy from one low-level stone. The user believes that the price of the product should be reduced and organizes a boycott. From tomorrow, he will ignore this product for a month. Those who want to join him, let them leave a comment. Several users join the boycott. A month later, Frank looks through the list of goods and thinks about what he should buy. The ancestral instinct or the vampire ball. He would buy both items if he could. But there are only a few points, and in total it comes to 60 billion. Frank will think about it tomorrow, but for now he can watch TV. After all, today is his only day off this week. On the screen, the guild leader tells the female player that he likes her and wants to date her. They show a battle with monsters. So, this is the drama they filmed for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm. They seriously put on expensive gear for it. They all suffered that day. On the 20th anniversary of the disaster, the whole world was worried, afraid that something would happen. But, as on the 10th anniversary, nothing serious happened. Some journalists write fake news that the number of dungeons has decreased, but this is just chatter on the internet. Frank is thinking about what else to buy. Then he hears some sounds. At first he thinks it's an earthquake. It turns out that monsters have entered the human world. Frank charges forward with a bloodsucker sword and a fireball. One of the monsters is chasing a woman and is ready to attack her. But Frank attacks the monster. He strikes him with sword and fire. The monsters are advancing. Frank uses Firestorm. But the problem is that the monsters have mixed with people, and they attack. Other players come to the rescue. They leave a dimensional gate on Frank. Then he thanks for the help. Martial law is declared. The military enters the battle. The association president orders that all players within the country be notified. From this moment on, a general mobilization of players is declared. Frank tells Alice that he is near the Red Tarantula's dungeon near Sinchon Station. The gates suddenly opened, and now he is fighting the orcs that crawled out from there. Luckily, their level seems to be low, and players from the surrounding area have joined in the cleanup. Frank is appointed as temporary commander. After clearing the area, he must redirect everyone to the Namyan station, where the gates have also opened, but they are catastrophically short of hands. Frank shouldn't worry about his family. Alice was informed that they, along with other residents, were sent to a bomb shelter. Alice asks to hurry. Frank will do so. There is no time to think. He buys a vampire ball. This is an active skill. It converts mana properties into dark properties, increases the power of attack-type skills, and decreases the power of healing-type skills, restores health and mana by absorbing enemy blood, increases stamina and mana recovery speed. Frank learns the skill. He will finish it faster and move on. It activates a wall of fire. Now it's time to make an announcement. Frank tells the players to gather, following the emergency mobilization order. It is clear that this will not be easy. The minimum number of players required to defend the territory remains here. The rest move towards Namyan Station. Since everything at Sinchon Station is already destroyed, we only need to take care of the gate. One of the players has a question. He asks in how many places the gates have opened. The exact number is unknown at this time, but they appear to have opened all over the country. Near Namyan Station, monsters attack ordinary people. They have horned heads, similar to horse skulls, but with glowing eyes they are humanoid lizards. The player attacks one of the monsters. The other players are waiting for reinforcements to finally arrive. A wall of fire appears from somewhere. She absorbs monsters. Reinforcements have arrived. The situation is serious. There aren't many dungeons here, so there aren't many players. It's time to begin. Here a giant monster appears, apparently the leader. We need to sort this out as soon as possible. Frank throws fire at him. The monster covers himself with a shield. Frank flies right over him. This monster is not that strong. Frank cuts off his head with the bloodsucker sword. But it turns out it wasn't a boss, but an ordinary monster. Frank turns on the firestorm. However, this does not kill the monsters. They seem to be fire-resistant. Frank attacks the monster with a shield. He strikes them. Here some unfamiliar weapon appears, like a spear. It causes Frank's shield to become covered in ice. Now there is a truly gigantic monster standing in front of him. Apparently he is the boss. Frank arms himself with a bloodsucker sword. Above the Lizard King hang 3 ice tridents. Frank attacks the monsters that surround him. He cuts them in half, and uses a fire shield. The Lizard King breathes ice. It turns out he can use ice breath even at this distance. An icy wave rushes towards Frank. Now is not the time to save mana. Frank uses lightning strike, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on the Lizard King. The monsters are still ready to attack. Frank must defeat them at any cost. Apart from him, there is no one here who could even handle the normal mobs. If Frank doesn't stop them, they will all end. The lizards are attacking from all sides. It's good that they go to Frank themselves. It's much less trouble. He attacks. An hour later, only the Lizard King remained. It's time to put an end to this. The monster attacks. Frank dodges and flies into the air above him. It's good that no one is getting in the way, one-on-one, right now. Frank touches the Lizard King's mouth, filling his mouth with lightning. Half of the monster's head is blown off. Finally, he is defeated and cut in half. But it's not all that bad. I just hope this monster drops something cool. This is something rare. Ice Breath of the White Lizard King, rare quality. Active skill book. Mana is consumed during use. Quite a good skill. Can be useful. Frank feels his strength and mana gradually returning. The rest did him good after all. Namyan Station has been completely cleared. It looks like the mission is complete. 3 days later, it was reported that the second wave of the cataclysm had dealt a strong blow to the global economy. Such everyday things as food, water, electricity, oil, gas, and so on became very scarce. The government of the Republic of Korea began building defensive camps around major cities and evacuating residents of suburbs. The essence of this was to reduce the amount of protected territory in order to prevent a possible increase in the number of victims. However, this completely slowed down logistics and trade turnover. And in conditions of food and water shortages, industrial production became simply impossible. The last stock of goods that Frank had placed in the sales book had already been sold out. Now he doesn't really have anything to sell. It seems that now it will be much more difficult to increase the strength parameter at the expense of points. It's time to get to work. We need to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible and resume sales. Frank is in the helicopter. They arrive at the scene. First, we should clear the streets and then deal with the rest. Frank asks the players if they are all familiar with the areas they are responsible for. He leaves the right of command to each of the leaders. Then Frank will go first. Trolls emerge from the spatial gates. Frank jumps out of the helicopter, ready to attack. He uses a firewall and attacks the trolls with a sword. Meanwhile, other players are also attacking. So far, so good. Trolls flee from the wall of fire. Something is wrong here. They run away immediately after the first attack. Frank must not miss them. It activates the breath of lightning. It will be much easier if you combine this weapon with a fire spear. Frank flies towards the monster with lightning speed. He throws a fiery spear at him, and it blows off his head and half his body. This is the 15th. Frank hopes it's the latter. Suddenly, a monstrous paw with claws emerges from the spatial gate. Frank is puzzled as to where this monster came from. It is clearly above the 350th level, and even above the highest, 400th. This is the strongest monster in existence, a blue dragon, a heroic level monster. Alice hopes that this is the end of it, but there are currently about 100,000 players in the Republic of Korea, including about 5,000 high-level players who have completed the 4th stage. For now, low and mid-level monsters can be stopped with military firepower. However, as the number of gates increases, more and more heroic rank monsters appear each time, and they are completely lacking heroic rank players. The emergency alert system is activated. Alice asks what happened. An emergency situation has occurred. Another gate to another dimension has opened at Seoul Station. Alice asks what rank the monsters are. They try to find out. It turns out that there is a whole group of wyverns there, and again a heroic level monster. This station must be under the control of the TS Guild. They need reinforcements. At the moment, their main forces are concentrated in tanks and nearby damage dealers. It is probably difficult for them to cope with flying wyverns. Alice asks if they can contact other guilds that are nearby, and is informed that there are mages from the Yuhua Guild near Yongsan Station. We must tell them right now to send reinforcements immediately. Another gate has opened in the Dunsan area of Daejeon. A large gathering of harpies has been observed, and reports have come in that ogres have begun appearing at the gate of the Orc Dimension in the Yongsan area of Busan. They were only told that a blue dragon had appeared near the Troll Gate in Osun City, Gyeonggi-do. After all, Frank Neumann should be watching these gates now. That's true. He himself reported it. They also requested reinforcements. At this time, all operations in Osan City have been cancelled, and all players must be instructed to leave the city immediately. Frank hears this message. But now is not the time to retreat. The blue dragon destroys buildings and throws their debris to the ground. Frank jumps right under his paw, but the dragon only crashes it into the ground. It was a diversionary tactic. Frank is hiding in the building. It's strange why this monster is only after him. The dragon approaches the building where Frank is hiding. He sees it and stretches out his paw towards the window glass. Entire buildings fly into the air. The dragon is even taller than the multi-story buildings. Frank throws a ball of fire at him. He hopes there is still a little bit left. The dragon's head is smoking, but it doesn't even look like it's charred. The fire just distracted it. The dragon is chasing Frank again and is ready to catch him. Frank turns on the ice wall, but it collapses. The dragon's paw touches his head. It's unclear how this monster even caught up with him. Apparently there is no other way out. All that remains is to fight. Frank activates his lightning breath. The dragon attacks again. Frank is about to attack him with the bloodsucker sword. However, the dragon's scales prove so strong that the sword flies off. This monster must have one weak spot. This is his stomach, Frank wielding a sword. Then he descends to the ground. There is not a drop of blood on the dragon, and besides, it's very fast. Something is happening. The dragon launches lightning bolts at Frank. It collapses onto the roof of the building. The dragon approaches him. He bit Frank in half and swallowed him. Frank can't just die like that. His father needs medicine, and his mother and sister need his support. He grabs the sword. It's time to get out of here. Frank plunges his sword into the dragon's abdomen. It seems that his body parts are slowly starting to regenerate. The passive skill Book of Immortality has been upgraded to the only heroic rank. At this rate, Frank will never get out of here. He begins to tear the dragon's flesh with his teeth. Alice is informed that Frank Neumann appears to be dead. She doesn't understand how this could happen. After all, she gave the order to leave the city immediately. Frank was in charge of closing the interdimensional gate and was very close to the blue dragon. After Alice announced an emergency evacuation, he tried to return back, but apparently he was unable to leave the city. Alice asks if they told his family about this. They have not yet made an official statement about his death. But the list of deceased players has already been posted publicly. His family probably already knows. Frank continues to try to escape from the dragon's belly. Finally, he no longer loses strength. There was a lot of blood flowing here. Seems pretty good. However, something is wrong again. It doesn't look like Frank is able to cut through the peritoneum. He keeps trying. The dragon roars in pain. The players are puzzled as to what is happening to him. Blood begins to flow from the dragon's mouth. He knocks down the building with his tail. It almost falls on the players. By this time, Frank's arm had recovered and he seemed to understand what to do. Here it is, a blood vessel. Frank activates the fire blade. He cuts the vessel. The dragon's roar is heard. There is very little time left until complete regeneration. Frank finds the dragon's heart. He stabs him with a vampire sword. Frank stabs him in the heart over and over again. Finally, it breaks into pieces. Here, Frank discovers that only a stump remains of his sword. The passive skill, Book of Immortality of unique heroic rank, was improved. The active skill, Lightning Breath, was improved to heroic rank and to unique heroic rank. Then Lightning Breath was renamed to Thunder Dragon Breath. It turns out that not only the skill level changes, but also its name. Frank single-handedly hunted a high-level named Monster, with a difference of more than 200 levels, and was awarded 2 first-level Destroyer titles, Rare and Heroic. He single-handedly hunted a top-tier heroic rank monster named Blue Dragon Zetos, and was given the heroic title of Blue Dragon Slayer. The rare rank Vampire Sword has been restored and upgraded to a single heroic rank, renamed to Blood Destroyer Sword. A magic item appears. Heroic Grade Thunder Dragon Scale Passive Skill Book greatly increases physical strength and skill resistance, also increases resistance to electric charges. The dragon continues to twitch, but gradually his movements become slower. He collapses to the ground as if he just suddenly died. One of the players thinks the dragon is sick. The girl had never heard of a blue dragon getting sick. Another player suddenly notices the man. He is in the place where the dragon was. After such a hunt, it wouldn't be a sin to take a break. Some of them had never found themselves in such a mess before. Alice doesn't believe that Frank could die so easily. It turns out that they want to issue him a fine. He's dead anyway. And even if not, they are already incurring large losses. They'd better cut their budget. Alice asks if they are really human. They say she's crossing the line. So, this is how they do their job. They would probably do the same thing if Alice were in Frank's place. They ask her to calm down. That's all they have to do. An emergency message is received. Alice asks what happened. The blue dragon is dead. The players think that he was being hunted by another group of rankers. They're not sure there's any team that can handle him. It is said that the player who was eaten by the blue dragon managed to survive. He found himself inside the dragon and began to strike at its internal organs. Alice asks what his name is. This is a player from the association. His name is Frank Neumann. He must look miserable. All the wounds seem to have healed. They are no longer anywhere. The player offers Frank a cape. He asks to borrow his phone. He needs to call his family. Frank is given a phone. He calls his mother. She asks if it is really him, her son Frank. Apparently there was some kind of mistake. He was fine, but for some reason his name was among the dead players. Frank asks how his sister and dad are doing. He says he's really okay, he ate a lot and slept well. Mother thanks Frank for being alive. Yesterday a man from the Players Association came to see them. She paid them compensation, which is paid to the families of players who died while fulfilling their obligations. And she also knelt down and apologized profusely, saying that it was all her fault. She said she shouldn't hide it from his own mother. Anyway, Frank did a great job, and his mother is very happy that he came back alive. He is crying. The player offers him a handkerchief. First, let's take a look at his updated vampire sword. Now, it is a unique heroic rank dragon blood sword. A bound item, it absorbs the blood of the attack target, thereby restoring the player's physical and magical powers. When absorbing dragon blood, the attack power increases, and health points and the speed of strength recovery are significantly increased. It is possible to upgrade the rank by absorbing dragon blood for a long time. The mana of the blue dragon Zetos and the player named Frank Neumann were mixed and exceeded the original requirements. This option can only be used by the player named Frank Neumann. Depending on the desire of the player Frank Neumann, the dragon blood sword can be used once a day. Now he doesn't have to worry about weapons. He also needs to see what's going on with the Thunder Dragon's breath. This is an active skill. A powerful lightning shield is formed around the user. All skills and actions will be endowed with the power of lightning. Temporarily paralyzes enemies hit by the breath of the Thunder Dragon. Has infinite uses and does not require recovery. It is possible to increase the rank by absorbing items or acquiring other lightning-type skills. There is only one new option here, but one way or another, it can be upgraded. The first level destroyer title increases all stats by 20, mana is increased by 4 points. After all, this is a pretty good bonus. But something needs to be done with his clothes. Frank wants to go home. A helicopter appears. Alice jumps out of it. She is so happy to see Frank. It is such a blessing that he is really alive. Then Alice realizes that he has no clothes on, only a cape. All his clothes dissolved in the gastric juice. One of the players brings Frank some clothes. What a touching reunion. He was truly surprised. He didn't expect Alice to like younger guys. Apparently this man is her boyfriend, whom she was hiding. Alice says, "Don't joke like that." She asks why they came. She told them that the plan was cancelled, so they can go back and rest. One of the players came here because she was curious. Frank is really her type. She asks if he has a girlfriend. Alice grabs her hand. He's the one who was just on the brink of life and death. They need to stop joking. She's not joking, and it's strange why Alice got so upset. Frank needs rest now. He should stop by the hospital just in case. Players should find out how he took down the blue dragon. It seems like they will all be interested. This is a fitting example. Alice suggests that Frank go to the hospital first. Their helicopter will be used for an emergency evacuation of Frank. Alice rises into the air, holding his hand. It's interesting how he hunted the blue dragon alone. Judging by the way Alice takes care of him, he's probably an unusual player. He will ask Frank about it later. User Makawais has no new products for sale, and it has been over 15 days since user Dashat ran out of battery he had stocked up on. Makawais has to take charge and sell the batteries he had stocked up on. One of the users thinks of catching Makawais and asks if anyone knows what dimension he is in. It is unlikely that he has enough points to forcefully open the dimensional gate that previously boycotted the battery, just because it costs 30 million points. Even if the location of Makawais is known, the user does not have enough points. They should rather catch the seller, Frank Newman. But it has been less than a year since he was active. It is the protection period, so the gate will not be opened. Frank Newman's level is low, so he can't see the posts here. Come to think of it, it seems like that jerk Makovis is acting like this because he's jealous of Frank's success. Makovis's main selling items were hobby items. It turns out that when Frank first showed up, Makovis's sales plummeted. In other words, this guy was intentionally encouraging a boycott to stop Frank. Maybe he even filed a complaint and got him removed. They will boycott and complain about the products sold by Makawis. This bastard was playing with them. Makawis writes that the boycott started with good and sincere intentions. He could not do that if he mistook this newbie for a competitor. Other users write that they need a much stronger movement to address the complaint. It was clear that this would happen. Korea suffered great damage. However, having suffered significantly less damage compared to other countries, the country prevented a second cataclysm. South Korea has rebuilt the destroyed infrastructure and begun research using newly acquired monster carcasses and mana stones. Society is a little unstable, but in any case, everything is starting to return to normal. Frank arrives at the store's warehouse. There's quite a lot of stock here. Fortunately, their store wasn't damaged. After the electrical installation was restored, the first step was to charge the batteries. Frank decides to buy everything. Supplies are still low, so he should raise the price even higher. A notification about the completion of the sale appears, so it's for sale, even if he raised the price. Another sale has been completed, so it looks like the price can be raised even higher. A few days later, Frank comes to the store again. The employee only ordered the amount he usually buys, so there are no more. Then he will immediately make an additional order. He heard that the factory has started working as usual, so it will not interfere with the production of goods. In the meantime, the store employee will immediately send the goods to another department. If Frank leaves his contact information, they will contact him once the item is back in stock. He says he'll just come back again tomorrow. This is an ideal option for making a direct deal with the factory. Frank called them before the second cataclysm, but they hung up, saying they don't do any personal business. He called again and promised to make a large order, but they said they don't take orders at all unless it's a corporation. Frank is wondering whether he should register as a business owner and buy a warehouse, or he should open an electronics store. He chooses the second option. There are a lot of people in his store, despite it being a weekday. As Frank thought, it was good to leave it to his sister. She's the manager and he's the general manager of the store, so he should be fine. Anyway, his sister sent the batteries to the warehouse some time ago, and they may have arrived by now. Frank says he'll check it out. His sister asks if she should order anything else besides batteries. It depends on the circumstances. His sister suggests they have lunch while he's here. Frank wants to eat something expensive. Sounds good. It seems like everything is slowly ending now. The speed of sales has almost stopped, but his products were selling like hotcakes. Now you can slowly spend points. Frank is thinking about what to buy. At the moment he has 5 heroic level skills and only 1 active skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath. It forms a powerful protective membrane of thunder around the caster. All skills and actions are enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzes the bodies of enemies. The skill has no cooling time. Growth is possible due to the absorption of skills and items with the thunder attribute. If you think about it, it's the only offensive skill, and it also deals pinpoint damage and has a continuous attack ability. He needs a skill that can be activated freely, or a skill that can move through space to avoid dangerous situations. Frank will buy both. Compared to passive skills, active ones are cheaper. The skill of moving in space is quite expensive, 700 million, but it's worth it. It seems that only when you are promoted to heroic rank can you teleport another person. There are a lot of limitations, but it's still pretty good, and it's pretty convenient to read product reviews. Flicker, active skill book, can teleport as far as the user's field of vision. Power consumption depends on the distance traveled. Can't teleport to a place where the mana flow is unstable or too dense. This is the best option, although it costs 40 billion points. Perhaps this skill is worth testing. Frank activates the flicker. It teleports him to the other end of the warehouse. This skill is really worth it. Later, he will test long-distance teleportation. Frank looks through the list of products again. Flame attribute skill, wind attribute skill, ice attribute skill, thunder skill, and so on. He can't find the perfect one. Here he sees an active skill book, Black Lightning Heroic Rank. It brings down powerful lightning on the target, consuming mana and stamina at the same time. It is a skill with the attribute of darkness. Reviews say that the power of this skill is 3 times stronger than skills that only consume mana. You need to be careful because it consumes stamina and mana at the same time. You can end up exhausted without realizing it. If there is not enough mana, you can make up for it with stamina. Frank buys a skill. He is absorbed by the active skill Thunder Dragon's Breath. As expected, he is able to absorb even if it is a dark attribute. Frank hopes that things will change the way he expects. It worked. Even the protective membrane that absorbed mana, activating automatically, changed in such a way that it could be controlled. Frank goes underground. There he fights with crocodile bats. He activates Black Lightning. Frank now feels better after using up all his points. After 5 hours of hunting, he receives the title of Heroic Rank Crocodile Bat Killer. That's enough for today. He returns to his shop. His sister still hasn't left, and Frank apparently was hunting all this time. The batteries are stacked in the warehouse. He can go and have a look. 30 minutes later, Frank's sister still hadn't left. Frank suggests going home together. Sister needs to talk to him. Frank realizes that's why she waited. This is about what happened at the time he was declared dead. Mom fainted when she heard Frank was dead, and she cried for days after she woke up. The real problem came after that. Notice of loss of leased equipment and penalty for failure to perform the contract. The sister protested more than a dozen times, but each time she was told there were no legal problems. There was only one answer: file a statement of renunciation of inheritance. She consulted a lawyer, but he said there was no other choice but to file a complaint. They said that Frank must vacate the rented apartment immediately. They even said that they would take away the money he sent to the family for living expenses as illegal gifts, because they even sent a report on the legal reserves of the inheritance. Of course, after that everything got better. A girl named Alice Lair came and apologized to her on her knees. She said that there was a mistake in the process. But it seems that this is not a simple mistake. Frank says he'll find out. Mom told her never to tell him about it, but he seems to be somewhat stable too. She told him because she thought he should know it happened. Frank thanks his sister for telling him. He has an appointment with Alice Lair's manager, but is told that she has not returned yet. Frank contacted her in advance just in case, and she told him to wait for her in the office. The administrator says he will take him there then. She offers him a cup of tea. Frank refuses. The administrator leaves. It's time to begin. Frank activates psychometry. He's looking for his code. Alice said Frank appeared to have died at the scene. She asked why they did this to Frank Newman's bereaved family, and was told that it was the rules. Alice ordered that these orders be cancelled immediately, and was told that she had nothing to do with it. So this is what they do for a player who gave his life fighting for his country. Perhaps they would accept such things. Even if it was Alice who died in battle, if the decree was not revoked, she would leave the association. Such an absurd treaty of submission would hardly be accepted by the national community, the minister said. Perhaps Alice is now going to fight with the Korean government. She seems to be very angry. The minister will contact her later. Frank has this man to thank. He seems to know who it is, the Minister of Spatial Gate Management, Henry Lee. Alice enters and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Frank says he came early himself. Alice asks why he came so suddenly. He didn't even tell her what the matter was. Looks like he'll have to break his contract. He knows everything that Minister Henry Lee was going to do. Alice apologizes for him. She has nothing to apologize for. It's all thanks to her. At least everything was fixed later. Frank should say thank you. Alice asks if he can just let it go for her this time. She will definitely change the rules so it doesn't happen again. There's one thing Frank wants more than this. He would like to meet the minister personally and receive an apology. The minister finds out about this and is outraged this impudent fellow is behaving so importantly and insolently only because he has this unique skill. It looks like he doesn't understand the world because he's young. The minister was only performing his duties properly. They should immediately protest. That's right. Henry Lee was just trying to do his duty according to the rules. It's not clear why he should apologize to such a brat. After all, he didn't do anything. Henry has shown generosity. Frank is being arrogant, ignorant of grace. He needs to be taught a lesson. Henry asks how he should do this. This news even reached the ears of VIPs, so it is unclear how he can teach Frank a lesson. His subordinates have no plan, but they chatter. Henry tells me to tell Frank to come here quietly. He's not going to go to this brat's house to apologize to him. He's busy at work, so if he wants an apology, let him come in person. The subordinates rush to convey this to Frank. Henry can't go to him. He told Frank to come later than he thought, which wasn't so bad for him. This means that this is a real hotbed of corruption among the major guilds and dungeon access managers. All the employees are ordinary people. That's even better. A ministry employee invites Frank to go with her. The minister was looking for him. They enter the minister's office. He says Frank is about the same age as his grandchildren. It looks like Henry isn't going to apologize. He was sorry, but he had no choice but to do it. As a person performing official duties, a minister cannot perform them based on his own considerations. It seems like all the people involved in Frank's case were in cahoots with each other. Henry says he was just trying to do his job legally. Frankly, instead of doing it legally, he made more than one or two claims. If Frank is referring to the damaged equipment claim, then it was obviously something that happened while Henry was on duty. Frank died in battle while fulfilling the terms of his contract. He was killed while doing what he was told. He asks what made Henry think he could make such meaningless statements. He doesn't seem like a dumbass. I wonder who Frank thinks he is to spout such nonsense. It was Henry who started talking nonsense from the very beginning. It's strange how the minister can be so ignorant. Frank can't talk to him like that. He's a minister, and he was also a congressman once. Someone like Frank can't talk like he knows anything. Just because he luckily woke up after a lifetime of nothing but eating and shitting, he thinks he dares to insult Henry, a brat like him who is smaller than an insect. Maybe Frank should just finish him off. From now on, Henry should live with a little more common sense. And when he wants to open his mouth, let him think carefully before saying something out loud. His head is not an ornament, especially since he is a minister. Frank also wrote down all the offensive remarks Henry had made earlier. He will file a formal complaint about this. He has heard that it is possible to sue for such insults. Then they will see each other in court. Frank leaves. This ability has proven to be very useful. Rage, a skill that provokes the opponent. When a person is overcome with rage, he begins to attack without sparing his own body, and his fighting strength increases. This is definitely a scam against the public. A few days later, Minister Henry Lee's corruption ledger began to circulate on the internet. First circulating among ordinary players, but recently, small and medium guilds have become the center and are going on collective strike. Heroic rank psychometry skill allows viewing of past information embedded in an item, offers hologram videos and audio recordings. Information from a month ago cannot be viewed. Past information cannot be extracted from objects that have mana embedded. There will be many things in the future that can be used. Frank gets a call from Alice. She asks if they can meet now. Frank answers in the affirmative. She asks to tell her his current location. She will come there. Frank says she can go to a small coffee shop near Sangdo Station. Alice will arrive in about half an hour. She wants to ask directly whether the scandal with Minister Henry Lee is Frank's doing. Alice believes that he is the only one who could do this. Government officials are very sensitive, and he is suspected of this, so he should be careful. If it turns out that Frank did this, he could be arrested for trespassing and theft. Frank says he would be subject to aggravated punishment under the Special Players Act. If that were to happen, he would have to rely on public opinion. That would be nice, but Frank isn't to blame for this, so he hardly needs to worry. Alice says he has to be careful. Some people in power don't want to share it with the players, but after such an incident, they should have taken it as a warning. They made a lot of enemies after this incident. Their wariness of Frank has also increased, so it's best for him to lay low now. Frank says this story has nothing to do with him, but since times are changing, he believes it's better to stay on the bottom. He doesn't want to attract doubt either. It's a good idea, better to avoid unnecessary suspicions. Meanwhile, fighting is taking place in North Korea. The military is attacked by an Imugi, a giant sea serpent. He spews out a fountain of saliva that acts like acid. Imugi destroys everything in its path. Alice says she'll go first. Frank shows her a message from the association. There was an emergency call for rankers and high-level players. They will go together. Alice will call headquarters first. It's all over the news now. Pyongyang gone, North Korean regime collapse. Possibility of a high-ranking Imugi making it to South Korea. This is more serious than he thought. Although the news article has already been published, the situation is a little more serious. Pyongyang is now in a state of collapse, as is the North Korean government. Since all the rankers and high-level players were wiped out during the fight against the Imugi, waves of monsters appeared at all the gates of the country. Numerous refugees and defeated soldiers are now heading towards South Korea, so the monsters are also moving south along with them. This is the entire report on the current situation. The association president will now explain why only rankers and high-level players were summoned. Their job is to defend against monsters coming from North Korea, in preparation for the defense against the Imugi from the front lines to the south. 10 days later, in Gyeonggi-do, players fight against orcs. Severed heads fly into the air. I wonder how long they'll have to deal with this little thing. This looks terrible. A werewolf wants to attack Frank. He cuts it in half without even looking. Sandy attacks other werewolves. Frank asks how long they will do this. Thanks to his sister, he replenishes his supplies here. To be honest, he feels a little awkward. An orc attack occurs in Dandong, China. They are shot by the military. The red dragon appears. He is being attacked by players. Fire doesn't do much harm to the dragon. Then one of the players uses a sword and cuts off his head. Then he descends to the ground. It is said that the Imugi is currently moving here at high speed. This is a monster whose rank cannot be determined that destroyed Pyongyang. The expert who just joined and was sent to North Korea was unable to analyze the level of the Imugi, but he successfully determined the rank to be legendary. If they succeed in the hunt, then the first achievement in history will surely appear, and such an achievement significantly increases the statistics. They will definitely take advantage of this. The number of rankers stationed at the border is 181 in total, and there are about 3,000 high-level players who have changed 4 jobs. Imugi appears. It's time to attack. They will show the greatness of the Chinese. One of the players includes the skills of victory, haste, and blazing fighting spirit. Imugi is hit, but it doesn't look like they did him any harm. The player finds a notification that he has a terrifying skill. Fear. Bodies affected by fear are paralyzed for 10 seconds. Imugi throws purple lightning bolts that cause an explosion. Breaking news: disaster on the border with China. Thousands of Chinese rankers have died. All of them were destroyed during the Imugi raid, which involved 200,000 troops and 3,000 local government officials in China. About 10 people are listed as missing. Most of them died without being able to do anything due to abnormal attacks. Frank was going to buy the skill Wild Instinct, which detects mana emitted by living and inanimate objects. It helps one instinctively sense the invisible environment through mana detection, detects threats based on the instinct of the wild, makes one sensitive to bloodlust. But Frank changed his mind about using the mental resistance skill and can't give up his first achievement. Better Unyielding Spirit, passive skill book, greatly increases resistance. The skill effect is enhanced according to the spirit strength stats. There are only 2 hero rating options, but the reviews for this skill are quite good. Frank purchases the Unyielding Spirit skill. He studies it, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. Frank decides to use this skill in a test run a little later to test it out. There are a lot more volunteers here than he thought. Most of their reasons are quite simple. Once a player is accepted as a participant, even if he just lifts a finger, he will receive the first achievement. Of course, there are those here who came for other reasons. Some who want recognition, and perhaps even think that they can defeat the Imugi on their own, like Frank defeated the Blue Dragon. It seemed the level required to be accepted into the ranks of volunteers was much lower than he thought. It's Frank's turn. His identity is confirmed and he can enter. The room looks like an investigator's office, like in the movies. From behind the glass, Frank is asked if he is ready for the test, and he answers yes. Then we can begin. The mental coercion skill Queen's Dignity was used on him. He would then be thrown into confusion for 10 seconds. The passive skill book Unyielding Spirit was activated. The skill Queen's Dignity was completely resisted. A voice from behind the glass announces that the test is complete. Frank leaves and is thanked for passing the test. Alice is standing behind the glass. Apparently he really is a strange guy. After discussions with world leaders, the South Korean government began pushing north. Entry into the border airspace has been completed. A projectile is launched from the ship. Apparently it was aimed at the Imugi. The monster collapses to the ground. With the other monsters, everything is going smoothly so far. There are quite a lot of rankers with their modern weapons. It would be difficult for Frank to face off against the numerous monsters alone. Orcs and werewolves are cut to pieces. A week later, China decides to attack the Amugi themselves. It is necessary to mobilize the rankers in Beijing as soon as possible. But this may be too hasty a decision. If another legendary rank monster like the Amugi were to appear in Beijing during this time, it would be too difficult for local players to fight the snake. But if they involve senior officials from each local government body, and not some rabble, then it is definitely possible. But attacking the Amugi is really hard. Many players die and get injured. However, many also have the healing skill, so the chances of survival are not so small. Amugi advances, throwing purple lightning bolts and exploding everything in his path. One of the players covers himself with a shield. The Amugi is fired at with a variety of multicolored projectiles. However, this does not cause him any harm. He attacks again. Only 10 people remained alive, so it's time to move on to Plan B. One of the players is preparing to shoot a bow. Another player holds a fire spear at the ready. The Amugi attack again with multiple weapons, but this time they don't try to kill him. One of the players orders him to drive towards South Korea. Breaking news, Amugi is moving deep into China. The latest location is being revealed. According to CATV, China is currently recruiting rankers in each region. Perhaps the serpent has already entered their waters. For some reason, everyone looks a little disappointed. The coffee in Frank's mug suddenly starts to splash as the ground is hit hard, shaking everything around it. The players think it's an earthquake. Maybe they would like that. It is reported that an Amugi is moving towards them at high speed. They should prepare for battle. It's strange why he's coming here so suddenly. Maybe this means they can catch him. It's definitely time for Frank's first achievement. Now is not the time to enjoy this situation. It has become known that the Chinese rankers have suffered another defeat. Currently, some of the evacuated Chinese players are luring the Amugi to their camp. These psychos were hunting, but they didn't succeed, so they decided to lure him to them. That's a crime. They literally drive the monster into another country. Alice tells them to calm down and prepare for battle. A player appears with a severed arm, announcing that the Amugi is almost here. Here the player finds himself right in front of the mouth of the snake, which was much closer than expected. Amugi eats the player. A squad of volunteers is ready for battle. The giant snake is advancing. Mental skill of intimidation was used. Fear, the body permeated with fear will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. Passive skill, unyielding spirit. Amugi skill was activated. Fear, completely overcome. Everything is as expected. Players attack the Amugi from all sides. We must watch the storms around his body. The enhancement skill is quite good. Hannah Kim uses this skill too. The players rush to attack. Melee DDs and tanks are flying everywhere. Frank was classified as a long-range DD. One of the players is injured. They ask him if he is okay. It's too much for them. Frank will have to soak up the blood from the ground later. Either way, it's a whole different level. Frank finds it difficult to even follow their movements. They manage to draw blood from the Amugi. Frank must work on achievements. He is the first rebel in history. He has 142 titles. Until his accumulated points reach 1 trillion, he must continue to increase his stats without elixirs. About 30 minutes later, the attack is still ongoing. Still, it looks easier than he thought. However, it may only appear that way, as the Amugi is still ready to attack. Players must prepare for a new attack. The Amugi spews deadly saliva that melts everything, including the human body. Players protect themselves from this saliva using a magical barrier. He only destroyed 1 layer. We must continue to use magic. Some players, magicians, continue to cast spells. Others advance, preparing to cover themselves with shields. They hope the attack is over. Numerous weapons are fired at the Amugi. His head should explode. Perhaps it will all end soon. But maybe not, because the Amugi's eyes now glow red. He uses Berserk. This is a skill that decreases defense power and increases attack power. Players see notifications that the skill activation failed. One of the players attacks the Amugi with a sword. However, he understands that something is wrong. At first, there were cuts on the Amugi, but now there is not a drop of blood on it. It looks like nothing is over and we need to run. Amugi slams into the ground with all his might, attacking the players. This creature ignores their attacks and simply pursues mages and healers. Frank runs ahead of the Amugi. It activates the flickering. He was captured by the Amugi's field of vision and will enter a state of fear for 20 seconds. The passive skill Unyielding Spirit is activated. The state of fear from the skill Amugi's field of vision is reduced by 1 second. The active skill Blink is cancelled. Now the Amugi attacks Frank. He knocks him away with his tail and Frank falls. This snake is much bigger and faster than he thought. Frank activates Subspace. Now armed with a sword and shield, the Amugi attacks, preparing to strike him with its tail. The shield is splitting. Frank is dealt a crushing blow. Imugi continues his attack. Frank opens his eyes. It felt like he almost died. It turns out that the Imugi has some other mental abilities besides the fear skill. The attack continues. It doesn't look like it will ever end, because 30 minutes have passed, and the monster is still not tired. Frank discovers that his Blood Destroyer sword is missing. First, we need to go back. He sees a notification that the Blood Destroyer sword has been upgraded. He must have been stuck there when Frank attacked the Imugi's tail. There's no need to summon him again. The attack has been going on for a very long time. The Imugi is splashed with his own blood. The further it goes, the more damage it manages to inflict. It looks like the winner has already been determined. Frank receives another notification that the Blood Destroyer sword has been upgraded. It seems to be because he consumes the blood of a legendary rank monster. The Imugi's strength is running out, and one of his horns is cut off. He is losing more and more blood. However, he clearly has no intention of giving up. Imugi lets out another wave of drool but misses his target. He is losing more and more body parts. It looks like his tail is ready to fly off too. The Imugi's roar becomes weaker and he is about to give up. Alice realizes that their victory is near. She deals the finishing blow to the Imugi. Finally, the monster collapses to the ground. He continues to be attacked, but it looks like it's really about to end. They were the first to hunt a legendary rank monster, and were given the title of Legendary Rank 1 Monster Hunt Participant. Finally, they won. Imugi begins to dissolve into thin air. The vampire sword stuck in his tail flies into the air. He falls and hits the ground. Frank takes the sword. He was the first to win a legendary rank weapon. He was given the title of the one who obtained the first legendary weapon, and he was also the first to obtain a legendary rank skill. Now his Bloodsucker sword looks different. I wonder what changed in it. The Blood Destroyer sword restores the owner's stamina and mana by absorbing the blood of the attacked enemy. If the absorbed blood belongs to a dragon, the attack power increases, and the speed of stamina and mana regeneration increases sharply. With constant absorption of dragon blood, growth is possible. The mana of the blue dragon, Imugi, and player Frank Newman exceeded the original limit. If the skill is used by someone other than Frank Newman, the option will not be activated. According to the player Frank Newman's wish, the Blood Destroyer sword can be summoned 3 times a day. Dragon blood can be used. This is an active skill. You can use flying claws made from dragon blood. It can only be triggered by dragon blood. Frank must hold the Blood Destroyer sword in his hands to activate this skill. Now it makes sense why he needed to get the first 3 achievements. He didn't even know that there was such a thing as achieving a unique rank, which meant that there must be other players besides him who had unique skills or items. They did a good job. Frank is the one who contributed to the first raid of legendary rank monsters. He is the participant who won first place. All stats are increased by 10. It's incredible that he's in first place, thanks to the Blood Destroyer sword that got stuck in the Imugi's tail. I wonder how the goods will be distributed between them. They are usually paid in cash based on their contribution. But revealing Frank's investment will only bring him losses. There is no need to get carried away with greed. Due to the defeat of the Imugi, which appeared for the first time in human history, the world's attention was focused on Korea. The list of players who participated in the raid and the hunt itself were classified, but it was certainly a subject of curiosity, as was what items or skill books the Imugi left behind. However, the Korean government kept everything regarding the raid a closely guarded secret, such as the player list and the hunt process, as well as all item and book drops. The government announced through a spokesperson that they had decided to keep all information regarding the raid a secret, considering the possibility of information about prominent players being leaked to other countries. However, requests to sell goods continued to come in. Some foreign rankers recklessly bought plane tickets and flew to Korea. It was a combination of wanting to get another first and wanting to get stronger. It will probably be difficult to buy items now, although he can participate in the Imugi raid item auctions with some benefits from being on a raid team. The reward for hunting the Imugi was 300 million won, but even if the items weren't legendary, they could be worth hundreds of billions of points. There is no need to be greedy. This is enough. Frank gets a call from Alice and asks what she's calling about. Alice noticed that he always got straight to the point, because she could call him for no reason. Frank says he's sure Alice called him for a reason. He's right, she wants to ask him something. Alice asks if Frank is interested in legendary rank items. There are hardly any players who are not interested in them. Alice can help Frank buy one of the legendary rank items that are up for auction this time. Frank understands that there must be some condition for this. Of course, there is a condition, and Alice is sure that what he thinks is correct. It's probably a lifetime contract. The government will do everything in its power to acquire the items dropped by the Imugi, and there is hardly a player who can surpass the financial power of the government. Only those who participated in the raid are qualified, which is why Alice called him. Currently, she and Frank are the only players among the raid participants who are in the association. Frank says that then Alice could simply monopolize all the goods for herself. At first, she thought so too, but one of the skills really doesn't suit her. She thinks that it would suit Frank more than her. Frank asks if he can check the product first before buying it. Alice says it's possible, but it would be difficult right now. It was decided that information about the goods would be revealed to the raid participants the day before the auction. To be fair, Frank would also find out about it at the same time. He notes that this is a rather limited period of time. If the information is disclosed too early, countries may try to get their hands on the participants who have the materials. Frank is pretty sure it's already started. Alice says they're currently looking into it. He will look at the object first and then decide. Alice is sure he won't regret it. A few days later, Frank looks at the information about the active skill book Black Dragon Punishment of the legendary rank. The skill changes the properties of mana to dark, greatly increases the power of attack and healing skills, can freely use dark lightning at the user's discretion. It is a skill with a non-existent cooldown. Technically, it's just the ability to use dark lightning, but it can be used at any time and also has no cooldown. It's unknown if a heroic rank skill can absorb a legendary rank skill. Frank asks Alice if she's sure she doesn't want this. Her mana attribute is divine mana, and most of her key skills are set to react to her divine mana. If Frank rejects the product, she will likely sell it to one of the other long-distance damage dealers. There is a man the government is trying to trap with a skill book. Time is short, so Frank should make a decision quickly. If Alice fulfills one of his conditions, he will take the item. He asks to be allowed to terminate the lifetime contract when he later pays the same amount as the initial payment for the goods. Alice says this is perhaps too convenient a condition. If this is not possible, Frank will reject the offer. From now until the date of termination of the contract, they will accept the legal interest rate, 5% per annum. Of course, it's compound interest, and it's a huge concession that Alice is making for him. Frank says it suits him. Then she will report this to her superiors, and she didn't do anything special. Soon, an auction of legendary items opens. The auctioneer offers another bid and counts to 5. There are no more bets. The Black Dragon Spear now belongs to Alice Lair. It is quite expected, because this is an amount that ordinary players cannot afford. It is clear that the association set everything up. A skill book and a single spear, just 2 items worth almost 2 trillion won. And here is the final item, the legendary skill book Punishment of the Black Dragon. Frank's debt amounts to trillions of won, 5% compound interest. It seems he really is stuck in the Players Association for life. Alice never received the notification of achievement. Something is wrong. During the raid, she never achieved her first heroic rank achievement. She received 2nd place for the mandatory fee. What's even stranger is that no one on the killing team said who came in 1st place. Even when Alice first hunted a heroic rank monster, she was in 1st place for contributions. She got the first 5 rare rank achievements. All rare rank achievements. But it's a pity she missed the first armor and accessories. She thought it would be the same this time. This is impossible without hunting the legendary monster. It is unclear how this could happen. To get the first 2 achievements, Alice specifically placed Black Dragon's Punishment at the end of the auction. Frank congratulates Alice on her win. She asks if he has mastered the skills. Frank answers in the affirmative. Then he must be careful. Alice says she set the whole thing up at the auction. The association wanted to give her the first achievement. She specifically placed the products that she wanted to buy first. She put Frank's goods aside for last, as he thought, but Alice deserved it. It seems that this is her first achievement, and apparently the association took advantage of this. Now Frank understands why the association did what it did, so Alice has nothing to apologize for. Now it's time for him to go. He really is a generous man. Alice shouldn't do this anymore. It's amazing how honest she is. She could have just left everything as is. It was in vain that she apologized and gave everything away. Frank retrieves the Black Dragon Punishment skill book from subspace. We need to try, but it's not clear whether it will work. Maybe it works separately. Fail to obtain the skill Black Dragon's Punishment. The current skill is combined with Thunder Dragon's Breath. A new skill, Black Dragon's Breath of unique heroic rank, has been created. Frank received his first legendary rank unique skill, earning him the title of the first to receive a heroic rank legendary unique skill. The raid on the emoji was the best decision. Frank earned over 450 statuses. Black Dragon's Breath turns mana into darkness, greatly increases attack skills and greatly decreases healing skills, consumes health and mana, causes black lightning and thunder strike, temporarily paralyzes enemies hit by Black Dragon's Breath, no waiting time, can level up by collecting skills and items with lightning strike. Now is the time to test this skill. Frank strikes the monsters with black lightning. She dissolves them. A new group of Cyclops is advancing. Frank activates black lightning again. The monsters disappear too quickly. Looks like a wyvern dungeon or something. After some time, Frank receives a message from Alice. He needs to talk. She asks him to call as soon as he receives the message. Alice asks if he is at the dungeon. Frank answers in the affirmative. Alice asks if Frank would like to go to the cave in the northern region. They have few people in the North Korea they captured. Alice wants Frank to do her a favor and help her fight the monsters in the region. The rate is doubled for emergency service workers. Players have no problem killing monsters below their level. Of course Frank will help. Besides, he is indebted to the Association for Life. Alice thanks him. They'll send a helicopter. It'll be there any minute. It seems like it's very important. Alice says there are many other dungeons there. While this is not a reason to demand an urgent call to the player, it may take some time. Frank promises to do everything in his power. In 2 weeks, he arrives at his next hunting ground in North Korea. The accumulated points have exceeded 300 billion, and access to the mercenary system is open. Frank didn't even know that was possible. He launches black lightning at the monsters. Nothing has changed in the status window. Frank opens the list of mercenaries. There is even a heroic rank. The heroes have strong defensive and offensive abilities. If the employer's instructions seem unreasonable, the mercenary can terminate the contract and leave. The employer can terminate the contract if he believes that the mercenary is working in bad faith. In case of termination of the contract, the number of points spent will depend on the time of joint work. Heroic rank mercenaries are paid a minimum of 600 billion points for just 2 hours. It's interesting that it's a rare rank. One of the players, named Lucia, is said to be a knight-class mercenary with good ground and air combat skills. She is able to break through enemy lines as well as defend, but she should not be trusted too much. She is a fugitive and a loser. The minimum cost of hiring is 300 million points for 3 hours. Frank is intrigued by the strange words in Lucia's profile and hires her. Lucia appears and thanks him for his trust, saying that she will fight with all her might. She asks who their enemy is. Frank says no one yet. He hired her to ask a few questions. Lucia realizes that this is Frank's first time using the mercenary system. He says he just unlocked it. Don't be shy about asking. Lucia will tell you everything she knows. Frank asks who is behind the mercenaries. Lucia says they are players just like him, so to speak. She is a player with similar unique skills. This is the skill of selling and buying. Frank asks if Lucia's world is also attacked by monsters, and where these dimensional gates come from. The world Lucia lives in is also attacked by monsters, but she doesn't know where the gates come from. If Frank wants to find out, he should hire a mercenary of legendary rank or higher. Even the heroic ranked mercenaries she met knew nothing about this. In Frank's world, 20 years have passed since the appearance of the spatial gates. They have survived 2 cataclysms, but now everything is more or less stable. Frank asks if Lucia knows when the next cataclysm will happen. She says that as far as she knows, this was the last one. Cataclysms are not predicted for the next 20 years or so, and she cannot promise anything further. In the world Lucia lives in, 40 years have passed since the first cataclysm, because it was completely captured and destroyed by monsters. She knows that her job application labels her as a runaway and a failure. Frank asks if she knows why it says that. Lucia says she is a failure who ran away from the world she was born into. One day, a spatial gate suddenly opened in her world. That's where the monsters came from. Lucia rushed to the attack. The Orc King approached her. Lucia entered the battle. This is how she became a first-level player. At first, she used the accumulated points to increase statuses and learn new skills, but quickly regretted it. Afterwards, she earned points by hunting, as well as selling gems and skill books, just to survive. 16 years later, Lucia had hope, but soon a second cataclysm occurred. There was no way to stop the growing number of legendary monsters. The magical force field allowed the use of spatial movement skills or items, and Lucia had to resort to what she had been saving for emergencies. She used the element of dimensional movement. There was a risk of being lost forever in the interdimensional continuum, but she had no other choice. Her fears came true. She was stuck in an interdimensional continuum, in the empty black space between dimensions, in the space of non-existence that does not exist. However, her salvation turned out to be the mercenary system. In the unique trade skill panel, you can see a window called Mercenary System. Lucia registered there as a mercenary and began to wait, but everything turned out to be not so simple. She once tried to reduce the cost of her employment for the employer. In return, she asked for permission to live in his world and was refused. The minimum cost of hiring rare mercenaries is 1 million points per hour, 24 million per day, about 700 million per month. One day, a player offered Lucia a condition: give him 24 million points. Frank didn't know that you could transfer points to other players. They can only be transferred to players with similar unique skills. 10 billion points are available for exchange. Frank asks if it is possible to increase the number of points accumulated by constantly sending them back and forth. This cannot be done if players exchange points with each other. Their accumulations decrease accordingly. The same applies to recruitment. Lucia refused the condition set for her. The Nimnik system works the same as selling items. It is entitled to 20% of the cost of the hired work. Things were getting worse, so the player hired her again. By hunting monsters, she gained points to earn the required 24 million. She could hunt all day and still lose 4 million points, unable to change anything. All Lucia did was hunt monsters, taking breaks only to sleep and eat. She started earning 5 million points a day, but the employer wanted more and more, so in the end she had to terminate the contract. She was out of work from then on until Frank hired her, and she admits that those 3 months were tough. So she has a proposal. Since Lucia's minimum hire fee is 24 million points per day, she will return them to Frank every day. She will fight wherever he wishes, and in return, she asks to be allowed to live in his world. Frank wants to think about it for a bit. Lucia agrees, and besides, the hiring period is running out. This means it's time for her to go back. She disappears. Frank is thinking about what to do. It seems that the mercenary system is really useful. He hires Lucia again. She's sure that he will not regret it. Frank hopes so, but first he needs to know something. He must be curious about what skills she has. He asks to show her status window. Since he is interested in her level and status indicators, she will demonstrate it. Frank thinks that it is unlikely that a first-level player can have any impressive stats. Lucia only means statuses. She opens her status window. It turns out that her indicators are quite high. The total number of statuses exceeds 3,500. To have such statistics, normal players would need to be level 700. Lucia's stats are about 700 statuses higher than Frank's, but he can still catch up with her. She should have a lot of legendary and heroic skills. It's amazing how strong the monsters must be if even the best players can't cope without the help of mercenaries. Lucia asks if Frank is satisfied with her numbers. He'll start with a temporary hire. They'll go into the dungeon together, and after the hunt he'll complete the hire, and of course he'll grab them some food. So Frank will hire her every time he hunts. Lucia agrees. She thinks they can handle it easily. After some time, she fights with horned white monsters. Lucia uses a defense of transparent shields that surround her like a wall. Frank activates black lightning. It turned out to be even easier than he thought. Lucia has a slightly different tactic. She uses her sword very actively and cuts through monsters. They worked well together. The monsters are defeated one after another. It seems they are finished. Lucia says this is a great place for hunting. In the worlds of other employers, it was more difficult. There was too much competition, and the best hunting grounds were located in the Lord's estates, for visiting which a large fee was charged. Lucia thinks that Frank is one of the lords of this world. He says he was simply tasked with dealing with it and asks if she can continue fighting. Lucia answers in the affirmative. Then Frank calls her later. She says she will wait. Over time, Frank began to earn achievements faster. He earned tens of millions of points from yesterday's hunt, and now he's getting 3 times that amount, all since he paid 300 million to Lucia last week. He is very lucky to have her, and she looks so happy to have earned only 300 million points in a week. It's even a bit awkward considering that he makes hundreds of millions a day on equipment. Lucia wants to ask a question. She's afraid it will sound a little rude, but she'll ask anyway. She noticed that Frank was fighting monsters at close range, and she wondered if he planned to continue this tactic. Frank thinks so. However, it seems that he did not receive proper sword training. That's right. In this regard, he only has the sword knowledge skill. In that case, he should hire a swordsman and master the sword thoroughly. Frank asks why he needs it. He's too clumsy with a sword. Maybe he doesn't see it as a problem now, but when he starts fighting heroic monsters, his attack will let him down. Frank isn't sure it matters. Lucia asks if he can fight her without using active skills. She suggests this because she needs to assess his abilities. Frank agrees. They start the fight. Lucia doesn't even use her power. Frank attacks her from behind. She points her sword at him. 3 minutes later, Frank is almost exhausted and falling far behind Lucia. He lost. As Lucia suspected, he has very low sword skills. In some ways, it's more important than other skills. Whether they're active or passive, from a player's perspective, it's a power that appears suddenly. It's not enough to just know how to use it. Frank asks if this skill can come automatically. It's not that simple. For example, take the same skill of horse riding. When you master this skill, you can gallop, brake, and move freely. However, this does not mean that you have mastered the art of horse riding. Depending on the skill level, the combat power can vary greatly. and players who have mastered the same skill have different strengths. It's not just about passive skills like swordsmanship. One of Frank's key offensive skills is the Thunder Punch. Depending on the skill level, the damage dealt to enemies will vary significantly. Even if gamers play the same characters, the difference between how Frank plays and how professional gamers play will be immediately noticeable. Even though the level is not displayed in the status bar, it actually has a big impact. Frank asks if Lucia can help him improve this skill. Of course, she will be only too happy to help. High-ranking players sent to North Korea gradually cleared out the dungeons overrun by monsters. But this only made them bored. Players from large guilds who came with the goal of cooperation began to become lazy over time. They expressed their desire to return to South Korea once they had completed the low-ranked dungeons. As it turns out, low-ranking dungeons are in charge of players who are closely connected to the association. Unsurprisingly, this caused discontent among other players. Even if the fee was double the usual, the losses were still too great. It was not possible to level up by gaining experience points, nor could you obtain items or jewelry. There were also many inconveniences in everyday life. We had to sleep in tents due to the lack of other housing and make do with the few food supplies we had. This continued for several months. The players from the association were there too, but instead of joining the others, they seemed more interested in hunting. Lucia notices that the civilization of this world is surprisingly advanced, but regular people still need ID to do business, which is probably why Frank doesn't invite Lucia outside the dungeons. She is a high-ranking player. For such players, the rules are strict in any world. Once Frank is done with all this, he will figure out how Lucia can stay in this world. First, she needs to get an ID and register as a player. She says that there is no need to rush. She is happy with everything now. In addition, the ID must contain her photograph. After all, it's good to be young. Frank says that Lucia looks quite young. It's better to get back what she once lost. She can consider this the price for his education. Frank is sure that she will teach him a lot. Then Lucia will teach him with all her might. Frank walks past the players. One of them notices him. This is his chance. He was sent here to attack Frank. The player dissolves into space. Frank hears a voice telling him that wild instincts have awakened within him. This is the same player who turned into a black substance and follows him. First, Frank will deal with the humanoid lions. Now he will try out his improved sword skill. Lions attack. Frank cuts off their heads. He gets another stone. The hunt continues. Finally, it's almost all over with the monsters. He was tired, but he had to get this over with. Another monster appears. Frank cuts him in half. He holds black lightning at the ready. With it, he attacks his pursuer. Frank knew he was somewhere nearby. This is a planted assassin. Frank attacks him again, but the killer disappears into thin air. Frank is obviously much stronger than his opponent, but he is an order of magnitude faster. The killer appears from behind. Frank strikes with his sword, but his opponent rises up. He even has a movement skill. Frank was poisoned. His body was paralyzed for 10 seconds. The Book of Immortality was activated. The poisoning was neutralized. He launches black lightning again. The killer appears again. Frank uses too much energy to use attack skills. In this case, there is only one thing left to do: not make a mistake. The killer understands that he has to get out. He failed his mission. It doesn't look like this guy woke up just a year ago. Frank attacks the killer with a sword. It looks like he's about to escape. This is exactly what the killer is trying to do. Frank uses the glow. He stabs the killer with his sword. Now is the time to deliver the decisive blow. The killer disappears after dodging, and he appears again right in front of Frank. He's too fast. The blade of his sword is about to pierce Frank. He activates black lightning. Now his enemy is defeated. An object appears in its place. This is a heroic ranked Veil of Darkness, an active skill book that hides the caster's visibility, as well as their audibility and emitted magical power. There are two more items: the Dark Elf King's Dagger and the Protective Blessing. The dagger gives a 5% chance of poisoning a wounded enemy, increasing damage dealt and imposing a curse of decay. The Protective Blessing greatly increases the resistance skill, and a passive skill, the Guardian Shield, is also available. This skill reduces damage by 50% when attacking with the resistance skill. It was all about this skill, but it was unclear why this player attacked Frank. Failed to activate psychometry and cannot access the history of magical items. It's worth discussing this with Lucia first. She notices that Frank called her later than usual. He tells her what happened. In this world, players do not openly attack each other. Frank asks why this player attacked him. Perhaps he held a grudge against Frank for some reason, or was interested in his rapidly growing abilities. Perhaps he was trying to find out the reason for this. Frank asks if it could happen again. Perhaps, if this attacker belongs to some organization. Frank thinks it is very likely. But according to the rules of this world, you can't attack a player directly. He should be on his guard in the dungeon. If there is an enemy there that he can't handle alone, he can call Lucia. And if he has enough points, he can hire another mercenary. Frank walks towards the helicopter. Someone is looking down on him. This girl understands that the assassin who was sent to kill her failed to complete his mission. In the dungeon, it activates Hunter's vision. She can see traces of someone who recently passed through here. She's on the right track. The killer passed through here. The girl activates the memories of the Earth. Now she sees the two who fought here, Frank and the assassin. It looks like he decided to run away. Here she sees Frank pierce him with a sword. It is now clear that he is dead. The Minister of Japanese Dimensional Gate Management is informed that the information about Chester Weiss appears to be true, and that Frank Newman has been revealed to have killed Derek. In that case, there is a high probability that he killed Chester too. A player who awakened only a year ago broke the 20-level law. Apparently he beat a ranked player, and it happened twice. Breaking the 20-level law is not the end. They believe that Frank has a 99% chance of having unique skills, which is why the Korean Players Association wanted to sign him as soon as possible. I wonder what kind of unique skills it takes to grow like that. In that case, they'd be better off removing it right away. The minister asks how many secret agents they can send right now, and is told 5. They have to go to North Korea, and there is no need to pretend that his subordinate can't hear him well. This time the goal is the same, but there is something else. If the mission fails, Frank must be killed at any cost. This stupid bastard doesn't trust the Korean government. Frank has new gear. He tries to activate the magic projectile, but it doesn't work. Frank thinks he could have done it if he had concentrated more. Lucia doesn't think it's worth getting upset about. They still have plenty of time. Now it's time to practice some more. Frank is going to attack first. It approaches at lightning speed. However, Lucia is faster again, and he falls. Lucia brings the blade of her sword closer to him. They continue to fight. Finally, Lucia says that's enough for now. Now they can move on to the next dungeon. Frank hopes that he has already improved his skills. Lucia says he's become faster at striking a moving opponent, but when he dodges attacks, he makes a lot of unnecessary movements. To be honest, Lucia didn't expect him to level up so quickly. Frank would like to learn to defend himself better. Lucia says that this does not suit him. If he wants to master the shield better, he should learn patience. He immediately attacks the enemy as soon as he sees him. At this moment, the shield only gets in the way. Frank tries to be more patient, but it's not that easy. That's all he is. Besides, it will be more difficult for him to defend himself with a shield and a sword at the same time. He will move much easier only with a sword. The metal armor that he is currently wearing is enough to protect his left hand. They're done for today. Lucia disappears. So now it's time to move on to the next dungeon. Then Frank notices a darkness ahead, glowing with red lights, as if a monster with red eyes is hiding there. Frank realizes that he is not alone here, and he is smart. This man speaks Japanese. That's right, he's from Japan, and Frank better not resist, but just follow him. Frank asks why this man wants him to go with him. He can't say, and offers to choose either Frank resists or gives in. Apparently this man is in cahoots with the killer who attacked him. Obviously they wouldn't attack at the same time. Maybe we should call Lucia, but perhaps now is not the time. As he tries to repel the attack, Frank takes out his sword. So he chose resistance, but the one who came for him wanted the best. He takes out a katana. Frank activates the Black Thunder Dragon's breath. A player from Japan approaches him from the opposite direction. Frank activates the spatial movement skill. Then he fires Black Lightning again. The Japanese is still ready to attack. You need to conserve stamina and mana and try to use your improved sword skills. Frank once again launches Black Lightning, but the Japanese dodges it. Now he is ready to attack Frank with a katana. He falls to the ground. His opponent notices that he has a quick reaction, and his skills are also quite good. But it is unknown how long he can last. Finally they cross swords. Frank moves away from the enemy at a considerable distance. They attack each other with swords again and again. Frank is about to activate Black Lightning again. He launches it at the target. However, the Japanese is ready to attack him from behind again. It seems that the Black Lightning has no effect on him, or he manages to dodge them. The battle is being watched by the same girl who learned that the assassin was defeated, along with someone else. The girl doubts that Frank woke up only a year ago, but she is assured that this is true. A year ago he was on the first level. The girl is puzzled as to how he got up so quickly. It really is incomprehensible. They are here to find out. Maybe his method can be applied to other players as well. But Frank is hardly a ranker anymore. He wasn't even afraid of Steven, who is now fighting him. The girl asks why Derek got involved with a guy like this. Because he's not that good. If his opponent was her, it would be hard for her to resist him. This is nonsense. If the girl doesn't intervene, Frank will slap Steven. But he said he could handle it himself. Frank gets injured. He is still weak, He should have trained harder. Frank is crazy. His fighting style is too dangerous. Steven must fight off his final attack. He approaches Frank from behind again. It looks like it's all over now. Frank realizes this. The blade of the sword approaches him, just like Lucia's sword recently. Only this time, it's not training. The threat of death hangs over him. The survival instinct is activated. Suddenly, Steven's head flies off. Frank didn't expect this. He was already prepared to die. Steven was certainly not prepared to lose. Here comes a girl who, like Derek, can turn into a black substance. She did not expect that Steven would die. It's just funny. He was strong enough to be sent after Frank. It is now clear that Steven was not alone. The ash-haired Japanese man says Frank has exceeded all his expectations. The rest, of course, went into hiding. Apparently, they found out that Frank had risen a lot in a short time. He calls for mercenaries. Besides Lucia, there are 3 more people. One of them has a hammer, the other has giant fists. Another one has his face hidden. The Japanese are puzzled as to where these players come from. They cannot find their mana. Frank ordered the mercenaries to capture the opponents, or at least kill them. The girl who saw the memories of the earth crashes into the stone with all her might. She was attacked by Lucia. The Japanese woman didn't even understand what happened. Another mercenary grabs one of the opponents by the face with a huge hand and lifts him into the air. Then a strongman with a hammer, who is taller than everyone else, rushes into the attack. It is clear that he is too strong, and it is unlikely that it will be possible to deal with him. The Japanese are running. The strongman says he doesn't want them to die. They should try to dodge. The strongman's hammer causes an explosion and a storm. One of those attacked lost consciousness, and the other died on the spot. After all, his employer ordered to kill those who did not surrender. The Japanese woman's hands are bound with magical fetters. Lucia stabs her with her sword. She is defeated. It's definitely impressive. Another Japanese man is defeated by the 4th mercenary. Frank didn't know these guys were so cool. Mission accomplished. The mercenary with his face hidden asks if there is anything else Frank would like him to do. He orders to follow the captured enemies until the hiring time expires. Frank asks the Japanese why they are targeting him. It looks like they're not going to respond. But the strongman will force them. They were asked a question, and they must answer. He swings the hammer, and he hits the Japanese man on the leg. Then the strongman asks who else doesn't want to answer. Maybe a gray-haired Japanese man. The strongman counts to 3. On the count of 3, he swings the hammer. The Japanese woman says that they are here on behalf of the Japanese Department of Dimensional Gates. They were ordered to capture Frank Newman and bring him to Japan. He had bypassed the 20-level rule and had risen too quickly, and they needed to find out why. First, you need to make sure of this. Opponents must show their inventory. Frank looks through the inventory of one of the Japanese men in hats, then the girl's inventory. He notices something strange in the gray-haired Japanese man's panel. Frank asks why he lied, and he hesitates to answer. A strong man approaches him. He hits the Japanese man with a hammer. Frank asks if there are any more of their allies outside the dungeon. The Japanese woman says that there are, but she knows little about them. She guesses they're around level 200. Frank asks where they are. The white-haired Japanese man says that they have left the dungeon. Frank will be back soon. In the meantime, the mercenaries must keep an eye on them so they don't escape. Frank comes out of the dungeon. He uses the flicker to transport himself to the opposite bank of the river, into the forest where the other Japanese are hiding. He appears again right above one of them. A Japanese man is attacked with a sword. Frank returns to the dungeon. The strongman says that it is time for him to return. He asks if Frank wants to extend the lease. He thanks the strongman for his help, and he can leave. Strongman is always happy to help. Let Frank call him if he is needed. The mercenary with the hidden face says that he is always ready for such easy missions. And it is time for him to leave too. The mercenary with the giant fist leaves, saying that he will definitely hire a player with a hidden face next time. Frank wonders what to do with the captured Japanese now. Suddenly fire appears from somewhere. He rushes past Frank. Lucia reflects fire with her shield. The Japanese are trying to escape. They have recovered during this time, and apparently have become bolder after the departure of the 3 mercenaries. Frank keeps black lightning at the ready. The Japanese are ready to strike with fire. There is a devastating explosion. Lucia activates a protection of transparent shields. She cuts off the heads of her opponents. Frank notices the Japanese wearing hats running away. It activates the flickering and curtain of darkness. The fleeing Japanese do not understand what is happening. Then an explosion hits them. It looks like all that's left of them are black shadows. They thought they could escape because only Frank and Lucia were left. Despite the losses, he gained a lot. But it is hardly worth telling anyone about it. It's just a Japanese criminal organization that does secret intelligence. Frank is sure they'll send someone else after him. It places dropped skill books into subspace. The most important thing at the moment is the safety of his family. If they are that strong, the association's protection won't stop them. Frank looks at the list of goods. A ring of protection of heroic rank takes a hit if the owner is attacked, is destroyed when the damage exceeds what can be withstood. The item is consumable. 10 billion apiece, Frank will buy 3. There is also a rare rank exchange bracelet. This is a set of items. If you put one bracelet on each owner, you can see each other's emotional state. Blue indicates the calmness of the owner. Red indicates anxiety. The bracelet lights up with a black light when the owner is in mortal danger. Frank will buy this too. The heroic rank long-distance transporter is also not bad. Frank buys it as well. He brings the ring, bracelet, and transporter to his sister. She hopes Frank didn't do anything dangerous. He says he just decided to give it to her just in case. Then Frank comes to his father's room. He puts the bracelet on his arm. It lights up red. Frank asks his father not to worry. He will definitely find a way to cure him. Then the bracelet lights up blue. Father smiles. Frank is confident that he can cure him, and as he thought, his father is uneasy. He knows it's hard for him, but he will do everything to make him feel better. A week has passed, but the minister still hasn't received a single report. He asks what's going on. It looks like their operation has failed, but the minister doesn't care much. Perhaps the people sent by his subordinates simply betrayed him. He says the probability is low, but anything is possible. The minister asks if there are any more secret agents he can send. He says not yet. This subordinate is nothing but a headache. Another subordinate enters the office. He reports that the dimensional gate operation in Fukuoka City has failed, but the district was protected by the Yamato Guild. That's true, but the guild leader was killed, as were all of its members who participated in the operation. The minister asks what rank the monsters that appeared are. It has been established that the monsters belong to the heroic rank. Among them is a humanoid monster called Chojo. Its exact level has not yet been determined. It moves easily thanks to its wings and flies quickly through the air. The minister orders that the entire team of players be sent to the district immediately. In Fukuoka, humanoid monsters attacked and killed many ordinary people. Military forces are directed at them. Monsters devour their victims. The order is given to attack from all sides. Players are also ready to attack. Most monsters manage to dodge magic projectiles, but some are wounded. Their flock is very small. One of them lets out a roar, perhaps because some of the Choji died, or perhaps to call for more. New monsters are arriving, and now their flock is much larger. The military prepares to shoot. The players are also ready to attack. They believe that victory will be theirs if they continue in the same spirit. Another humanoid monster is watching the battle. It is a different color from all the others. Perhaps it is their leader. It makes a cry that is different from the roars of other monsters. They turn their heads in his direction. Players realize that something is happening. The monsters retreat. But in reality, they are heading to the next city and they need to be stopped. Monsters attack military helicopters. Below, they are attacked by players. The leader of the monsters lets out his special cry again. Then they attack the players. There are rows of humanoid monsters on the buildings, and there are more and more of them. They use something similar to the players' skills. Monsters also throw lightning, causing explosions. One of the players is able to summon fire. He throws a pillar of fire at the monsters. Other players attack them with swords. He will make them regret that they dared. The leader of the humanoid monsters approaches the player. He manages to dodge it. However, the leader hits another player. The monsters surround the one who is breathing fire. It looks like he's finished. He is pierced with a sword. The leader of the humanoid monsters watches this. It launches yellow lightning bolts at players. Soon the minister is informed that everyone has been destroyed. He can't believe it, because so many rankers and high-level players were sent on the mission. The Choji outwitted them. They pretended to retreat. Even if that's the case, it's unclear how they could have all been destroyed, and it's hard to believe that the Japanese Secret Service players are so helpless. The leader of the monsters is too smart. It doesn't matter. He's just a heroic rank monster, nothing more. They also have a video recording of what happened. The minister watches the video. Frank soon learns that a new kind of monster has appeared in Japan. These are heroic level monsters called charges that wreak havoc. The worst part is that the best Japanese rankers and high-level players were simply wiped off the face of the earth. Frank wonders how this is possible. Apparently they are smart enough that the Japanese government has publicly appealed to the international community for help. Frank asks if there is a country in their time that can afford to help others. The other player answers no. They can't outsmart Frank. After some time, he hires Lucia and is going to improve his sword skills again, but before that, he wants to ask something. He asks if she has heard anything about monsters called Choges. In her world, a horde of Choges destroyed an entire kingdom, and if no intervention is made, they could destroy the entire world. There could be a lot at stake. The Choji are quite smart and agile. The worst thing is that they live in packs and move in large groups. You can get very hurt if you treat them like ordinary monsters. However, the neighboring state is already doing this. If the leader of the Choji is as smart as they say, then it will be difficult to deal with him. If there is a way to stop these monsters at all, countries should unite and act together. Frank is unsure if other countries can find the strength to unite. However, standing aside can be even worse, as Choji can grow to legendary rank. Of course, they also have their own limit, but like players, they level up through hunting. Their levels skyrocketed when they won such a big battle. They probably absorbed a lot of magic stones and skill books and became even stronger. That's why they are so hard to defeat. Choji don't just attack, they hunt other monsters and players. This is how they earn experience points and magic stones, especially stones that help them overcome their limit. Frank asks if players can also absorb magic stones to grow. As far as Lucia knows, this is impossible. Although many empires and kingdoms invested huge amounts of money in experiments, they all proved futile. Frank says that similar studies were conducted in his world, and they also failed. He doesn't think the Choji will be attacked anytime soon. Besides, all the mercenaries are already busy, so Frank doesn't want to waste Lucia's time. She says that the Choji will get what they deserve without her. But Frank already doubts this. 3 months have passed, but the Japanese government still has not dealt with the Choji invasion. They captured all of Fukuoka and the city fell under their rule. While Japan was unsuccessfully trying to secure international support, South Korea had finished repairing the damage caused by the second disaster. Reconstruction work in North Korea was also completed, after which the South Korean government allowed players to visit North Korea. Players were jubilant and flocked there, causing many dungeons to become overcrowded. Frank tried his best, but he still couldn't cope with all the dungeons of North Korea. And as the players kept coming and coming, he eventually decided to return to South Korea. After a long time, Frank comes home to his mother and sister. Sister says she's actually here, but he doesn't even want to look at her. His mother was in the kitchen, and she didn't immediately hear Frank arrive. She invites him to come into the kitchen quickly. He probably hasn't had dinner and is very hungry. Frank says he skipped lunch because he wanted to eat with them. After some time, he comes to a dead end between buildings. Now Lucia will arrive in his world, and it is worth hoping that she will be able to stay here. Frank finally decided to help her, and now she can live in this world. Lucia was prepared for this. She was wearing normal clothes. They come out to the road, and now she can see what people and everything around her look like. So this is the world Frank lives in. Frank says she needs to get an ID first. To avoid a lot of problems, she just has to do as Frank says. Lucia is ready to do whatever he says. She speaks exactly like a mercenary to his employer before starting a mission. Frank actually doesn't know how Lucia, who never existed in this world, could get an ID card, except through the Players Association. All countries in the world, including South Korea, have a number of benefits to attract players, and one of these benefits is the provision of citizenship. In this world where there are more players than the general population, this has become commonplace. The association tries to make players its property and does everything it can to achieve this, providing the most attractive conditions, thus opening up practically unlimited opportunities for players. Even if they are illegal immigrants or smugglers, once they wake up they can easily get citizenship, but under certain conditions. For example, you cannot join foreign guilds for 5 years, nor leave the country during this period of time. These rules cannot be broken under any circumstances, but Lucia has not yet received citizenship. Like the rest of the world, the community is now busy recovering from the second cataclysm. Lucia returns. Frank asks how it went. She received a certificate. Frank says he has a proposal for her that will benefit both of them. He orders 2 iced drinks for himself and Lucia. She's never tried anything like that. Frank asks if she liked it. She says it's cold and delicious. Frank is glad to hear that she liked it. Lucia mentions the offer he was talking about, which she understood was that he wanted to sell additional products using her unique skills. That's right. And Lucia will receive 10% of the sales commission. She thinks that this is too good a condition for her. Frank says it's also beneficial for him. He shouldn't refuse his students' help. It's been 6 months since they started working together, and until she finds a way to return to her world, he wants them to continue to stick together. And if possible, Frank wants to help drive the monsters out of Lucia's world. She is so grateful for his help and support that tears come to her eyes. Frank asks if she's okay. Lucia says she doesn't know how to thank him. Suddenly, she kneels in front of him right in the middle of a busy street. This is extremely awkward. She swears that during her stay in this world, she will serve Frank faithfully and truly as her lord. Her sword will be the blade that kills all his enemies. Her body will be a shield for his protection. She gives a knightly oath of honor that even death will not break. Frank sees a notification that he has received the Knight's Oath of Allegiance and has begun qualifying for a lord. He thought that this was only possible after reaching level 50, and didn't even imagine that he would ever become a lord. Of course, Lucia attracts attention. Passers-by stop and look at her. Frank asks Lucia to stand up, but she says she will not stand up until he accepts her oath. Frank says he will accept her, now let her stand up. Frank takes her hand and helps her up. He was sworn in by the immortal knight Lucia. He completed the Lord qualification quest, and is now a legendary rank lord. All his stats have been increased by 20. Frank unlocked role skills, and received a legendary rank role for the first time, and was given the title of First Lord. Lucia says that this is her payment for at least part of what he did for her. He knows little about her world, but where Frank lives there is no caste system. Lucia does not care about the standards of this world. She is a knight, and she has sworn allegiance to a lord whose strength and character are worthy of her service. She asks if Frank has accepted her oath of allegiance. He answers in the affirmative and says that the role of lord has appeared in his status window. This is a mandatory part of the oath, and anyone who takes the knight's oath of allegiance necessarily becomes a lord. Frank asks if Lucia has a role too. Of course there is. She is an immortal knight. It is a heroic rank role. Frank wonders how this is possible if she's not level 50. Level is certainly important for role change, but it is not the most important thing. In Lucia's case, fighting in many battles earned her the role of a knight. Her lifestyle and combat experience may also have influenced this. After this, you can open similar role quests if you fulfill various conditions. Lucia apologizes for not telling him about this earlier. In fact, she only showed Frank her level and statuses to hide her role. That's why her strength and endurance were higher than other statuses. They increased with the change of role. Frank didn't think he'd ever get the part. Lucia believes that even if it weren't for her, he would have succeeded anyway. Frank asks how long it took her to get the role after waking up. Lucia says about 15 years. First, he must test his professional skills, because before he can use these skills, he must master them. Frank opens his status window. He sees that he has the role of a lord, and role skills such as power and lord's banner. As his role increases, role skills may become more numerous. In Frank's case, it depends on the number of servants under his command. Role skills can be increased to higher ranks. He didn't know that this was possible, and he also acquired role statuses in leadership. Lucia says it is determined by the sum of all the statuses. There are 60 missing. This is because she is the only one under Frank's command. Depending on the number and level of players under his command, the amount of leadership points increases or decreases. On average, such a difference can increase tenfold, after which it does not increase, even if the player changes roles. This means that Lucia changed her role 5 times. Frank looks at her status window. She is a heroic rank immortal knight. Her skills include heroic rank shield block and rare rank iron body, as well as unique skills of the knight sword class and others. This is Frank's basic ability, because he can only command his wards if he understands their abilities well. The knowing the lord's skill includes the stats of the lord and his wards depending on their number. Frank only has 1 ward, so this skill is useless for now. The hiring skill hires the ward and spends leadership. The banishing skill releases the ward from the oath of allegiance, after which the ward disappears from the faction. The skill does not restore lost leadership, and the penalty for banishing for the lord is quite large. For the ward, the fine is also not small. Depending on how long he served the lord, a new one can only be found within the same period of time. And the level and characteristics of the ward as a result of exile decrease, but this is temporary. There is an opportunity to return everything by increasing the level and using skill books. Frank asks if Lucia knows how much the ward's level is dropping. As far as she knows, all the levels, stats, and skills that players gained while being the lord's wards are lost. If the knight himself wants to leave, there is such an opportunity, but the penalty will be the same. Frank asks how many men must be under his command to make the lord's banner work. There must be at least 10 people, and it will take time before the skill can be used. Frank thinks he might never use it at all. It's still too unexpected for him. Lucia says that this is not so, because he is worthy of leading hundreds and thousands of knights. After some time, the Choji attack begins again in Japan. The orcs will attack with them, and perhaps the Choji will attack them as well. The leader of the Choji, as before, sits on the roof and watches, preparing to give orders or join the battle. The monsters flock together in huge flocks, preparing to attack. They are filmed live. The minister of the spatial gate asks if there are already any results from cooperation with the UN. He is informed that everything is almost ready, including America, Europe, and even some Asian countries. They insist that the Choji be captured first. The minister says that they have already spent a lot of money, and other countries are not going to interfere. It seems that they have their own ecosystem there. The main thing is to hold out a little longer, and everything will be over, even if they want to advance further. It is better to retreat and avoid conflict. He will do as the minister orders him. He says it all has to end. It's been going on for too long. The Choji engage in battle with the orcs. They kill and devour them. The leader of the Chojs clearly has something on his mind. It quickly flies into the air, causing an explosion. The leader rushes like a bullet somewhere to the opposite side, to the territory surrounded by water. The Chojis watch his flight. They understand that they must follow him. Frank notes that today is not a particularly good day either, with no outstanding achievements. Lucia says he doesn't need to rush. He can get stronger little by little. Frank receives a call from Alice, who guesses that he has just left the dungeon. Frank answers yes. Then Alice asks if he wants to go to Japan. He wouldn't say he's burning with desire, but Alice says it's not necessary. She just thought it would be a good opportunity, so she called. Frank says he plans to take a break in the south for now. He seems to have been really busy lately. Frank thinks that Alice is probably going to Japan. She says that she has to, since their government made a very generous offer. That's why she called Frank, because it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. Frank gets into the car, continuing to talk to Alice. He wishes her a good trip and says that safety comes first. Alice asks when he is going to fulfill his promise and treat her. He said that he would do it not just for the sake of it. Frank wanted to thank Alice, and she believes he couldn't forget about it. Now she decides that he only promised her this for show. Frank assures that when Alice returns from Japan, he will treat her very generously. Alice says she will wait and hope that they will see each other again. Lucia understands that Frank received a call from the Players Association. He says they asked if he could go to Japan, but he is not going to the enemy's lair. Lucia, on the contrary, thinks that this is a good opportunity, of course, only if Frank is ensured complete safety. The tiger can only be caught by entering its den. If Frank's safety was guaranteed, then that would be a great option. He could fly to Japan and deal with whoever was targeting him. Frank says it won't be easy, but he doesn't have to make a move himself. He can use Lucia. She can easily get rid of his enemies. Frank doesn't think it's right. He doesn't need to get rid of them right now. Lucia says that even if the Japanese continue to send assassins after him, it will most likely be to his advantage. A few days later, Frank comes to the level 60 Horned Turtle dungeon. He thinks that he could have cleared this dungeon a long time ago. He hopes that Lucia is in class now. Frank attacks the Horned Turtles. It seems that finding them is more difficult than killing them. He notices another player who is fighting turtles while shirtless. He doesn't even have a shield, and it doesn't look like he's level high enough to hunt in this dungeon. Another player asks the healer how long it will take to heal a player without equipment. The healer says about 3 more minutes, but she has already spent half of her mana. This player is called a useless bastard and is said to have shitty statuses. He's just an idiot, so there's nothing surprising about that, but he could at least change classes one more time. If he hadn't changed classes, he wouldn't have been any use at all, but it's still worth considering that it was luck. But his strength is still not enough, so when they go to the next dungeon, they will need to find a new tank. The unequipped player says he will hunt with them. Let him say thank you for being accepted here at all. He's asking for it now. The player insists that he will hunt with them. If he really wants this, then let him pump up his characteristics. He still hasn't distributed them. He needs to pump up his fortitude and endurance. The player stubbornly repeats that he will hunt with them. Trying to negotiate with him isn't that smart. He would definitely be stronger if he had normal statuses. It's not clear why he doesn't have them. The player continues to persist, and finally they give in and agree to hunt together. Frank guesses that they forced him to remove his gear to avoid paying for repairs. They are treating this player like a thing. They cannot be allowed to continue to abuse him. He activates a veil of darkness to approach players undetected. They fight the Horned Turtle again. Suddenly one of them sees Frank appearing unexpectedly from behind. He uses black lightning and knocks down the monster. Frank approaches the player without equipment. He is very tall, taller than everyone present. Another player is outraged at why Frank stole their loot and calls him a bastard. Frank asks to repeat what he said. The player says he stole their loot. They were the ones fighting this monster. Plus, he dropped a rare skill book. Frank says that it seems that Murphy's Law is at work again. This book never fell out when he was looking for it. And now it just fell out. But it was a monster they fought, and that means the book belongs to them. They'll take her for themselves, and Frank would be crazy to go against them all. Frank asks the tall player if his body is okay and why he is not using armor or a shield. Apparently they ordered him to do this. One of them is holding the shield, and the other is holding the armor. And this equipment clearly does not belong to them. Frank wants to know how much the player gets paid for hunting. He doesn't answer. He is clearly afraid of these players. although he wants to hunt with them. First, Frank took their loot, and now he's also asking for the salary of one of them. Frank says he looks at their group and knows something is wrong, anyone can tell. The player tells them to stop bothering them and get lost, unless, of course, they want to get into trouble. Looking at Frank's equipment, the difference is at most 10 levels. No matter how experienced he is, he won't be able to defeat them all. Then Frank shows his ID. He is from the Player Supervision Association, which means he has every right to interfere in the affairs of their group. The player realizes that things are bad. Frank asks the tall player again how much he gets paid for hunting, and he says it's a lot. It doesn't seem like that's the case, but it's unlikely he'll tell the truth. He's too intimidated. Frank then activates psychometry to find out the truth and see the memories. He sees this physically strong player named Jack Lee fighting with horned rabbits. It turned out that he was stronger than they thought, although judging by his height, this should have been obvious. They think that Jack is not quite right in the head, but he is physically strong, and that is all they need. They can use him as a shield and a battering ram, since he agrees to everything. Since they started covering him, his armor cracked and the players were unhappy. Although before that they said that he did a great job. They decided that they were paying too much for a tank that couldn't properly upgrade its stats. They began to shame Jack and told him that he should understand that he was guilty. After the horned rabbits, they went hunting for red dogs. Jack held the line with his shield, but it was hard to keep the monsters from breaking through to the players with just a shield. As a result, one of the monsters broke through, which was quite expected. Then the player ordered to remove the armor from Jack, and said that they were only wasting money on repairs, because he was only ruining everything. Jack returned home very battered. His sister said that he shouldn't push himself so hard. She also got a part-time job, so now, like Jack, she can help pay her mother's medical bills. She doesn't want him to get sick too. After another hunt, he was told not to tell anyone what share he was getting, and that he was removing his armor in the dungeons. Otherwise, he would not be able to hunt with them anymore. Jack asked not to leave him and promised that he would not tell anyone. It seems like these players don't even consider him a human being. They should know what they've done. Players claim they were only looking out for Jack. Let him tell Frank they treated him well, never made fun of him and always paid him well. Jack nods. The player says that he nodded. Frank saw it, so everything is fine, and he can get lost. He says he's not going to. They will all come out and an investigation will be conducted. If they are all so clean, then they will go with it to the investigators with a clear conscience. The player asks who Frank is to send them to investigators, since the supervision of players is not some kind of government agency. In their place, Frank would agree, of course, if they don't want problems. For now, he's kind, but it won't last long. The player thinks that if Frank simply disappears into the dungeon, no one will say a word. He asks the other players if they will go to the investigators. Frank in turn asks what he is going to do. He thinks he has become scared. The players are preparing to attack him. He asked for it. Frank has good equipment, they will definitely need it. He is wrong to think that this crazy guy, as they call Jack, will help him. Frank tells Jack to close his eyes and wait for him here. If he does this, he will be able to pay his mother's medical bills and buy his little sister a lot of goodies. Frank casually cuts off the hand of one of the players. He cuts off both hands of another. Now it is clear that they were very wrong in thinking they could deal with Frank, and there's no point in trying to resist. He asks the player who bullied Jack the most why they don't attack. He falls to his knees and says that he will go to the investigators. Frank knocks out his tooth so he doesn't get off so easy. Soon all the players are arrested. Frank comes to the hospital to see Jack's mother, and his sister is there too. Jack says that he will definitely repay Frank for his kindness. He thinks it's no use, but Jack definitely wants to repay him. Frank came with Lucia. She says that she will go back to the dungeon. Jack still has a lot of money to earn. Frank asks to show him his characteristics. Jack belongs to the normal rank shield bearer class. From the unique skills of the class, he has the skill Unbreakable Body and 3 others. The active skill Provocation by Area, the passive skill Steel Body, and 3 others. Frank shows Jack's status window to Lucia. She says his stats are enough to become a knight. If Frank gives him to her, she will make him a great knight, not just a shield bearer. Jack's initial stats are amazing, and his unique skills are very useful, especially Indestructible Body. This skill is on par with heroic skills in terms of usefulness. If developed correctly, Jack can become one of the best. However, it will not be able to develop without the necessary characteristics. Lucia asks Jack if he wants to be the best, and he answers yes. Then let him become a subject of her lord. Frank is confused that Lucia suddenly brought this up. She says it will be good for both of them. Jack will become stronger as a player, and Frank will gain an ally he can trust. It might be worth a try. Jack says he wants to be the best. Frank asks if he is ready to become his subject. A notification comes that Frank has offered Jack to become his subject. Jack answers affirmatively. He accepted the invitation. 20 leadership points were spent. First, you need to upgrade its characteristics. Frank gives Jack a power status boosting item that is absorbed by swallowing. Jack swallows it. He also has to learn this. Frank gives him skill books. Now he is much stronger. His physical strength, endurance, fortitude, agility, and magical power have increased tenfold. It should be more beneficial for him to hunt alone, Lucia agreed. Since he's still at a low level, he should be able to get a few achievements with ease. Sooner or later, Jack will get them all, but for now it is better to invest in stamina. But before they send him out to hunt, his abilities need to be tested. Lucia and Jack enter the Vampire Bat dungeon with a recommended level of 10 to 15. There, Lucia tests Jack's attack skills. She notes that his stance is incorrect. Very soon he is defeated. Lucia tells you to follow the trajectory of her blow and repeat the attack again. 2 hours later, Jack is completely exhausted. Lucia says he is fun to teach. He has great muscle memory, so he remembers everything easily. With a little more practice, he will be able to fight in serious battles. His class will change very soon, but Lucia will try to train him so that he becomes a knight, not a soldier. Frank asks if it's that easy. Changing your class depends on how you fight. If you do it right, it's possible. Lucia tells Jack that he has been resting for a while, and his stamina should be back by now. It's time to get up and continue training. Jack doesn't seem to have fully recovered, but he agrees to continue. Meanwhile in Japan, a surprise attack is being prepared against the Choji, and the monster devours its prey as the player approaches it. He attacks Choji while hiding behind his shield. The player activates a skill that causes a red light to glow. It envelops the monster, who realizes he has been caught off guard. But it is too late to resist. The other Choji are attacked in the same way and explode. Their surprise attack worked. Out of 1,500 monsters, they were able to kill 400. This enrages the leader of the Choji. He flies into the air. As those who fight the monsters thought, they obey this gold. It's time to begin the operation. The shells are launched. They are directed into buildings to confuse the charge. Meanwhile, the players prepare to attack them. Monsters are hit by magical projectiles and are defeated. There are multiple explosions, killing the Choji. Their leader gives out his special cry. Other monsters flock to his call. Meanwhile, new shells are flying from above. The leader of the Choji extends his hand as if giving a sign to his subjects. Ballistic missiles explode without causing any harm to monsters. It turns out that even this weapon is powerless against the Choji. A heroic level monster wouldn't be able to defend like that. They had to raise the Golden Eagle rank to the legendary level. The enemy has broken out of the encirclement. The operation has failed. A heroic level monster would not be able to withstand the explosive force of the missiles. The combined UN forces are currently evacuating. Only 3 weeks have passed, and Jack easily passed both the theory and practical exams. Now he no longer needs to walk through the dungeons secretly. A year and a half later, Lucia was offered to join the guild, promising her active support. But she refused. This is a very good chance, but she refuses, and then she will regret it. Lucia says that she will refuse anyway. A guild representative is unlikely to do something he doesn't like. She asks him to step aside. Frank asks what happened. Lucia says nothing special. She's about to leave, but the guild representative grabs her by the shoulder. It seems like she's not listening to him. Then Frank grabs his hand and shakes it off Lucia's shoulder. He says, "The man already said he doesn't want to join the guild." The representative believes that Frank has no right to interfere. He asks who this man is. Lucia says he said he was a scout from a dark guild. Frank activates the protective barrier. He asks if Lucia has done anything to attract their attention. She says she has kept her results at about the level of an average player. However, for some reason, the members of this guild tried to find out about Lucia. Scout is outraged that Frank can act like this, even knowing who he is. Maybe he doesn't know who Frank is to act like this. Scout says he's from a dark guild, thinking it will impress. Frank says he is from the Players Association's oversight team. Scout is not happy about this. Frank tells you not to torment a man who doesn't want to join his guild and to just leave. Scout says Frank will definitely regret this. He was told to make Lucia a member of the guild by any means necessary. Frank comes to a dungeon with heroic level crocodiles. The recommended level is from 280 to 320. He asks if Jack will be okay. Lucia says that he has been undergoing serious training all this time, so he will have enough strength to clear the dungeon on his own. Even if he was in danger, Lucia would be able to find out about it, so there was no reason to worry. It seems she knew that Jack was going through brutal training. Luckily, Lucia knows this. But every drop of sweat shed during training equals a drop of blood shed during battle. The more seriously Jack trains, the more his chances of survival in a real fight increase. Frank doesn't think Jack will worry about his survival while hunting. He only thinks about how to become the best and serve his lord faithfully. It will be difficult to increase his statuses now, but later it will become possible, because the power of the spirit is involved not only in the skill. This should slowly change after taking the drug given to Jack by his lord. That's true. But Frank wonders what would happen if he invested all his unallocated points into physical strength and mental strength. Perhaps of all the tanks that exist now, this one will be the strongest. There is an enemy ahead. Weapons like spears fly from above. Frank cuts them down with his sword in a flash. Bubbles appear on the surface of the water. From there, new spears fly at Frank. It is clear that crocodiles are hiding under the water. He activates black lightning. This seems like it would be a hassle. A spear emerges from the water. Of course, it's a crocodile, which means it can be attacked. Frank plunges his sword into the place where the spear came out, and a fountain of blood spurts out. Humanoid crocodiles with spears emerge from the water. This is even better. Now Frank can precisely attack several at once. Soon the monsters are defeated. These were undoubtedly the weakest of the heroic rank. The one Frank had faced before was the strongest of that rank, and it wasn't easy. This is just the beginning, because Frank is quickly becoming stronger. Although the dungeon with crocodiles is difficult, there is no better place to train passive skills, such as wild instinct. Now you can continue the hunt. The leader of the Dark Guild scolds the scout for failing to bring Lucia to them. If he can't even handle such a simple job as hiring one noob, it's unclear what he can do at all. If he continues like this, let him leave right now. The scout says that suddenly a guy from the Players Association's oversight team intervened. The boss asks what kind of team this is and why they are preventing their guild from hiring noobs. He seems to have a friendly relationship with their target, and most importantly, the target is not going to join their guild. The boss said several times that he should have told me about the terms of employment first. Scout told about them, but Lucia still refused. The guild leader thinks that perhaps she has sponsors, or the money offered was not enough. Scout believes it's best to just give up on Lucia since she's being protected by a member of the surveillance team. But they can't just give up in the face of such a lucrative deal. Their sponsor told them to take her and bring her. The guild leader orders to first find out information about that member from the Players Association. They have never been asked so insistently to bring someone, and he cannot refuse. Frank asks Jack if there were any problems during the hunt. He answers negatively. He collected a bunch of stones and several skill books. Jack wants to give it all to Frank. He says there is no need to give it to him. This belongs to Jack, because he got all this by hunting monsters. Frank offers to follow him. Jack gets money for the magic stones he sells. Frank informs that the money from the sale of skill books will come after the auction ends. Jack wants to return some of the money to him as gratitude for his help. Frank says he can pay him back little by little. To start with, let him share with his mother and younger sister, since it was for them that he started hunting. He asks how Jack likes his new apartment. Frank hopes it's comfortable. Jack says his sister really likes it. It seems like it was a good choice, since it's the same apartment complex Frank lives in. So even the unexpected can be well prepared. You always have to be prepared because they don't know how long the Japanese will remain silent. Tomorrow they will do the same thing as today, Jack agrees. The head of the Dark Guild finds out information about Frank. It turns out that he is a newbie, who woke up less than a year and a half ago. And besides, there is also a disabled person hanging around with them. They think that they can get rid of them in one go. Except for Frank's membership in the Player Association, he is nothing special. Judging by the fact that the mission location changes from time to time, his skills seem to be poor. Frank also has a colleague with whom he is especially close. Then right now, they will start preparing for tomorrow's mission. Frank walks down the street with Lucia and Jack. He notices a black car with tinted windows. They get into the car. Frank says they're being followed. Lucia realizes that he means the black car driving behind him. Considering the magic that can be felt, it looks like there are players riding in this car. It could be the Japanese, although for them such surveillance looks inept. But they cannot exclude such a possibility. First, they need to go to the dungeon where Jack hunts. They arrive at the scene and engage in battle with the monsters. Frank hears footsteps. He knows who it is, and suggests going further into the dungeon. These people came later than Lucia thought. Then they will start slowly. Players who were watching them appear. Frank notices that their equipment is somewhat flimsy. It seems that these players mostly belong to the normal class. Frank asks what they are doing. One of them says that he is somehow too brave for a weakling. Apparently he does not understand what a difficult situation they are in. Frank thought they were Japanese, but now it's clear they were some other players. He's also making fun of me. The player doesn't look Japanese at all. Frank asks why they do it then. The player says he was going to deliver his body safe and sound, but it looks like that won't happen now. Now they will teach Frank good manners. They are led by the guild leader, who orders Frank's face to be cut in half. He wonders why these players are targeting him. Jack lets out a war cry. He rushes to the defense of his lord. The first person attacked had a tooth knocked out. It seems there is no need to worry about Jack's safety. Lucia explained this in the car earlier, but it seemed like he had a hard time understanding it. He thinks only about how he must protect and defend them. It looks like it will be good training in the form of a real fight. It's good that the level of their opponents is low. If it were higher, it could be dangerous. Lucia says that it is all her fault, because a knight who does not understand his lord's orders cannot be useful in battle. Jack said that in the future, in a combat situation, he would flawlessly carry out his lord's orders and would train even harder. Players who have not yet been attacked are hesitant to engage in combat. The guild leader tells us to stop just watching and fighting. He didn't expect Jack to be so strong. He believes that if he catches those two, everything will end. First, we need to take care of that dear girl. Having activated the black veil, he is ready to pounce on Lucia from behind. She seems not to notice him. However, he crashes into her shield. Lucia throws him to the ground. If he had remained standing quietly, he would have become a good teaching material. The players find their leader defeated and rush to attack. Frank attacks the first of them with his fists. Then he uses the magic blade. Now that the players are down, Frank asks why they targeted them. The leader doesn't understand how this could happen, because this monster, who is taller than everyone else, is a newbie who recently graduated from the player academy. The leader's level is 220. The level of his subordinates is about 180. One of the players says that they were just following the orders of the guild leader. He told them to attack, so they attacked. Frank understands that we are talking about trading players. Since the guild leader committed a crime, he must be punished. Frank attacks him. Japan's Minister of Spatial Gates doesn't have much longer to hold his post. We need to finish this matter before he resigns. If Frank Newman falls into their hands, they will be able to recover from the numerous attacks of the Choj. They now have another target. This man is believed to be a colleague of the first target, and she is a beauty, and it looks like she is from the West. This target lost his country and became a Korean citizen. However, there are some strange moments. According to the documents, their target graduated from the player academy only a month ago. But now it has been confirmed that they are going into a heroic level dungeon together with Frank Neumann. It's unclear how this is possible, because if you enter the academy, it means that you have only recently awakened. Entering a heroic dungeon doesn't always involve hunting, judging by the ability of the first target, Frank Neumann. If the repeal of the 20-level rule worked correctly, then this is entirely possible. This means that it is possible to share experience points regardless of level. At least the probability is high. It is common knowledge that when hunting high-level monsters, experience points are distributed according to the level of contribution. And then Frank brings a newbie who has recently awakened into the dungeon. It is obvious that something is fishy here. Of course, his guesses may be wrong, but what is clear is that overall this is strange behavior. Of course, this cannot be overlooked. They must know that the team that worked before has disappeared. However, it cannot be ruled out that they simply ran away. But this is extremely unlikely. If they really ran away, it would be stupid. First, you need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The group that dealt with the first target was presumably destroyed. But even a ranker can't destroy a group on his own. He knows this, and yet he says that a man who woke up just a year ago did this. The rate of growth of the target is unpredictable, so they must think about the worst-case scenario in order to be prepared at any moment. When a call comes from intelligence, they must move out immediately. Sales speed is definitely dropped in both hunting, achievements, and battery sales. If Frank collects another 300 billion points, he will increase his buyer rank and will finally be able to buy the elixir. As he thought, there is a restriction on the sale of electrical appliances. Maybe something new needs to be released, but there is no need to rush, because game content is still selling quite well. Now we need to solve the problem in another area. Frank's mother calls him to eat, and Lucia is also sitting at the table. Kimchi taig is Frank's favorite food, so let him eat more of it. They say that while hunting in the dungeon, he usually fills his belly with kimbap or hamburgers. It is clear that Lucia told Frank's mother this. Food cooked by mom is the best. Frank notices that his mother and Lucia are engrossed in what is happening on the screen. It looks like it's an American TV series. Frank asks if they are interested. His mother answers in the affirmative. However, let them take a break and try to eat. Frank wonders if this is really that interesting. Lucia is a person from another dimension, and she is interested in American TV series. Frank asks if she likes it. She says that watching movies or dramas is her only hobby. Frank's mother says she envies Lucia, who watches foreign films and TV series online and has to wait for Korean subtitles to come out. Even if players don't learn foreign languages, they can still understand them like native speakers, which makes Frank's mother very jealous. Frank asks Lucia if TV series and movies are really that interesting, because there are many things that she, as a person from another world, should not understand. She says it's interesting, although there are things she sometimes doesn't understand. But to some extent, she can understand if she watches the series, and she enjoys learning about a completely different culture. Frank thinks that he might try selling new video content to users from other dimensions. Apparently, Frank is going to sell movies and TV series. That's right. He asks Lucia what she thinks about it. She says it's a good idea. Even if it might fail, it still doesn't seem to cause any major problems. It's all thanks to Lucia, because she fell in love with movies and TV series. Lucia is embarrassed. A customer from another world sees a notice that Frank Neumann has registered new items for sale. This is a set of a TV and a DVD player. The set includes the movie Transformers. The girl thinks that this is some kind of useless object again. Nevertheless, she buys it and watches the movie. She is impressed. She had never seen anything like it. The girl wonders how they hired robot actors. It seems that in the world in which a man named Frank Neumann lives, in addition to abilities, there is another rather powerful force. Sales have increased significantly, although buyers did not show any signs of life. Although now they show Frank such mercy. The reviews are also good. Users ask if it is possible to sell Bumblebee too, and ask to put it up for sale. Someone writes that it is a living creature and cannot be sold. And of course, it is impossible. But you can sell a car, as well as buy one without insurance. But if you drive without a car, you will be fined, so Frank will not drive himself. Lucia reports that they have sold everything. Frank asks if she knows a way to sell the car. There have been many requests to sell the robot that was in the film. Of course, they can't sell a robot, but they can sell a car. Lucia asks why sell the car. Frank says it looks like it could be worth quite a few points. In this case, you can simply sell the figurines since they can transform. It's a brilliant idea, Frank thanks Lucia. A few days later, he receives a notification that the number of accumulated points has exceeded 1 trillion. He has reached the heroic level and can now buy legendary rank items. The catalog of goods for purchase has increased, and the number of cells for sale has grown to 1,000. Now Frank can buy an elixir. It completely heals all wounds and illnesses of the soul and body. If you take it again within 24 hours after the last dose, there will be no effect. Almost 100 billion. Frank buys the elixir. He says it's all thanks to Lucia. He's going to go and try it out right now. Frank comes to the hospital to see his father and uses the elixir. Now his father should be fully cured. Soon, Frank decides to see what has changed in the product catalog. There are some god-grade items, such as Thunderer, Active Skill Book. The item information is incomplete, and the price is not specified. I wonder how many points it would take to buy a divine tier item. To reach this level, the player's accumulated points after awakening must exceed 1 quadrillion. Someday Frank will be able to gain that much, but that is still a long way off. The legendary Strength Status Enhancement Elixir increases strength by 1. It does not work on players whose strength is over 400. Frank was just expecting something like this. To increase strength by 1, you need about 300 million points. But he can't help but take advantage of this. He buys this elixir too. Frank's mother asks if her husband is really getting better. The doctor says it's amazing how the dying cells are being regenerated. The mother thanks the doctor. He says there is no need to thank him. He himself does not quite understand what is happening. He simply injected the same amount of inhibitors as usual. If rehabilitation goes well, Frank's father will be able to lead a normal life. The players are getting impatient. They want to finally attack Frank. The location of the entrance to the target dungeon changes periodically. You need to wait until it is established in one place. Players think they can just attack when they enter the dungeon. As their leader has already said before, they assume the worst-case scenario and prepare for it. Accordingly, they cannot allow for a single unnecessary variable. Maybe it's because their leader is from the military. He's very meticulous. When he served in the Japanese military, he seemed to be doing well, and was quite successful even when he was a player. He was called the hero of Osaka. It is unclear why such an outstanding person works with them. One of the players heard that he allegedly raped a minor, but it seems like it was a serial killing. Frank and Lucia fight monsters again. Lucia likes the legendary gear. Frank offers to buy one for her too. She says that it will be too much. Because of the legendary level elixir, there are not enough points as it is. Suddenly Frank realizes that they are surrounded. Perhaps these are those Japanese, and there are quite a lot of them. Lucia asks if they could have used mercenaries. Frank thinks that would be too much. Before they are completely surrounded, we must try to destroy the enemies. First, they will deal with those who are 100 meters to the right, and after that they will move to the left and destroy the rest. Lucia rushes forward. Frank activates his instant movement skill and is ready to pounce on one of the players from above. He attacks. Seeing this, the other player uses Ice Storm. Frank charges back through the stream of ice. Another enemy has been defeated. Meanwhile, Lucia attacks another player with a shield. Then she cuts it with her sword. The leader of the group tells everyone to gather. Players in armor come forward. Lucia rushes to attack. The players are focused on her approach and do not notice Frank, who is preparing to attack from behind. However, the group leader notices him. There is an explosion. Now Lucia is also approaching from behind. She activates a magical shield that causes an explosion. The leader of the group orders a retreat. The players scatter. However, they continue to be attacked. Players are enveloped in purple lightning. The leader of the group decides that something is wrong here. It's incredible that such experienced and well-armed players can't handle just a couple of people. Here, lightning also envelops the leader. Frank says this new weapon will need some fine-tuning. Lucia gathered all the survivors in one place. Frank asks to collect their personal belongings. As he thought, they were Japanese. If the boss wants to live better, he'd better cooperate with Frank. The truth contract has been activated. Frank asks how many more personnel they have left. The chief says he's not exactly sure, but as far as he knows, they have about 20 to 30 people. One of the players is unhappy that their manager is revealing such information. Lucia immediately attacks him. Frank asks how many people know of its existence. The chief says perhaps only the minister of the Department of Dimensional Gates and his closest supporters. The minister is probably blocking the information and not reporting it to his superiors in the hope of currying favor. It looks like the leader wants to live. He nods. Frank guesses that it is because of the daughter, whose portrait he saw in the group leader's medallion. He wonders where he found out about this. Frank activated psychometry. He saw the chief talking to his daughter via video link. She's in the hospital. Frank asks to describe his situation as briefly as possible. Nick was participating in a military operation when he saw a notification that he had awakened. He had many heroic skills and was highly anticipated. 5 years ago, Osaka was attacked by orcs. Nick attacked and killed many of them and saved the city from capture and destruction. They wrote about him in the newspapers, and there was also his photograph from the battlefield. One day, he found out that his daughter had a mana-blocking disease, and there was a 100% chance that she would die. There are still no suitable drugs or inhibitors, so until a new medicine comes along, there is no other option but to simply keep her alive. His daughter didn't know she was going to die and had no idea why her dad didn't want ice cream. She asked him to buy it more often. Nick received messages from banks notifying him of the need to repay the loan earlier, and that 4 weeks had passed since the last loan payment. The minister heard about his situation. He knew that Nick was in a lot of debt due to hospital bills. He said he felt sorry for his daughter, and if she worked for him, the problem with hospital bills would go away. Nick promised that he would try his best. Frank clearly had something that could help with the mana lock disease. It's a magic neutralizer. It can cure this disease as well as mana depletion disease, and it costs even less than 10 million points. Frank asks if Nick can kill the people from the Dimension Gate department who have information about Frank. Nick replies that maybe it can, and maybe it can't. Frank asks to see his status window. He has over 1,000 points of agility, which is typical for hired killers. Nick says he will do whatever Frank asks as long as he is left alive. Frank will do it, but only if Nick agrees to his deal. If the one who signed the soul contract does not fulfill his obligations, he will experience wild pain. Failure to comply with the contract can lead to death from pain shock. The contract comes into force only with the mutual consent of the parties without the use of violence, and costs more than a magic neutralizer. Nick asks if it is really possible to cure the mana lock disease. Frank says he will be able to see the effect of the item himself, and if the contract is broken, they will both die. Nick signs the contract. The paper enters Frank's body and dissolves into it. The same thing happens with Nick. Other players also want to sign a contract. Frank says they can't. They're asking for their lives to be spared. The contract can only be used by mutual consent and without the use of force. Frank knows that these players killed innocent people. Ultimately, they are just trash. He cuts off their heads. Frank buys a magic neutralizer. The conditions for activating the soul contract are met. The contract comes into effect. Nick must say that the plan failed, return to Japan and kill everyone who knows about Frank. With the current spec, it might fail, so Frank will help it out a little. Nick receives a notification that Lord Frank Newman has offered him to join. First let him accept the offer, and then he will explain everything. After some time, Nick reports that the operation failed due to interference from the Korean Players Association, and he immediately returns to Japan. He confirmed the strength of those two and would pass on the exact information upon his return. Then Nick gathers his subordinates. He asks if they have cleaned up their tracks properly, and they answer in the affirmative. Now all that remains is to return. A knife is thrust into the chest of one of those gathered. Nick begins the massacre. There is a woman among his subordinates, and she asks why Nick is doing this. But he's not going to stop until he kills everyone. One of them asks to spare him. Nick asks for forgiveness. Frank soon sees news of the suicide of the minister of the Department of Dimensional Gates and his assistants. Lucia asks how Frank plans to use Nick next. It would be possible to simply leave everything as is and get the information, or to form one's own government. It's better to go hunting first. Then Frank's mom calls him. His father got much better. Frank asks if he can hear him. Father nods. The disease has completely receded. Now he just needs to undergo rehabilitation. He reaches out his hand to Frank and tries to say something. Apparently he wants to thank him. Here Frank realizes that magic comes from his father. Perhaps he woke up and became a player. Lucia asks Father Frank to show him her status window. He has truly awakened. He has an active skill called Fire Sphere of rare rank, and no passive skills. Apparently the sudden healing is related to awakening. Even the doctor didn't know the reason. But that's how it turned out. Frank wonders how this could happen. Either this is a simple coincidence, or the elixir contains a power that can turn an ordinary person into a player. A week later, Frank comes to his father again, and he can already speak. He looks even better than yesterday. Every day he gains strength. Since Frank is here, Mother needs to go home for a while. He tells her to rest at home first and then come back. He will sleep here today. Mother says he just came from hunting and must be tired. But Frank is comfortable here. This is one of the best wards in the hospital. Today, Frank's father wants to spend the day with his son. Then Mother will sleep at home, but tomorrow she will pack her things and come. Frank offers to give her a ride. She says no need. Frank's father thanks him. He got well thanks to him. Frank says he didn't do anything special. He got better thanks to waking up. But the father knows that it is Frank's fault that he got better thanks to the medicine he gave him. Father won't ask about this medicine. It's for an incurable disease, so it's better for others not to know about it. Frank asks what he thinks he should do next. He is in his prime and plans to go underground. He would be better off just staying home. The money Frank makes is enough. Father says that 57 is a great age to work. Frank objects that the dungeon is a very dangerous place. You never know what will happen there and when. The father understands that Frank has been through a lot of hardships. He doesn't want to live on the money his son earned by risking his life. Frank has already made enough money that he doesn't need to do anything dangerous anymore. Father really intends to go down into the dungeon. He has already decided everything. Mom won't like it, but he already got her permission, so there's no need to worry about it. A few days later, Frank meets Lucia. She doesn't think he needs to be so negative about it. In such difficult times as these, becoming a player is a great blessing. When the gates suddenly open and monsters come out, ordinary people can't do anything and die. However, with players it's different. It may be so, but the probability is very low. The dimensional gates continue to open. Countless dangerous monsters emerge from them, so Frank just has to watch as his father goes underground. They are dangerous. Lucia knows it too. With his power, Frank could keep his father safe. He already knows about the existence of the elixir and will keep it a secret, so there shouldn't be any problems. On the contrary, if he becomes stronger, Frank will worry less. Father says he will still go to the dungeon no matter what Frank says. Frank knows this, and he didn't come to dissuade him. Instead, let his father do what he says. As a player, he is more experienced than him, and first you need to accept his offer. Frank's father receives an offer to join Lord Frank Newman. His mom and sister don't know it, but he's a little bit of a special player. It looks like it. Everything that happens from this moment on will be a secret for my mother and sister. Frank offers his father an item to raise statuses. He eats it. Now his status has risen. Frank has a lot of these items. They must be expensive. That's true. But no one in the world can buy it except Frank. So it's a mere trifle for him. Therefore, it is necessary to keep this a secret from mom and sister. If this item suddenly becomes known, it will cause a stir in society. The father asks if Frank got the medicine the same way, and he answers in the affirmative. He can't give more details. Father says he can't accept it. Frank wants him to eat these items before someone comes. He can't get his money back after buying it anyway, so we need to eat it quickly and help him. In that case, nothing can be done. He also needs to learn skill books. He will only attack from a distance, since he was originally assigned the position of a ranged fighter. Now he can go into the dungeon with the man Frank assigns to him. This is Lucia, as well as a tank that will protect him. The father asks if ordinary people can take this substance. Frank says he hasn't checked. You can't do something like this thoughtlessly. Maybe if normal people can learn skill books too, they can eat this too. It feels like after eating this, my father became 30 years younger. It would be nice if my mother tried it too. If he hadn't said he remembered the elixir, or that he was going to the dungeon, Frank wouldn't have shared that such a thing existed. The father understands that it would be better if as few people as possible knew about this. He asks when he can go to the dungeon. First, he needs to be discharged from the hospital and undergo training at the player's academy. Father is really in too much of a hurry, he completely forgot about it. The death of the Japanese minister of Dimensional Gate and his subordinates has been ruled a suicide, but it is definitely the work of a player with a heroic level stealth skill, and the identity of the perpetrator has not yet been established. The Prime Minister asks how many people in Japan have heroic level stealth skills. Since players do not reveal their abilities, they do not have accurate information. It is unclear how some insignificant player could kill a high-ranking government official. The Prime Minister orders that border protection be strengthened threefold. Perhaps it was the opposition that did this, or it was the work of some faction within the party. Although he doesn't know exactly who did it, but it was certainly one of them, and they won't stop there. The Prime Minister asks who is now in charge of the secret agents, and is told that no one is currently in charge, as all of the higher-ups have died. This is temporarily handled by Nick Do, the hero of Osaka. The Prime Minister would like to contact him in secret. He has some business for him. After some time, Frank gets a call from Nick. He reports that he met with the Prime Minister, who instructed him to fabricate corruption charges against factions within the party and opposition parties that were opposed to him. He ultimately plans to cover it all up by making it look like a suicide. Apparently, he relies heavily on Nick. Frank tells him to follow the Prime Minister's instructions and earn his trust. If he succeeds, he will strengthen his influence in the Players Association or the Dimension Gate Department. Next, Frank asks Nick about his trip to America, and he says that everything went well. Thanks to the medicine Frank gave him, Nick's daughter recovered. She plans to continue living with her mother in America. It would be good to hide the fact of her healing. Nick plans to continue sending a large sum of money for her treatment. There is no need to contact Frank from now on unless something serious happens that affects him or Korea, and let Nick do things his way. Now you don't have to worry about it. After some time, the player goes hunting in the orc dungeon. He shows his ID. He would also like to work as a security officer. He activates the fire sword. Orcs are attacking. The fire sword leaves them no chance. Soon all the monsters are defeated. Even if you become a security officer, you can continue to hunt. Here a new group of monsters appears. The player prepares to attack. Suddenly an axe flies from above. It hits the player. It was the leader of the orcs. The security officer realizes that the player has died. It is unclear what happened that he was harmed by the orc. The main monster cuts off the guard's head. Now it's the second's turn. The orcs kneel before their leader. He attacks another player. He crushes his head with his huge hand. Orcs attack players. People on the street notice that something is happening. The gates opened and monsters came out of them. They start attacking everyone around. Their leader is watching. He clearly likes what's going on. While they were away, the association called. Frank calls back, but the answering machine says the subscriber is unavailable. Breaking news, a wave of monsters has opened up near Shinchan Station. Lucia says these aren't just any monsters, but a group of orcs. Perhaps the monsters are evolving and becoming stronger. Orcs are the monsters that are most similar to humans. Non-combat orcs are of normal level, but if they become soldiers, they can already be of rare level. Their leader may be of heroic level. In rare cases, it reaches legendary level. Lucia saw it with her own eyes. An army is sent to fight the monsters. Machine guns and tanks open fire on the orcs. I wonder how much stronger these orcs have become. Players hope to get rid of them all at once. Orcs flee from the rising ice wall. They seem to be losing. There are severed heads of orcs all around. It looks like Frank was worried for nothing. The attack continues. Here the orc leader appears. It makes a deafening roar. Frank was under the effect of the mind suppression skill Battle Cry. When under the effect of the skill, the body is paralyzed for 10 seconds. The indomitable spirit is activated. Resistance to the battle cry is shown. This is the worst thing Frank expected. Under the influence of the battle cry, the monsters rush to attack again. Now the advantage is on their side. Orcs are killing players one by one. Their leader approaches the player whose body is paralyzed. Another player rushes to her aid, but the orc chieftain crushes him into the ground with his giant foot. Then he is attacked from all sides. The chieftain swings his axe, causing storms to form. It's not clear why some orcs are so strong. They might even die here. Black lightning explodes around the orc leader. Frank attacks him from behind. However, he is ready to repel the blow. Frank sinks to the ground. The orcs charge in. Frank activates the lightning. The player calls to stop the orc chieftain. Another says they should retreat. Frank agrees. It activates the flicker. The mana flow is unstable. The activation is cancelled. These monsters are well prepared. There is a sorcerer standing on the roof. The players are told to retreat. A legendary level orc has appeared. Frank wonders whether to do as Lucia taught him. He will die if he doesn't dodge, or maybe he will become disabled or die. The survival instinct is activated. Frank attacks the chief. He stabs him with his sword. Then Frank attacks again and again. The players are amazed. Frank tells them to retreat. It's a temporary buff, so he won't be able to hold him off for long. The orc chieftain swings his axe. The survival instinct has ended. Frank activates the black robe. The players are running. A circle of fire appears above them. There is an explosion. Players take refuge in a temporary shelter near Shinshin Station. Frank's powers are still not enough. Then one of the players calls out to him. She asks if he remembers her. This is the girl who said Frank was her type when he defeated the Blue Dragon. This is Helen Stone. She is delighted that Frank remembers her name. There's no way he doesn't know him. Among all the rankers, she has a unique ability. With her specialty as a demonic spearwoman, she even appeared on television several times. She is a famous ranker even for ordinary people. Helen thanks Frank for his help. If it weren't for him, something bad would have definitely happened. Previously, they were in the same punitive detachment. Although Frank doesn't remember them, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Apparently, this is the man who survived the battle with the dragon. The chairman of the Players Association is pleased to meet Frank. He would like him to spend some time with him. The chairman has received many reports about Frank, so even though they are meeting in person for the first time, he seems familiar to him. Perhaps it's because Frank doesn't know much about the chairman, but he can't say the same. In fact, since this is their first meeting, it is quite normal to feel like strangers. But in the future, they should build a friendly relationship. Frank asks why the chairman was looking for him. He says they found out that the orc chieftain and the mage are of the legendary level. So, just like with the Amugi, they plan to assemble an elimination squad. Compared to the Amugi raid, this fight will be much more difficult. In any case, there is a more serious problem. The orcs have taken civilians hostage, so they can't launch an airstrike. More precisely, they don't exactly take them as hostages, but rather perceive them as food in case of an emergency. To begin with, they plan to gather the military and players in large numbers again, from which they will organize 2 elimination squads that will simultaneously deal with both the leader and the mage. Frank asks why the chairman called him separately and tells him all this. He is thinking of appointing him as the commander of one of the assassination squads. Frank asks why him. Because he fought the orc leader alone, albeit briefly. The chairman wants Frank to talk about the skill he used in the battle. Frank says he can't give all the details, but he thinks he can tell you about the activation conditions, usage time, and rollback. If he tells them about it, that will be enough for them. But before that, Frank wants to know why the chairman is interested in this. He is not sure that even with a buff like Hannah Kim's, it is possible to defeat the orc chieftain during the skill's duration. The chairman has one consumable item for Frank. This is the blood of a heroic level ogre. It gives a portion of the ogre's physical abilities. For 30 minutes it increases strength, agility, and endurance by 40%. After the end of the action time, strength, agility, and endurance are reduced by 10% permanently. It looks like this is an upgraded werewolf king's heart. Apparently the chairman wants Frank to take advantage of this and defeat the orc chieftain. He believes that Frank will definitely be able to win using the buff together with the effect of this item. And if you add Hannah Kim's buff to this, he will definitely win, even if the chieftain uses his rage. If Frank accepts the offer, all debts for purchasing the legendary rank skill book will be written off. And after completing the raid, he will be able to get 1 item for free. Sounds good. 10% of lost skills can be restored for about 3.5 billion points. But the chairman doesn't know that. Frank asks to give him 2 items he wants for free. In addition, he wants revenue from the sale of items that matches his contribution. They come to an agreement. The chairman thanks Frank for making this difficult decision. He would like to ask for one more thing. The chairman is ready to do everything in his power. Frank would like to be promoted to team manager within the association and for a new team to be created for him to lead. The chairman agrees. Frank says he was worried he would refuse. People with his skills and character naturally have the right to take the place of the head of the team. The activation conditions are quite complex. Frank says to be sent to meet the orc chieftain one-on-one. If you do this, the chance that the skill will activate will increase. It may be dangerous, but Frank has to take the risk. The chairman thought that he was an egoist who cared only about his own benefit, but he was very much mistaken. They will start preparing right now. The detachment sent to fight the orcs was defeated. All citizens immediately learned about this news. The main reason for their defeat was that there were 2 legendary level orcs. All citizens fell into a state of panic, and people living in Seoul and Gyeonggi province began to leave their homes and head south. The government requested help from those who were in the UN and fighting in other countries, and also called on rankers and players from all over the country. At the same time, the government requested assistance from UN peacekeeping forces, and the fact that a second detachment would be sent into the fight was widely advertised. UN peacekeeping chief Jason asks if there is a way to stop the psychological attack the orc chieftain is using. If they can't stop her, then there's a good chance the new squad will also be defeated. The punitive squad will lure out a legendary level monster and destroy it. It is unknown whether they will be able to destroy a monster of this level in a short time. If during the battle it activates a psychological skill, a huge number of casualties cannot be avoided. They have to take that risk. Until they have a way to counter the psychological attack, they won't be able to do anything. They came here to help them. They can't just avoid a dangerous fight. Although they may sacrifice a lot to win, they will not participate in such an ill-conceived plan and die like dogs. Maybe these are players who are temporarily part of the UN, and not peacekeeping soldiers. This damn guy just hates players. He was deliberately stalling for time. This battle will be incredibly difficult. There is no guarantee that the orcs will just sit there. They have no choice but to hold the meeting tomorrow. It's been a long day. Everyone has worked hard. Today we need to get some proper rest. Frank is called out by Alice. She asks to give her some time. Alice heard the talk. It seems like he made a big contribution in the first battle. She thought Frank joined the second raid to level up quickly and powerfully. But that's not the case. Apparently, he was hiding his skills all this time. Frank says that if he had hidden them, the blue dragon would have killed him. But since then his skills have improved greatly. Alice heard that he would take the brunt of the damage this time. Frank says it will be to his advantage. It doesn't matter, because no matter what reward he gets, the lost skill points cannot be restored. So she is grateful for such a difficult decision. If he suddenly changes his mind, let him report it. Alice will take over his role. Frank says he has already made his final decision. The debt of over 1 trillion for the 2 legendary items would be written off, so there was no way he could refuse. Alice would like to know about Frank's contribution to the Amugi raid. In this raid, she was second in her contribution. So to find out who took first place, she asked all the rankers who took part in the battle about their places, but none of them were first. That's probably why Alice thinks Frank took the place. She nods. He admits that this is so. The association made a big mistake by giving the player who contributed the most the smallest reward. Alice will talk to the association chairman to get Frank's reward again. If she does this, he will not refuse. It seems like Frank is not telling us a lot. He may not say it, but let him promise something. He must do his duty as a member of the Players Association, as he is doing right now. Frank was just about to do that. The next morning there was another meeting with Jason. It looks like it won't end today either. It is reported that a group of orcs has begun moving towards Hongdae. The chairman orders the armed forces to be assembled immediately. He asks if UN forces will support them. Jason nods. The chairman thanks him. All they have to do is pretend to be involved in the battle and retreat. Players are told to follow Frank, who will fight the chieftain, while the rest follow Alice, who will take care of the mage. After receiving the buff, they will board the helicopter. It's nice to have a good buff. The book with the buff skill never appeared. Frank had never seen one. It would be good if he had some skills similar to the survival instinct, no matter how much he thought. Using consumables would be a waste. Unless it's a battle with a legendary level monster, he may not use them. Everyone has finished boarding the helicopter. It's time to leave. It's crazy. It seems like as soon as Frank goes down, the survival instinct will kick in. He will go first. Frank jumps out of the helicopter. You have to start beautifully. He uses his strength to the maximum. The group of orcs has been defeated. The chieftain prepares for attack. Another group of orcs rushes to attack. The survival instinct is activated. Now it's time to eat the ogre's blood. There is an explosion. If everything works out, it is possible that Frank will be able to defeat the orc leader alone. He was charred from the explosion, but still ready to attack. The chieftain rushes at Frank from above. He dodges. The chieftain swings his axe again. He is strong. He cannot be killed, even when he is alone. Frank fires the magic projectile again. Shells are flying from above. Players prepare for battle. It's time to start the second round. Players rush at the orc chieftain from all sides. A lot of magic projectiles fly at him. Frank attacks again. Now the leader also takes damage. He's still resisting. Frank continues to attack. The leader is losing more and more blood. It makes a deafening roar. Orcs come running at his call. Players activate the Shield of Faith and the Unbreakable Wall. Orcs are attacking. In the helicopter, players use magic. The orc leader throws an axe at the helicopter. She punches through it and hits several players. Then the axe falls out of the helicopter. It's time to strike the decisive blow. The players are once again attacking the orc chieftain from all sides. Frank delivers the decisive blow. He strikes the chieftain in the chest with his sword. The survival instinct has ended. The monster's eyes glow red. Now he is ready to deliver the decisive blow. Players retreat to the tanks. The orc chieftain attacks Frank, but he strikes again. Other players rush to attack. The orc leader's hand flies off. He still won't die. The chieftain attacks again. This time he strikes Frank. He cuts off his head. We need to evacuate and take care of the wounded. Players climb up to the helicopter. The mages launch projectiles at them. Players are falling. The orcs are attacking again. Another player is attacked. The one in the helicopter sees this. He says all survivors are on board. Frank is tired. I wonder if Alice won. Frank asks the intelligence officer if the raid on the mage was successful. The officer hesitates to answer. Finally, she says the raid failed. It wasn't just a failure. It was such a crushing defeat that over 90% of their fighters were killed during the raid. Frank asks what's wrong with Alice. The officer says she's alive, but as far as she knows, she was seriously injured and retreated. Here is a list of survivors. After some time, the players watch a video of the battle with the magician. It grew to gigantic proportions, and he began to attack the players with a fiery fist. He breathed fire and threw it. Apparently, this monster has a skill similar to Wild Instinct. Although Frank's injuries have healed, he must be careful, as internal wounds cannot be healed even with healing magic. If the wound is caused by magic, its remnants remain in the body and prevent the use of one's own mana. Although small wounds from magic heal quickly, but with serious injuries, its remnants remain for a long time. Frank asks to tell him how Alice is. The chairman says the external injuries have been treated, but the internal ones are so serious that they will have to take care of her for a week. There is currently a fierce battle going on. At least thanks to the fact that Frank's team dealt with the orc leader, their morale has dropped noticeably. Without it, it is much easier to use military force. Frank says he'll help too, but recently he was on the verge of death. Seeing this, the chairman thinks that it is better for him to just recover. Frank is fine, and if he can help even a little, their casualties will be reduced dramatically. The chairman thinks that he is very upset about losing his statuses, but still goes to the battlefield without showing it. The other players say they will go too. They must avenge their fallen comrades. They will all go together. The chairman will lead them. Frank jumps out of the helicopter again. Orcs are attacked by lightning. Hunting heroic level orcs is much easier. Now they will show them. The chairman launches a fireball at the orcs. He throws fire again and again. It turns out that he is very strong. He has such destructive power that he quickly deals with magicians. He gives out a calling cry. The orcs run towards him. The players think they are running away. The chairman orders to follow them and leave no one alive. These monsters have made such a mess here, and now they are running away somewhere. Frank activates the shimmer and appears in front of the orcs. Now he uses lightning breath. It seems that the situation is better now than before. Suddenly there is an explosion. It was set up by a magician, and Frank must catch him. Fireballs hang over him. Frank dodges the explosions. He won't let the magician go anywhere. The orcs appear again. Frank shoots lightning at them. The magician transforms into a fire giant. Jason is watching this. The UN Joint Force will provide rear support. The fire monster attacks Frank. He punches the ground. The players rush to attack. The monster is hit by multiple weapons from all sides. The flame is dying down. There's still a little bit left. Frank prepares to attack the monster with lightning breath. He attacks. Players use other magical weapons. Frank prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The magician loses his monster form. A wall of fire erupts. Frank charges in. He delivers the decisive blow. The fire gradually dies down. They won. Frank is being watched by Jason, who thinks he is a magical swordsman. They must win him over to their side. Jason didn't think that there was anyone else so strong in Korea besides Alice Lair. The battle ended in a great victory for humanity. But they were unable to destroy all the orcs. Some of them fled to their home world. The Korean government announced the victory of the second raid, and after the success of the first raid on the legendary Imugi, the victory over the legendary Tier orcs was widely publicized throughout the world. Although Korea seemed quite strong on the outside, many rankers and high-level players had died, and the government was worried because it was unknown when another legendary-level monster might appear. Frank comes to see Alice at the hospital. He asks how she feels. Alice says that the external wounds have already healed. She doesn't use magic on purpose, so she'll be back to normal in a couple of days. Frank tells her not to blame herself too much. There was nothing to be done. Alice thinks it was her mistake. She must become stronger, if only so that next time she does not experience such terrible pain. If next time she meets an orc mage, she will definitely avenge her comrades. There's no need to worry. Alice isn't the kind of person who would be broken by something like that. She thanks Frank for avenging the dead in her place. He just did what he had to do, and he couldn't have done it alone. However, it is true that he made the biggest contribution. If it were not for him, everything could have failed. Alice asks how he feels, since he's basically had 2 fights in a row. Frank says he's fine. It's amazing. Even though he got 2 legendary level skills, he must have lost a lot of statuses. He just has to try harder to level up in hopes that Alice will help him with that. The hunt for the orc chieftain and the mage yielded 7 items, all of which were legendary. Among them was the axe that the chief used. The orcs took one with them when they fled, and the rankers took the rest. Other items may not be suitable for Frank. Moreover, he's already collecting a set, so he doesn't need them. If you exclude these 3 items, there are still 3 skill books left. Frank was promised 2 free items, and the first one he liked was the legendary tier skill book, Battle Cry. The auction is declared open. Bids are now being accepted for the Battle Cry skill book. All the major guilds gathered here. Someone offers $1 trillion. The final price is 1,007,500,000,000. The auctioneer asks if anyone can offer more. Frank offers 2 trillion. No one can offer more. Battle Cry is sold. The Kyushu disaster was partly due to a delayed reaction. But given that the monster was flying, it could not have been avoided. They lost Kyushu Castle, which was home to over 15 million people. If they left things like this, the monster would definitely reach mainland Honshu. Korea has dealt with 2 legendary level monsters. They need to quickly request support from Korea. It is obvious that other countries will also fight for its support. The Minister of the Interior will submit an official request to dispatch a team to destroy a legendary level monster. Japan has asked for support, but they have their own problems, and the government's exaggerated publicity campaign has worked too well. Korea is in this situation, and the Japanese want them to help another country. The government says this because elections are currently underway. Frank is informed that the chairman is looking for him. They decided that the team Frank would lead would be a squad of assassins. Frank thought it would be a temporary team to fight legendary monsters. The chairman had thought of everything. They would create a squad of assassins led by Frank, and if a legendary level monster appeared, they would increase this squad by recruiting other rankers. It's like a reserve force being called up for battle. While Frank is the only one on the assassination squad, if there is someone in the association he would like to take, he can consult with the captains of each team and choose. Frank asks if he can take someone who is not directly part of the association. The chairman says yes. If the goal is to fight legendary level monsters, then the criteria for selecting team members must be strict. The chairman will leave it up to Frank because the assassination squad was created to achieve long-term results. And if not immediately, then in the long term, Frank will be able to choose talents that will help him in raids on legendary level monsters. Perhaps these are 2 good conditions, because the more he has, the harder it will be to leave. To start, Frank will use the Lord's Banner skill and try to recruit players into the team who are not even able to change their first profession. High-level players are treated well wherever they go, so they don't come often. First of all, Frank would need too many leadership points for such high-level ones. He will grow in the shadow of those people who know his secret along with Lucia. And in the sun, he will grow as many low-level players as possible. As the players in the sun level up, they won't be able to escape Frank due to the high penalties for breaking their contract. This way, he will be able to capture the entire association. Although she can both defend and attack, she is not accepted into the squad because of her wary attitude towards money. She bought a lottery ticket, but it's strange how only one number can match. Then Frank calls out to the girl. She asks who he is. Frank introduces himself. The girl says hello. As she understood, if his proposal was accepted, his salary and support would be increased. That's true, and besides, Frank will help her acquire a skill book that will improve her stats. She agrees. Frank asks if she wants to know the consequences and penalties in advance. Her status window will be open to him, and if she leaves his command, all levels, stats, and skills that she has increased will disappear. The girl says that the status window has been known for a long time. She drinks the soda in one gulp. Besides, she is in a hurry now, so she doesn't have time to worry about the consequences. Frank invites her to join. The girl accepts the offer. 10 leadership points are spent. Frank now has 5 subjects under his command. He has a new skill, Summon Lord. Now he can give orders to his subordinates regardless of distance. The girl is happy that she is now at least a part of some team. She wonders why she hears Frank's voice in her head. It's because of the special skill. Magic is almost not consumed. As Frank promised, here are the skill books. The girl thanks him. Her salary will be increased starting tomorrow. These are just normal level skill books, but it seems like life is very difficult for players. Frank thought that 1 or 2 people would refuse his offer. However, there is nothing to worry about. The news has probably already reached the chairman. A month later, he is informed that there are 316 new members in the assassination squad, and none of them have any connection with Frank Newman. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they didn't even know each other until he recruited them into the team. 316 people who didn't even go through their first career change. Even if you think of it as an investment in the future, the efficiency is too low. Frank hadn't even met the players he found, so he was obviously up to something. After some time, Frank receives a call from an unknown number. He picks up the phone. This is his friend Stephen Black. They lived in the same area since childhood. This is his old friend, with whom they went to kindergarten, elementary school, and college together. They lived as a family, so they called each other's fathers uncles. Stephen asks why Frank didn't tell him he changed his number, and he says he was a little busy. No matter how busy he was, he had to send a message that he had changed his number. Stephen heard that Frank's father had awakened. He mentioned it while he was drinking with Stephen's father, so Stephen called and asked for Frank's number. Maybe Frank wants to go out for a drink too, he agrees. Apparently it was his friend. Frank became completely absent-minded and didn't even think about contacting his friends. He also needs rest. A bowstring that is pulled too tightly will definitely break. Lucia needs to go to watch the drama. Then let her go by car, and Frank can go by taxi. Lucia can give him a ride to the meeting place, but the place is on the other side of town. So if she gives him a ride, she won't make it in time for the drama to start. Lucia is leaving. It's surprising that she's so interested. Frank looks so good, and his shoulders are so broad he's a real handsome man. He says it's all down to hard work and muscle power. Stephen still enjoys mixing soju and beer. Frank asks what he's doing now. Stephen works in the sales department of Osen. He asks why Frank never got back into university since his uncle woke up, which means there won't be any problems with tuition fees. Frank asks how Stephen finds working at the company, and he says it's very hard, especially since the pay in the sales department is low. If you really want to sell something, you have to give it your all, and the players have their noses in the air. Even those who just changed their first profession are very arrogant. Frank will tell his father about this so that they can bring Stephen magic stones. Stephen says there are a lot of scammers here, but he will buy the stones on the most favorable terms. Then he gets a call from the arrogant player he was talking about recently. He definitely called to ask me to pay his alcohol bill. Stephen decided not to pick up the phone, but it was okay. He would just call him tomorrow morning and say that he fell asleep early, and that's why he didn't answer. Frank says it's better to call his father and ask him to sell the magic stones. Here the player who just called enters the cafe. He realizes that Stephen is ignoring his calls. He says he was drinking and didn't see that they called him, but the player saw everything. So he has time to drink, but no time to answer the phone. Stephen asks for forgiveness. The player tells him to follow him immediately. He says he will pay the bill. Frank says there's no need to go after that bastard. The player hears him call him. He grabs Frank by the jacket. Stephen says that this can't be done. The player pushes him away. Frank asks if players can use force on civilians. He says of course it's impossible and he didn't use force. He asks those present if any of them saw him use force. It seems that no one saw anything. Frank says he saw it, but no one is likely to believe him. There is no point in calling the police. They do not reflect the opinion of the parties to the conflict. There are many ways to teach people like him a lesson. Let Stephen not even think that in the future he will receive stones from him. He will tell everything to the captains close to him. So let him get ready. And Frank should be on his guard because he never knows when he might become disabled. The player threatens him, attacks and intimidates civilians, uses abilities and uses force, and threatens to harm. This is enough to revoke a player's license and possibly even land him in jail for 20 years. The player sees a phone in Frank's hand. He's trying to take it away, but Frank grabs his hand. Now he also attempted to steal. He realizes that Frank is also a player. This means they work in the same field. This should have been said earlier. He will sign the purchase and sale agreement with Stephen, and will also talk to the captains close to him and ask them to give Stephen the stones. Frank asks what good is a player who is soon going to jail. Players must maintain good relationships. Frank says he doesn't want to. The player's second cousin is the second in command of Sue's guild. There's no use in arguing with him. Frank asks what they will do. The player calls his sister, who asks why he is calling. Frank seemed to have heard that voice somewhere before. Apparently he has some problems with the player, and for some reason he calls her. The player says that Frank doesn't care about Sue's guild, and when he told him about his sister, he said he wasn't afraid. Now that their guild has diminished, some bugs are ignoring her. She asks to pass the phone. Now Frank remembered. It was Jane Rice. She had given him her business card during the first hunt. He turns on the speakerphone, and he says that he and Jane haven't seen each other for a long time. She asks who it is. The head of the new team of the Players Association, Frank Neumann. He says that Jane's younger brother just attacked and threatened a civilian in front of him. He used powers and skills outside the dungeon that could harm ordinary people, and also attempted to commit theft. However, it seems he did these actions believing that the Sioux Guild would stand up for him. If the Vice Guild Master's second cousin was so arrogant, then the guild members would probably act the same way. Perhaps Frank should consult with the association chairman and conduct a special audit of the guild. Jane says that this boy has nothing to do with Sue's guild. He's just using her name. Then slander can be added to the list of charges. Frank asks if Jane will file a lawsuit against her brother. But maybe they are in cahoots. Jane says she will file a lawsuit tomorrow morning. Her brother is arrested. Frank suggests that Steven go for a second round. So that means he is a player, and also from an association. Frank was about to tell him, but that guy intervened. They will have another drink and then discuss the details. A simulation based on the power of legendary monsters is being developed in the US. Even if only one monster appears, the human casualties and damage will be colossal. But this may be an exaggeration. After all, Korea dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters, and there was no major damage. It's all thanks to the fact that they were able to handle this quickly and efficiently. Korea can gather rankers from all over the country in less than an hour. Compared to that, it would take them 6 hours to gather even a portion of the rankers. In addition, Korea, having dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters, suffered huge damage, especially the casualties among rankers. This is due to the mental skill of influencing the psyche over a large area. Moreover, monsters such as the Orc Chieftain and Orc Mage live in groups with a large number of heroic-level monsters. They are much more difficult to deal with than monsters that act alone, like the Amugi. Most high-level players who raid legendary monsters will not benefit much from this. They need rankers. This is clearly seen in the example of China. And judging by the battle scheme of the raid on the legendary-level Orc, they absolutely need someone strong, someone whose abilities have gone beyond the ordinary ranker. Apparently, this is about Frank Newman, the player Jason reported on. According to some, its level is above 500. The monsters in the existing heroic dungeons are around level 400, and players, limited by the 20-level rule, cannot rise above level 400. Because of the doubts that arose, CIA agents conducted an investigation and discovered a surprising fact. Player Frank Newman has a unique skill that allows him to bypass the 20-level rule. Although this is only a guess, but after gathering the information that the agents have found out, Jason is confident that the probability of this is higher than 99%. He shows a video of Frank's fight with the Orc Chieftain and the Mage. This development, and in less than 2 years, the speed of its growth is astonishing. The president asks if Frank can use this unique skill on other players. They haven't verified this information yet, but there is another unusual discovery. This concerns Frank's father, John Newman, and his neighbor, Paul Smith. Less than 2 months had passed since John Newman's awakening, and he had already entered the dungeon of the 100th level. Frank Neumann is currently the leader of the assassination squad of the Korean Players Association. He has also recruited 316 low-level players into it. Their results are truly astounding. The growth rate is very fast, and while it's not as obvious, they did confirm that since these players joined Frank Newman's team, their overall stats had improved. Perhaps the player who has shown such enormous power is a buffer. This is not entirely true, but they believe that, like buffers, he has a skill that allows other players to increase their statuses. If this is all true, they must recruit him. It seems like it will be very difficult to do this. He has a lot of money and a high status in the Korean Players Association. Unless the Korean government is full of idiots, they won't let him go that easily. First, you should get closer to him and become friends. Since the US and Korea are on friendly terms, they can use him as a mercenary at any time. Once something happens, it will be too late to call him. So the best solution is to attract him to the country for a long time. First, they need to develop a plan on how they can put pressure on the Korean government. The object is located in the house. As soon as the association's guards change places, they will begin to act. These guards are only about level 200. The security has changed. It's time to begin the operation. Agents attack the guards. They are pushed into subspace. The door to the apartment where Frank's mother and sister live opens. One of the agents enters. He uses some skill. It turned out too weak. She has a magic item. You need to aim at the arms and legs. They must kidnap her alive no matter what. The ring is broken. Frank's mother is about to be kidnapped. Frank appears and stops the agent. It activates the breath of lightning. The agent's face was burned to the bone. The rest start running, but Frank won't let them go that easily. He stabs his mother's attacker with his sword. Other agents jump out of the window, but they can't just leave like that. Frank activates the double arrow. We just have to destroy them. The agent cuts through the magic arrow, but hidden inside her is the breath of lightning. Explosions are heard. Frank calls Lucia to protect his mother. Now he moves to the warehouse where his sister was taken hostage. He is told not to move and to slowly back away. Frank sees a notification about using the subspace skill. These bastards prepared carefully. He must enter the subspace now if he does not want to see his loved ones die. He will go, but if any of them harm his sister, they will all die. The agent says they don't mean to harm her. If Frank enters subspace calmly, she will follow. Frank enters. The move should work. If Frank's sister doesn't want to die, it would be good to accept the offer. She is ordered to accept it immediately. Suddenly, the agent's hand flies off. There is an explosion. This is Frank, and he's inside. He launches lightning again. Then his hand emerges from subspace. It is not clear how this is possible. Another agent is enveloped in lightning. Frank emerges from subspace. He stabs the agent behind his sister with his sword. She sees that Frank is missing half of his body. She faints. Frank almost died. The move was partially successful. Frank puts his sister to bed next to their mother. Lucia will look after them. She says she will protect them even at the cost of her life. As Frank thought, they had now reached their father. He goes to him and to Paul Smith. They repel the attack of the agents. It's not easy to close the distance. They have to attack all at once. The agents rush to attack. Here someone appears ahead. This is Frank. He attacks agents with a sword. Explosions are heard. Those who miss them run away. A wall of ice rises in front of them. They destroy it with swords. But Frank is already in front of them. It activates the ice storm. There is another explosion. Agents are calling for his death. They are going to attack him from above. Frank activates the absolute shield. Attackers cannot penetrate it. He continues to be attacked. Frank repels the attack. He has not fully recovered yet. I wonder what they ate. They continue to attack. One of them crashes into the shield. Paul Smith enters the fray. Frank's father joins him. Explosions are heard. The survivors try to capture Frank's father. He stops them with a mental skill. They are paralyzed. Then Frank launches lightning bolts at them. They just need to take him hostage. Frank's father dodges the blows. There is another explosion. Finally, everyone is defeated. Frank's father asks how badly he was hurt. He says there are no injuries, just a little blood. The father is puzzled as to why they attacked them at all. Judging by their speech, they were Chinese. That's right. Now we need to find out the reason. Frank thought so. Those bastards wouldn't leave them alone. He will make them cry tears of blood for messing with him. Soon, Frank informs the chairman that his family was attacked by the Chinese. They tried to take them hostage and take him to China. Perhaps if they failed, they were going to kill him. The chairman asks if they were definitely Chinese. Frank tested this using the truth contract skill. The chairman asks if anyone is left alive. Frank says he killed everyone. But there were about 100 of them, and there should have been bodies left behind. The battle was fierce. Frank had to use all his strength, so he simply incinerated them. He single-handedly took on hundreds of high-level players. They can't let him get taken away.